Chapter 731. With the arrival of Prime Fengyu and Prime Shangguanhen, Silver Moon Ocean had already become the territory of the Xuanwu clan. At Silver Moon Island, Shangguanhen sat in a small courtyard with a Guqin figurine placed before him. He was drinking alone. Elder Miao Chen stood respectfully at the side. He frowned slightly and said, "Prime, I have already checked outside. He is still there." Shangguanhen's hand paused, and he revealed a cold smile. "Huh, Sky Chess Pavilion? He is still monitoring me? Good, good, good. Prime, do we have to keep going against the Sky Chess Pavilion?" Elder Miao Chen asked with a bitter smile. "We are not going against the Sky Chess Pavilion. Humph. I am doing this today to protect the Xuanwu clan. Prime Fengyu? Huh. He was arranged by Old Man Guanxi back then, right? The Xuanwu clan was nearly destroyed last time. If we are not careful this time, we will be consigned to eternal damnation." Shangguanhen said gravely. Why?" Miao Chen asked, confused. "Because of the emperor." "Huh. It is not like you have not heard of the news from the celestial realm. Who killed Taiwa? Who killed Taichu? Who killed Long Zhanghua?" Shangguanhen asked gravely. "However, Guhai was lucky." "Lucky? Huh. In the past, many people thought that Guhai was lucky. However, many of those people died. After following Guhai for so many years, I am very clear about this. Do not look at the process or Guhai's cultivation. Look at the result. Today, if we follow the Sky Chess Pavilion and betray the Han Dynasty, the Xuanwu clan will disappear from this world in the future." Shangguanhen said gravely, "That can't be. Isn't Guhai dead? You saw the corpse." Shangguanhen looked at Miao Chen. No. If we had Guhai's corpse, the Han Dynasty would have collapsed long ago. Yes, countless people think that the emperor is dead, but I don't think so. His life is too tough. So tough that even Long Zhanghua can't compare to it. He will come back. And when he comes back, it will be time for those people to be wiped out." Shangguanhen said in a deep voice. Yes." Miao Chen nodded suspiciously. "How's the news going?" Shangguanhen looked at Miao Chen. "Supreme Venerable, you are currently trapped in the Silver Moon Sea. But rest assured, there are still many Xuanwu clan members who are loyal to you. According to your request, we have already dispatched a large number of Xuanwu clan members to spread the news. The Sky Chess Pavilion and Grand Emperor Dynasty's troops have already spread the news in advance. I believe the Limitless Heavens is already prepared." Miao Chen nodded. Unfortunately, there is still nothing I can do. If the emperor were in court, this news would be enough. I hope Qin Tianshan can hold on." Shangguanhen sighed softly. "However, Supreme Venerable, if you spread the news to all the factions, won't there be more people with ill intentions heading over?" "That's right. With so many people harboring evil intentions, the more murky the waters are, the more advantageous it is for Qin Tianshan. I hope that he can make good use of this opportunity. Furthermore, it would be even better if this news reached the emperor's ears." Shangguanhen had just finished speaking when the Qin figurine in front of him suddenly spoke. "Supreme Venerable, this is the Limitless Heavens. Guqin's crown prince is leading Prime Fengyu and a group of Xuanwu clan soldiers to force Qin Tianshan to abdicate. The situation is already at its climax. The great Ying dynasty's Long Outyen has arrived with a flying boat and a coffin." The Qin figurine spoke. "News from the Limitless Heavens. The great Ying dynasty also sent people over." Miao Chen's expression changed. Looks like the news we leaked about the Great Wu Dynasty and the Sky Chess Pavilion taking action worked. The Great Ying Dynasty also sent people over. Good. The more people there are, the more muddied the waters. Chun Tianshan, you have to hold on. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shangguan Hen's advance warning was not only because the Great Ing dynasty had sent Long Outyen. All the major forces also sent people to go there. The two dynasties and three lower sects were in high spirits because they had been constantly attacking the Han dynasty's cities. It should be known that the city lords of the Han dynasty had all gone through the baptism of the Azura Path's secret realm. Now, they had all reached the early stage Celestial Palace. Being able to attack the Han dynasty's cities under such circumstances meant that these 5 factions were very powerful. At the very least, they had lower Celestial Palace experts and even middle Celestial Palace experts. Now, the 2 emperors and 3 sect masters each led a group of experts to hide in the surrounding mountains and forests. They coldly looked at the limitless heavens in the distance. Long Outyen and Guqin only valued the Dahan army commanders. However, the Dahan army did not only have these few talents. There were also other slightly weaker talents. These small factions were determined to get them. Now that the war was about to start, it was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. In the sky above the limitless heavens capital, Long Outyen looked down at Guqin with a cold smile. Mr. Mo, Mr. Gao, my father admires the 2 of you very much. Solemnly, he sent me here to invite the 2 of you to the Great Ing dynasty as guests. I hope the 2 of you won't mind. Long Outyen looked at the 2 of them again. Visit the Great Ing dynasty as guests? I don't have the fortune. Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. I don't have the fortune either. Gao Xinji also said coldly. You don't have the fortune? It's a blessing that my father values you. The 2 of you don't have to decline. It's settled. Long Outyen said overbearingly. Humph, Long Outyen, are you sure you want to go against me today? Guqin looked at Long Outyen coldly. Long Outyen looked at Guqin with a cold smile. Dahan's crown prince. I didn't expect that you would become the Sky Chess Pavilion's lackey. Guqin, don't waste your breath on him. He won't be able to cause much trouble. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. She reached out and hit the flying ship in the sky. Long Outyen's eyes turned cold. Instantly, a black shadow blocked in front of Long Outyen. Boom! The black shadow's palm and Feng Yu's palm were locked in a stalemate in the air. A large amount of air current was stirred up. The wind blew and created a storm in the limitless heavens. Zombie? Jiangchen? Autark, Feng Yue looked coldly at the shadowy figure. It was a zombie wearing an emperor's robe blocking in front of Long Outyen. Supreme Feng Yu, you are much weaker than you were 800 years ago. Long Outyen laughed coldly. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Go, take Long Outyen down. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. Roar. Dozens of Xuanwus roared and rushed into the sky. They emitted a strong aura as if they had opened the heavenly palace. A bunch of country bumpkins. You want to fight me? Open the coffin. Long Outyen's eyes turned cold. Boom. All of the coffins on the flying boat let out a loud sound. Suddenly, the lids of the coffins opened. When the coffins opened, Guqin and the others' faces darkened. They saw that there were zombies in official and military uniforms standing in the coffins. There was a yellow talisman in between each zombie's eyebrows. 10,000 Jiangchen's zombies? Guqin's face changed. Boom. 10,000 zombies rushed out. They immediately pounced on the dozens of Xuanwus. Roar. In an instant, the Xuanwus were trapped in the center of the zombies. A lot of screams came from the Xuanwus. Bastard. Feng Yu's face changed. She rushed toward the Jiangchen's emperor. Boom. With a flip of his hand, he instantly slapped away the group of zombies. Immediately, the black tortoises that had soared into the sky escaped. However, as they escaped, their bodies were covered in wounds. Large pieces of their flesh were bitten and devoured by the zombies. Peak nascent soul-level zombies? No, they even opened the heavenly palace. Feng Yu's face darkened. Roar. The zombie emperor roared. The 10,000 zombies immediately flew behind it and looked coldly at the Xuanwus. Peak nascent soul level. These are the zombies in a cave that my father found. Each of them has a talisman seal on their forehead. Once the seal is removed, all the zombies will open the heavenly palace. Do you believe it? Long Outyen sneered. Open the heavenly palace. Guqin narrowed his eyes. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Guqin, you take the Han dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. You can't stop me. Of course, you can try. Long Outyen said coldly. Long Outyen, do you think you can defeat everyone with these heavenly palace zombies? Have you forgotten about Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Guqin sneered. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are only peak nascent soul level. How many heavenly palaces do they have? Humph, since I dared to come here today, I am confident that I can take them away. Long Outyen said coldly. Is that so? I wonder if you will agree, Mr. Sima? Guqin suddenly looked at a building in the distance. Long Outyen turned around. He saw a group of people in green robes standing at the top of the building. The two leading them were Sima Chongkong and the former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Sima Chongkong? Ao Sheng? Humph, you want to stop me too? Long Outyen's face darkened. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of people in green robes behind Ao Sheng expanded and turned into more than 4,000 giant dragons floating in the air. Each of them looked ferocious as they glared at Long Outyen's 10,000 zombies. Guqin's crown prince, you have good eyesight. You can see me here? Sima Chongkong frowned and looked at Guqin. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sometimes it's the first to get the prize, and the slowest to get the prize. Guqin smiled. Yeah, the first to get the prize, and the slowest to get the prize. But what will I get if I help you? Sima Chongkong smiled. It's not about what you will get, but what will you lose if you don't help me? Guqin shook his head and said, the situation was getting more and more complicated. The forces that were trying to take advantage of the situation were getting more and more conflicted. They did not know what to do. The square of the soaring palace hall was like the center of a whirlpool. Everyone was getting more and more anxious. Only Guhai gently picked up a cup of tea in a restaurant not far away. As he sipped the tea, he looked at the chaotic lightning in the surroundings. While Guhai was sipping his tea and looking at the outside world coldly, whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew into the restaurant where Guhai was. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you? The group of black-robed vampires was on high alert. Even Chong Ming's expression changed. He stood beside Guhai and was about to attack. It's okay. Guhai waved his hand. Huh. Chong Ming looked at Guhai in confusion. However, he was still wary of the black-robed person who suddenly appeared. The black-robed person suddenly stared at Chong Ming, giving Chong Ming a sense of danger, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Mosquito Darren, isn't it impolite to stare at my subordinate like that? Guhai smiled faintly. Chapter 732. The moment the mosquito Darren entered the restaurant, he stared at Chong Ming. The chaos element bead that he tried so hard to get was in the hands of the person in front of him. As long as he killed him, the chaos element bead would be his. The mosquito Darren wanted to attack, but he stopped himself. This was because Guhai was standing at the side. In the past, the mosquito Daoran felt that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak. He pretended to be weak, but his strength was monstrous. All along, no one believed him, but in the end, those who didn't believe him were all dead. The Qing Emperor was dead, Tai Chu was dead, Taiwa was dead, and even Long Zhongguo was dead. Outsiders said that Long Zhongguo died because he was at the end of his road, and Gu Hai just got close and gave him a light stab. Everything was a fluke. However, in the eyes of the mosquito Daoran, it was all nonsense. Fluke. Try killing the Qing Emperor by luck. Try killing Tai Chu by luck. Try killing Taiwa by luck. Or who was lucky enough to go to the dragon-slaying kingdom to take a look. It wasn't a fluke, but Gu Hai deliberately pretended to be weak, waiting for you to fall into his trap. Everyone said that Gu Hai was dead, but look, Gu Hai looked so radiant. How was he dead? This was also the reason why the mosquito Daoran had been waiting in the infinite celestial capital for 5 years. Originally, the mosquito Daoran was still watching the battle outside, but suddenly his nose sniffed and smelled Gu Hai's blood. He immediately became alert and flew over. Mosquito Daoran, aren't you impolite to look at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled slightly. No, I'm just looking. The mosquito Daoran immediately smiled apologetically. However, he resisted the urge to make a move. At the side, Chongming suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chongming really felt mosquito Daoran's killing intent. Gu Hai, where have you been for the past 5 years? Why is there no news of you anywhere? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran and smiled, but he didn't explain. However, this made Mosquito Daoran feel even more mysterious. I was planning to retrieve the heaven-splitting axe, the bell of chaos, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, they are all broken. I can only postpone what I told you before. Gu Hai looked at the sky above the limitless celestial capital. It's all right. I can afford to wait. There's still 50 years left. Mosquito Daoran smiled, awkwardly. Chongming, Mosquito Daoran is here today. I will also tell you that Mosquito Daoran formed an alliance with me and wanted to obtain your Chaos Element bead, but I stopped him. In the future, when he does 2 more things for me and obtains one of the top 15 magic treasures in exchange for it, I will agree. Gu Hai looked at Chongming. Chaos Element bead. If your majesty wants it, you can take it at any time. There is no need for any magic treasures in exchange. Chongming said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran's eyes lit up at the side. I will naturally do what I promised. Don't worry, you are a true subject. I will not let you suffer losses. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yes. Chongming nodded and retreated to one side. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with satisfaction. Since Chongming had agreed to Gu Hai's request, his Chaos Element bead would not be able to escape. Gu Hai, your limitless celestial capital is so lively. You have been gone for 5 years, and it hasn't dispersed. However, there are a few factions that have come with ill intentions. Mosquito Daoran looked into the distance. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, they have come with ill intentions. However, they are not considered to be anyone important. Oh, Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Soaring Sky Hall Plaza. Guqin, Sima Chongkong, and Long Outyen were in a deadlock. Aside from Long Outyen's boundless fighting spirit, Guqin and Sima Chongkong were still using their auras to suppress the others. At this moment, the 3 factions were about equal in strength. All of them wanted a share of the Han dynasty. However, none of them gave in at this moment, verbally provoking them. They used their auras to threaten, but did not rush to make a move. Given this, the Dahan subjects in the Soaring Sky Hall Plaza were like outsiders cast aside. Or, rather, They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They no longer had the right to speak. Lord Mo, Lord Gao, Lord Montez, Chen Tianshan said seriously, Tianshan King? The three looked at Chen Tianshan in confusion. Originally, I thought that I had the ability to defend the Han Dynasty and wait for His Majesty's return. However, it looks like I no longer have that chance. I have a request for all of you. Chen Tianshan looked at the three. Request, the three asked, feeling confused. Lord Gao, His Majesty personally promoted you. I believe that your loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. I will not say much about how His Majesty treats you. I only want to say that if anything happens to me, I implore Lord Gao to wait for His Majesty for some more time. 10 years. No, I am not asking for too much. Just 5 years. How about defending the Han Dynasty for another 5 years? Chen Tianshan solemnly bowed to Gao Xianji. Tianshan King, what do you mean by that? Gao Xianji asked with a frown. Lord Mo, I also implore you to wait for 5 years. It is not for anything else, but for His Majesty's appreciation of your talent and appreciation. Chen Tianshan suddenly bowed to Mo Yike. Tianshan King, you can't. Mo Yike's expression changed. Lord Meng, please believe that His Majesty will definitely return. He will definitely return within 5 years. You will still rule the world, and the Han Dynasty will continue to grow. It will become an imperial dynasty or even a celestial dynasty. Don't lose the Tongtian shortcut for short-term gains and losses. Chen Tianshan said to Montez, Tianshan King, what do you want to do? Montez's expression changed. In the distance, Guhai suddenly felt moved. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Chen Tianshan's abilities. Is Chen Tianshan a coward? No, Chen Tianshan saw through many things. He had a deep understanding of Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the others. However, he never showed it. Chen Tianshan King did not know how to do things, but he knew how to conduct himself. Chen Tianshan King did not have enough intelligence, but he never made any major mistakes. What I am most thankful for is having a subordinate, Chen Tianshan. Guhai sighed from afar. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez also seemed to be getting to know Chen Tianshan for the first time. The three of you, if something happens to me, please protect the Dahan. I don't ask for 10 years. 5 years is enough. After blocking the bandits for 5 years, His Majesty will definitely return, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Tianshan King, what are you planning to do? Montez asked anxiously. Right now, the situation was not something he could control. Be it the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, or the zombie horde, they all had countless heavenly palaces and heavenly palaces experts. What else could the Dahan rely on today? Many of the officials looked at the Tianshan King in disdain. Tianshan King, do you think you are the emperor? Now that you are at the mercy of others, you think you can resist? Immortal demon army, heed my command. Chen Tianshan suddenly shouted. Boom. Suddenly, countless guards flew over from the surroundings of the soaring palace hall. Their strong auras formed a surging storm, instantly causing the expressions of the three factions' experts to change. This aura, Sima Changkong's expression changed. 500,000 soldiers suddenly flew out from the surroundings of the boundless celestial capital. The army soared into the air, representing the Yuanying state experts. The expressions of the various faction experts hiding in the dark in the distance also changed. What? The Han Dynasty has 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state. That's impossible. 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state. Wouldn't that sweep through all the other dynasties? The strongest dynasty? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem to be the Yuanying state. The expressions of the various faction experts changed when they saw the 500,000 soldiers charging at Qin Tianshan. Immortal demon army? Quick, take down Qin Tianshan. Guqin exclaimed as he pointed at Qin Tianshan, glaring. Sima Chongkong also reacted, knowing that the situation was bad. Crown Prince Ao Sheng quickly attack and take down Qin Tianshan. The situation is not good. Qin Tianshan, you ant, how dare you resist? Long Outyen glared. A large number of zombies immediately charged over, seeing the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, and the zombies charge over. Qin Tianshan smiled coldly. Immortal demon army, heed my command. There is no need to worry about this king's safety. This king died for the Dahan race. Kill Sima Chongkong, Long Outyen, and Guqin at all costs. This is the military order. Kill, 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 kill. Roar. Hung. The 500,000 soldiers suddenly unleashed their Tongtian auras. The moment the powerful immortal demon army appeared, a torrential storm surged and shot toward Guqin, Sima Chongkong, and Long Outyen like arrows. Oh no! Guqin's expression changed as he soared into the air and fled into the distance. Before the others could react, they wondered what was going on. Why did Guqin flee? However, in the next moment, everyone figured it out. They are not from the Yuanying state, but the heavenly palace? Suddenly, a dynasty's ruler's exclamation came from the forest in the distance. 500,000 heavenly palaces. Is this a joke? 500,000. 500,000. His dynasty was already very strong, but only 3 people could open heavenly palaces. In the past, the predecessor of the Han dynasty, the Shenlu dynasty, even the emperor, Huangfu Chaoga, was from the Yuanying state. Even then, the dynasty did not have a single heavenly palace. However, the Han dynasty still hid such a monstrous army. This was an undefeatable army. If this army had been sent out in the past, how could he have attacked the city? The expressions of the various factions changed dramatically. The 2 dynasties and 3 low-tier sects immediately felt like they were facing destruction. I told you not to attack the Han dynasty. Who encouraged me back then? It's over. So many heavenly palaces. No, all of them opened heavenly palaces. Our sects are in danger. Our dynasty is in trouble. The various factions cried out in alarm. Sima Chongkong, Long Outyen, Ao Sheng, and Fengyu all widened their eyes. Kill Qin Tianshan. Fengyu charged straight at Qin Tianshan. No, save me first. Guqin cried out in alarm. Guqin knew how terrifying this army was. They would not care about him at all. As long as they gave the order, they would kill him with all their might. Bastard, the other Xuanwu clan members, go and kill Qin Tianshan. I will save Guqin. Fengyu's expression changed. Whoosh. Immediately, Fengyu arrived in front of Guqin. However, at this moment, Guqin was surrounded by hundreds of divine demon soldiers. Furthermore, they were charging straight at him. Boom. Prime Fengyu pushed aside the divine demon soldiers and flew into the air with Guqin. Qin Tianshan, you are crazy. Guqin roared in shock. Kill. Aside from the zombie emperor, the other soldiers quickly go and kill Qin Tianshan. High in the sky, Long Outyen's flying ship instantly exploded. If not for the zombie emperor's fast reaction, he would have been killed. Long Outyen showed an expression of shock. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, be careful. Sima Chongkong's expression changed as he dodged. However, the divine demon army was too strong, and there were too many of them. The dragon race could not stop them at all. Elders, I'll protect Mr. Sima. You all go and deal with Qin Tianshan. Just kill him. Ao Sheng exclaimed as his expression changed. Boom! A large number of experts charged at Qin Tianshan. Chapter 733. The sky above the soaring Sky Palace Plaza was in chaos. Qin Tianshan suddenly understood that he couldn't avoid today's calamity. Guqin had brought along Supreme Fengyu. Supreme Fengyu had gone to the Heavenly Palace, and the Han Dynasty didn't have a Heavenly Palace. Even if he tried to hide, he wouldn't be able to escape. If Guqin succeeded in seizing the country, the first person they would kill would be him, the Heavenly Mountain King. Because the Han Dynasty didn't need a second voice. As for Sima Changkong's appearance, he didn't have good intentions. However, from the conversation between Guqin and him, the two sides seemed to have some kind of alliance. Long Outyin didn't even put him in his eyes. He wanted to capture Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. If the two were captured, the people of the Han Dynasty wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, Qin Tianshan ordered the 500,000 demon god army to kill the three of them, Guqin, Sima Changkong, Long Outyin. Guqin died, but the Han Dynasty wouldn't be seized because of Guqin. The Xuanwu clan, represented by Supreme Feng, you wouldn't be able to seize power. No one cared about them. Sima Changkong died, and the dragons were in chaos. Long Outyin died, and the group of zombies dispersed. As long as the three of them died, this calamity would come to an end. Even if he died, even if Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng wanted to take revenge, as long as he died, the revenge would be over and the Han Dynasty would be saved. As long as they died. As for the future, he couldn't care less. He just hoped that the Emperor would return soon. 500,000 heavenly palaces, such a terrifying number. Even the heavenly palaces wouldn't dare to recklessly face them. The unified army and the ferocious killing intent caused the three's expressions to change. As such, Supreme Feng, you had to quickly protect Guqin. Ao Sheng also had to immediately protect Sima Changkong. The zombie emperor also had to protect Long Outyin immediately. Otherwise, if the three of them died, everyone's efforts would be for naught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the air as Paragon Fengyue and the rest of the God-Devil army were sent flying. However, this army of gods and demons was trained by Guhai and was absolutely loyal to him. So what if they were sent flying? He continued to kill. His killing intent from back then in the Azura Dao secret realm was revealed once more. He didn't care about the three of them at all. Although they were all heavily injured, he still had an army of 500,000. How could he be afraid of them? Rumble! The shock waves seemed to form 3 super tornadoes. The warriors wielding swords and sabers charged into the tornadoes without any fear of death. The huge tremors caused the experts below to feel a chill in their hearts. 500,000 lower celestial palaces. That can't be wrong. How could there be 500,000 lower celestial palaces? How did the Han Dynasty do it? In the past, I thought that the Han Dynasty was just a weak dynasty that got lucky and connected with the Long Zhanghua. Now, I realized that I was completely wrong. The Han Dynasty is so strong that the Long Zhanghua thinks highly of the Han Dynasty. How can they be so strong? Back when we conquered the Han Dynasty's cities, every city lord had a heavenly palace. I already found it strange. It turns out that the Han Dynasty actually had so many heavenly palaces, the surrounding experts trembled in fear. However, the Xuanwu, zombies, and dragons of the heavenly palaces roared as they charged at Qin Tianshan. First Legion, protect the Tianshan king. Gao Xinji shouted. Boom! A large group of soldiers immediately charged over from all directions. Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers were on the same level as the army of gods and demons. They quickly rushed over from all directions, revealing the powerful auras of the heavenly palaces. What? The dragon elders' expressions changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large group of dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were blocked. The First Legion's attacks were even more brutal. They quickly started killing. Countless dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed. Activate the city defense formation. Protect the people. Mo Yike waved his hand. The boundless celestial capital trembled from the battle, but it slowly stabilized after the formation was activated. Rolling fog appeared from all directions, protecting the people of the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, the people and officials of the boundless celestial capital stared at the Han Dynasty's army of gods and demons in disbelief. Our Han Dynasty is so strong. Lower celestial palaces? So many? So many? Why didn't I know? How is this possible? His Majesty has laid down a great foundation. Many officials were shocked. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were frightened. Everyone had different thoughts. Montez waved his hand, and the experts of the embroidered uniform guards stood in front of Qin Tianshan to protect him. They watched as the dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed by Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers. Although there were many celestial soldiers, they were all lower celestial palaces. There were still some middle celestial palace experts among the dragons, Xuanwu, and zombies. Although they couldn't do anything to the 100,000 celestial soldiers, they could still get closer to Qin Tianshan. Rumble! The huge impact knocked away the celestial soldiers one after another. 10 middle celestial palace experts were already close to Qin Tianshan. Qin Zibai! Mo Yike shouted. A bamboo cane appeared in Qin Zibai's hand and struck at one of the middle celestial palaces, Xuanwu. Boom! That Xuanwu was sent flying. Middle celestial palace? Qin Zibai? Suddenly, the middle celestial palace experts recognized Qin Zibai. Boom! 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 Qin Zibai instantly blocked 3 middle celestial palaces. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Quickly, attack. If we kill Qin Tianshan, the divine demon army might be leaderless. We will block Qin Zibai. You all continue to charge and kill Qin Tianshan. Quickly! A dragon race elder shouted. Boom! For middle celestial palaces immediately blocked Qin Zibai. Then, the middle celestial palace experts charged at Qin Tianshan again. Stop him! Montez shouted. Boom! 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 The middle celestial palaces knocked back Montez, Gao Xianji, and the embroidered uniform guards. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianshan was isolated. The embroidered uniform guards and the celestial soldiers could not stop the middle celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanwu middle celestial palace at the very front charged to Qin Tianshan. No one was around Qin Tianshan anymore. No one could save him. Ha ha ha. Today, I, Cui Jin, will make this contribution. Die! That Xuanwu elder stabbed his sword at Qin Tianshan with a ferocious expression. Tianshan's sovereign, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez immediately exclaimed. However, Qin Tianshan did not close his eyes at this moment. Instead, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Regret flashed in his eyes as he laughed. This subject, Qin Tianshan, can no longer be loyal to your majesty. May the Dahan live for 10,000 years. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Qin Tianshan roared at the sky. His roar was inconspicuous amid the rumbling in the surroundings. However, this inconspicuous roar was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of all the officials. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials immediately felt ashamed. The quality of the Tianshan sovereign was not something that a little bit of intelligence could compare to. For the first time, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji discovered that they were not comparable to Chen Tianshan. In the past, they had looked down on Chen Tianshan's ability. However, looking at it today, they found themselves laughable. However, even as everyone showed anxious expressions, Cui Jin's sword had already arrived at Chen Tianshan's face. It looked like Chen Tianshan would die at Cui Jin's sword. Just at this moment, a bone-like spike suddenly shot out of the ground under Chen Tianshan's feet. The earth spike instantly grew longer and longer. It shot straight for the tip of Cui Jin's sword. Clang! The bone spike clashed with the tip of the sword. The strong hardness made Cui Jin's sword pause. What? Cui Jin's expression changed. Around them, the other people also revealed confused expressions. Bone spike. Bone spike. Could Chen Tianshan still have other tricks up his sleeve? However, when they looked at Chen Tianshan again, he also showed confusion. Many people felt confused. How could a bone spike block Cui Jin's sword? Why did the bone spike save Chen Tianshan? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Chen Tianshan's mind. Bone spike. Bone attack. This is... Chen Tianshan immediately felt a lump in his throat. His eyes lit up and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. His entire body suddenly trembled. I'm back! I'm back! Chen Tianshan cried tears of joy as he trembled. What kind of treasure is this? Humph! Die! Since Cui Jin's sword attack failed, he flipped his hand and sent a palm strike at Chen Tianshan. At this moment, Chen Tianshan no longer feared Cui Jin. Instead, he revealed a look of excitement and joy. Just as Cui Jin's palm strike was about to land on Chen Tianshan's face, shing! Suddenly, another bone spike shot out of the ground and instantly pierced through Cui Jin's palm. Then, it tore through his wrist and headed for his chest. Ah! Cui Jin screamed in pain. Boom! The bone spike instantly pierced through Cui Jin with a loud sound. Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. The bone spike did not stop there. It continued to grow, growing larger and taller, increasing in number. It instantly soared into the air, looking like a huge mountain of bone sabers piercing high into the sky. Cui Jin looked like he had been torn apart. He struggled in the air, trembling. He could not believe this strange scene. A mountain of bones pierced through him? Why? Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. In despair, he took his final breath. The sudden change confused all the people attacking Chen Tianshan. How could it be like this? However, this was not over yet. Boom! Hundreds of bone spikes instantly appeared in the surroundings of the soaring palace plaza. The moment the bone spikes appeared, they pierced all the people attacking from the central heavenly palace plaza into the air. However, this time, the bone spikes were not as ruthless as they were to Cui Jin. The bone spikes only made them lose all combat prowess, piercing through their bodies and sending them into the air. It was like hanging their corpses as a warning to others. Many bone spikes soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a terrifying mountain of bone sabers in the plaza of the soaring palace plaza, startling everyone in the surroundings. The moment the bone spikes appeared, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez seemed to have guessed something. They immediately showed wild joy on their faces. The Dahan has not flourished yet. How can I bear to let my beloved official leave? Chen Tianshan, you have suffered for the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the mountain of bone spikes. Chapter 734. The Dahan is not at his prime yet. How can I bear for my beloved official to leave? Chen Tianshan, you have suffered in the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the bone peaks. The voice was not loud, but it had a strong penetrative power, instantly reaching the ears of countless people. Everyone who heard this voice felt startled. Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the voice, at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Suddenly, a man in black brocade robes appeared. A cloud of dust lingered around this man. Through the dust, one could vaguely make out his silhouette. However, that silhouette excited all the officials and ordinary citizens of the Han Dynasty. This official, Chun Tianshan, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Chun Tianshan suddenly bowed in excitement. Chun Tianshan's bow made everything clear. The person standing in the slowly dispersing dust was not a bystander but the emperor, who had disappeared for 5 years. This official, Gao Xianji, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. This official, Mo Yike, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The two immediately shivered and shouted. Although they felt overjoyed, they also felt nervous. After all, although the two did not betray the Han Dynasty, they still thought about it. They did not cooperate with Chun Tianshan when he was regent in the past. There was a sense of guilt and worry. This official, Montez, greets your majesty's return. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. However, Montez was the most excited. Like Chun Tianshan, he was so excited that his nose turned somewhat sour. Fortunately, I have been firm. Ha ha ha. The emperor is back. The emperor is back. I can protect everything. I no longer have to be on tenterhooks. I no longer have to worry about anything. The dust slowly scattered, revealing Gu Hai's figure. That's right. It is the emperor. Is the emperor really still alive? The emperor is back. Greetings, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. All the officials immediately bowed. However, the officials who bowed had different attitudes. Most of them felt excited, but a small group of them felt fear and trepidation. After all, they had dared to support the crown prince's ascension to the throne, which was tantamount to rebellion. Welcome back, your majesty. Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers shouted excitedly. The roar of the 100,000 celestial soldiers reverberated in the sky. In the sky, the 500,000 god-demon army was still fighting. Gu Hai's voice could not be heard clearly, but the mountain of bones in the distance attracted the attention of the entire god-demon army. The next moment, voices calling out to the emperor suddenly rang out from all around the square of the soaring palace hall. The emperor is back. Look, in the soaring sky palace square. The emperor has really returned. Roar. He's back. Brothers, kill them for me. Kill these 3 traitors to congratulate the emperor on his return. The army of gods and demons seemed to have been injected with adrenaline as they charged into the high-altitude battlefield without any regard for their lives. In the high-altitude battlefield, the expressions of Ao Sheng, Feng Yu, Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and Guqin all changed. No, impossible. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Below them, Gu Hai was indeed standing in the soaring sky palace square. Although he was very far away, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed like Tong Tian's figure was there. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the aura of the Han Dynasty changed. In the forest far away, the various factions that were preparing to take advantage of the situation opened their mouths wide as a look of shock flashed across their eyes. Impossible! How is Gu Hai still alive? Gu Hai is back. Is he really back? Isn't he dead? It has been 5 years. Isn't he dead? The leaders of the various forces all had terrified expressions on their faces. With the return of Gu Hai and the 600,000 celestial soldiers, all the leaders of the various factions were in despair. Is the heavens toying with me? Didn't they say that Gu Hai was dead? The moment the hundreds of bone sabers appeared in the plaza, they immediately pierced through the experts of the three factions. As for the dragon race, zombie race, and Xuanwu race, even if they charged, what could they do? With 100,000 celestial soldiers here, they immediately swarmed over. None of them could leave or flee. With Gu Hai's appearance, the entire situation instantly turned upside down. Gu Hai ignored the others. Instead, he carefully helped Qin Tianshan up. Qin Tianshan, you have been tired. I am back. I am back, Gu Hai said with a smile, feeling moved. At this moment, Qin Tianshan cried as Gu Hai helped him up. Your Majesty is back. Even if this official dies, I will have no regrets. Qin Tianshan said emotionally. Die? With me around? Who dares to kill you? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed. For now, Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials. While Gu Hai ignored them, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others continued to bow respectfully. At this moment, they felt very nervous. They knew that the emperor was dissatisfied with them, so no one dared to stand up. Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji and Mo Yike's bows. Then, he turned his head to look at the sky. Let's go, let's go. Gu Qin grabbed Supremacy, Feng Yue in horror, and fled into the distance. The Black Tortoise clan, Supremacy, Feng Yue, seemed reluctant. After all, her subordinates were down there. Quick, quick, go. If we don't go, we won't be able to escape. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Qin cried out in horror. Sigh. Feng Yue hesitated for a moment. Then she pulled Gu Qin and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? The army of gods and demons immediately swarmed over. Go away. Boom. Feng Yue immediately broke through the army of gods and demons and fled into the distance. The moment he saw Gu Hai, Gu Qin knew that this mission had failed. No one knew Gu Hai better than Gu Qin. Only Gu Qin knew how powerful Gu Hai was. Gu Hai just appeared. No, he must have been back for a while. If he wanted to attack, who could escape? No one could escape. Feng Yue went to the heavenly palace. So what? Gu Qin had an innate fear of Gu Hai. He worshipped him blindly. Not even the heavenly palace. Run, run. Gu Qin and Feng Yue immediately fled into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Gu Qin and Feng Yue flew into the distance. He frowned, but he didn't stop them. Buzz. In the distance, the life entrapment blade in Gu Qin's hand trembled, as if it was trying to break free from Gu Qin's grasp. Hold on to this blade. This blade is made from a fragment of the heavenly Go chess. Bring it back to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Quick! Gu Qin handed the life entrapment blade to Prime Feng Yue. Boom! The life entrapment blade was too strong. It instantly broke free from Gu Qin's grasp and turned into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Hai. Heavenly Go chess! Feng Yue's expression changed. She wanted to chase after it. Don't chase. Don't. Let's go. Gu Qin's expression changed. He pulled Feng Yue and turned into two rays of light that shot into the distance. Bang! The life entrapment blade flew back to Gu Hai, and Gu Hai grabbed it by the hilt. Buzz! He squared the life entrapment blade and activated the array again. Whoosh! In the sky, Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshue, and Dugu Qiubai suddenly regained their consciousness. Ancient Emperor, you're back. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Greetings, Ancient Emperor. The four of them bowed at the same time. Gu Hai nodded. On the other side, Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng's expressions changed when they heard the cheers from below. Gu Hai is back. He's still alive. Ao Sheng's expression darkened. Go, go, go. Sima Changkong suddenly cried out in alarm. My dragon tribe. Ao Sheng said unwillingly. Quick! I'm using His Majesty's token to command you to take me away. Quick! Sima Changkong took out a token with a roar. Ao Sheng's expression darkened. He seemed to be unwilling. Roar! With a loud shout, Ao Sheng transformed into a huge black dragon and instantly brought Sima Changkong along as he flew into the distance. Rumble! The dragon's body was huge. It shook off the divine demon army and flew to the horizon. Mr. Sima, do you have to be so afraid of Gu Hai? What about my dragon tribe? Ao Sheng was still unwilling. Gu Hai is back. Something big is going to happen. You're lucky that you're still alive. Quick! Sima Changkong shouted. Boom! Ao Sheng's speed was even faster as he swiftly flew into the distance. Only Long Outyen didn't run away when he saw Gu Hai. Long Outyen's expression darkened when he saw Gu Hai return. Speaking of which, Long Outyen had seen Gu Hai's abilities in Divine Farmer City. However, he felt that Gu Hai was just using tricks. So what if Gu Hai is back? Father ordered us to take Mo Yike and Gao Xianji away. We must take them away. Gu Hai, you saved me in Divine Farmer City, but I'm not going to kill anyone from the Han Dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Don't worry about the Divine Demon Army. Bring me down and take down Gao Xianji and Mo Yike. Long Outyen shouted. Roar! The zombie emperor roared. In an instant, it broke free from the divine demon army and brought Long Outyen to the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Whoosh! They arrived at the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall in the blink of an eye. In Long Outyen's opinion, no matter how strong Gu Hai was, he couldn't be from the Soaring Palace Hall. He had Jiang Chen's zombie emperor, so he was definitely the strongest person here. How dare you! Impudent! Release the arrows! Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers roared and charged forward. Thousands of arrows rained down on the zombie emperor. However, the zombie emperor was impenetrable. No attack was effective. He swooped down and was about to reach Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. A huge threat rushed into Mo Yike and Gao Xianji's hearts. The two knew that Long Outyen was coming for them. However, they didn't dodge. They maintained their respectful posture because the emperor didn't allow them to rise. Quick, quick! Long Outyen looked at the two excitedly. How stupid! They didn't dodge. You saved me a lot of time. Catch them, and we'll leave. Long Outyen shouted, excitedly. At this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Qin Tianshan stood behind Gu Hai. He was very confident in Gu Hai. Long Outyen? Both sides ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Humph! Gu Hai snorted. Chapter 735. Long Outyen? Both of them ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, a large number of vines suddenly appeared, forming a large net that instantly surged towards Long Outyen and the zombie emperor. Break! Long Outyen shouted. Boom! With a chop, the vines were cut open, but they didn't wither. Instead, they doubled in size and continued to wrap around the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor's energy shield was fierce, but the vine's explosive power was also fierce. Bang! The energy shield was instantly pierced by the vines and rushed toward Long Outyen. Roar! The zombie emperor roared furiously and swung countless energy blades. Instantly, a large number of vines exploded. However, even as the vines exploded, more appeared and wrapped around the zombie emperor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ball of vines. Bang! Long Outyen was thrown out before the vines wrapped around him. After all, the vines were poisonous. Roar! Boom! The zombie emperor roared again, and the ball of vines around it exploded. The zombie emperor broke free, but it was too late. At this moment, a large number of bone-piercing blades appeared around Long Outyen. Whoosh! Long Outyen was sealed in the bone cage by dozens of bone-piercing blades. The bone-piercing blades stopped around Long Outyen's body and didn't pierce him. Long Outyen felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the experts around him, who were all pierced. The zombie emperor pounced to save Long Outyen. The bone-piercing blades suddenly pressed against Long Outyen's skin. Long Outyen's hair stood on end. "Don't move!" Long Outyen shouted. Long Outyen knew that if the zombie emperor took another step forward, he would be pierced into a sieve by the bone-piercing blades. The zombie emperor froze. Long Outyen was shocked and didn't dare to move. Ancient Emperor, I have no intention of harming the people of the Han Dynasty. It's just that my father is eager to invite Gao Xianji and Mo Yike as guests. I have no intention of harming the people of the Dahan. Long Outyen said with a hint of fear. After all, his life was now in the hands of Gu Hai, so he could only compromise. Gu Hai stared at Long Outyen and smiled coldly. I know. Otherwise, you would be a pile of broken pieces by now. Yes. Ancient Emperor, please forgive me. We worked together in Shenong City in the past. Gu Hai, on account of our past cooperation. Please. Long Outyen begged for mercy. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of bone spikes retracted around Long Outyen. Long Outyen was finally free. Swish! The zombie emperor surrounded Long Outyen to protect him. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. We won't disturb you any longer. Gu Hai, goodbye, Long Outyen said in fear. I already said it. Do you want to leave together? Gu Hai asked coldly. Ah, Long Outyen's expression changed. Only the two of you can leave. The rest of the Jiangchen zombies, stay, Gu Hai said coldly. All right. Long Outyen nodded, but did not dare to argue. Go back and tell Dragon God, Ing, that I don't owe him anything in the heavenly realm. He owes me, Gu Hai said. All right. Long Outyen answered, feeling confused. Swish! The zombie emperor carried Long Outyen and instantly soared into the air, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. Long Outyen fled. With a thought from Gu Hai, the countless bone spikes that soared into the sky instantly shrank back into the ground, vanishing. Bam! 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 Instantly, the dragons, zombies, and black tortoises all fell from the sky. Capture them! Chun Tianshan shouted coldly. Yes, the 500,000-strong divine demon army answered. Dragons, zombies, black tortoises, all of the living ones were captured. Of course, only half of them were left alive. With Gu Hai's return, a great crisis was instantly resolved. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The ordinary people in the city immediately shouted excitedly. Earlier, everyone thought that Dahan was finished. Who could have imagined that the moment the emperor returned, the crisis would be resolved? The group of people who had been arrogant earlier were scared witless in the blink of an eye. If not for the emperor deliberately letting them go, none of them could have escaped. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The 500,000-strong divine demon army roared excitedly. The 500,000-strong divine demon army had entered the Azura Dao's secret realm with Gu Hai. Their true loyalty was to Gu Hai. They only obeyed Gu Hai's orders. For the past 5 years, the 500,000-strong divine demon army had worried day and night. Now that the emperor returned, everything would be fine. Loud cheers rang out everywhere. At this moment, the experts of the various factions in the forest, in the distance, trembled in fear. What should we do? Leave. Leave. Quickly leave. Once they discover us, no one can leave. Quick! Old Demon Gu is back. It's over. What should we do now? It turns out that the Han Dynasty did not send troops in the past, not because they were weaker than us, but because they were waiting for Gu Hai to return. 600,000 opening palaces? Are they going to sweep through the world? My sect is in danger. My dynasty is in danger. The various powers of the four directions were cowering in fear as they fled. In the small courtyard, where Shangguan Hen was in the Silver Moon Sea, Prime, is Chun Tianshan going to die together with us? If he dies, the Han Dynasty will truly fall apart. Miao Chen said worriedly. Shangguan Hen frowned slightly. The wine cup in his hand froze in the air as he revealed a worried expression. The Qin figurine before him was still reciting. Ah, Prime, His Majesty is back. Gu Hai is back. Ah, the Qin figurine recited the voice of the boundless heavenly capital's messenger. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen suddenly stood up, and the wine in his cup spilled all over the floor. His Majesty is back. Really? Shangguan Hen suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, he also felt somewhat worried that the news was fake. Yes, it's His Majesty. That's right. The Bone Mountain pierced through all the people who charged at Chun Tianshan. Ah, Prime Gu Qin and Feng Yu fled. Sima Chongkong and Ao Sheng also fled. Only Long Outyen rushed to the soaring palace hall. Ah, the vines bound the zombie emperor, and Long Outyen was imprisoned by the bone cage. Long Outyen lost. The Qin figurine repeated. Gu Hai is back. Miao Chen also felt pleasantly surprised. It's His Majesty. It can't be wrong. Prime, His Majesty is back. The Qin figurine repeated. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Shangguan Hen smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground in excitement. At the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the officials were still paying respects. Gu Hai still did not let them rise. Instead, he took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal with a flip of his hand. Luck out! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The surging luck soared into the sky of the boundless heavenly capital amid loud sounds. It quickly covered the sky above the soaring palace hall and continued expanding. It's back! My Han Dynasty's luck is back. The citizens cheered in the distance. The divine demon army and countless guards showed wild joy on their faces. When Chun Tianshan saw the surging luck in the sky, he also showed excitement on his face. Although he knew that the luck would return as long as the emperor returned, he still felt excited when he saw the luck. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court bowed respectfully. They felt the luck in the sky but did not dare to raise their heads, feeling tormented. Chun Tianshan looked at the officials with some pity in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. After being the regent for 5 years, Chun Tianshan could tell that the emperor was warning these officials. Although the emperor left this time, it did not mean that he would not leave next time. This warning served as a warning to the officials. Chun Tianshan took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was still looking at the luck cloud sea above. In the distance, the expressions of the various forces that were quietly fleeing suddenly changed. What? Why is there so much luck? It's still increasing? This is the luck of the Han Dynasty. No, it has already surpassed it. The Day One Imperial Dynasty's luck? No, the Day One Imperial Dynasty's territory was first occupied by the Deqian. Even if the Dehan took it a few years ago, the luck they obtained should not be that much. Why is it still increasing now? Why is it still increasing? Kill Long Zhanghua? Yes, it must be because he stole the Deqian's luck. The various factions' experts suddenly quivered in shock. The Han Dynasty's luck had already covered the entire sky above the limitless celestial capital. It was extremely vast and was still expanding. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital all raised their heads and bowed to the emperor in the direction of the soaring palace hall. "Citizens of the Han Dynasty, I am back," Guhai said. "Buzz." The huge luck cloud sea churned, and Guhai's voice instantly spread to the Han Dynasty cities through the luck cloud sea and into the ears of all the citizens of the Han Dynasty. In Qinglu City, the originally bustling street suddenly fell silent. All the citizens looked up at the sky as if they had been hit by a spell. Did I hear wrongly? Yes, you're right. Is that the emperor's voice? Is the emperor really still alive? The king of Tianshan was not lying. It's really the emperor. The emperor is back. With a boom, the entire street was in an uproar. The entire Qinglu city was in an uproar. All the citizens of the Han Dynasty were suddenly in an uproar. For a moment, countless congratulatory voices came from all directions. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Countless voices seemed to be transmitted through the luck cloud sea. For a moment, the entire Han Dynasty was in an excited cheer. At the same time, surging luck came from all directions and surged into the luck cloud sea. At the center of the luck cloud sea, the surging luck cloud sea seemed to be condensing into the embryonic form of a super golden dragon. The golden dragon is faintly discernible. This is forming the golden dragon of luck. Chun Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden dragon of luck. A golden dragon formed by luck cloud sea was the symbol of an imperial dynasty. Their luck cloud sea had already reached this level. Chun Tianshan set up the altar. The Dahan needs to ask the heavens for instructions and become an imperial dynasty. Guhai said. Yes. Chun Tianshan answered excitedly. At the side, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others who were bowing felt bitter. Chapter 736. Chun Tianshan quickly set up a huge altar in the square of the soaring palace hall. There was a huge table on the altar, and a golden scroll was placed on the table. It was the scroll used to establish the country, and it was also the first imperial edict of the Dahan. Guhai entered the soaring palace hall, changed into a black dragon robe with golden threads, and put on a flat imperial crown. He slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Chun Tianshan seemed to have become the master of ceremonies as he shouted, "Go to the altar! Please go to the heavens!" Guhai slowly stepped onto the altar. He looked up at the providence clouds above. Guhai suddenly bowed to the heavens. "Today, Guhai of the Han Dynasty, please go to the heavens and bear witness that the dynasty has reached its limit and is about to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Today, I offer my blood to the heavens to show my sincerity. I, Guhai, will treat my people and the Han Dynasty well." Guhai shouted. Boom! The sea of providence clouds in the sky shook, and Guhai's voice instantly spread throughout the Han Dynasty. Countless people paused. The emperor is going to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Is the emperor worshipping the heavens? The infinite celestial capital is ascending. Countless people were shocked, and then they looked forward to it. Roar! Below the ground, the Han Dynasty's dragon vein seemed to have sensed Guhai's thoughts. It suddenly roared, and the entire Han Dynasty shook. Above Guhai's head, above the sea of providence clouds, countless gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if a thought had descended on the Han Dynasty from the unseen world. At this moment, let the heavens bear witness. This heavens is not Immortal 6 Daos, but the Immortal Dome itself. The Immortal Dome nurtured life, including Immortal 6 Daos. Immortal 6 Daos only had the highest attainment and grasped the laws of the Immortal Dome. Immortal 6 Daos was the heavens, and the heavens were the masters of life. The heavens that Guhai worshipped were the entire Immortal Dome. When establishing a dynasty, one had to worship the heavens above and the earth below. When establishing an empire, one would only worship the heavens and not the earth. Gu-hai roared. His voice seemed to connect with the entire immortal dome, fusing with all the laws of heaven and earth. Gu-hai extended his hand and cut open his right hand. Blood stained his right finger. Then, on the golden silk scroll in front of him, Gu-hai once again wrote a large Han character. This was the first imperial edict of the Dahan. In the past, when the dynasty was established, the word Han was written. Now, the word Han was written again. As soon as the word was spoken, countless strands of fate descended from the sky and rushed toward the imperial edict. Rumble! It entered from one side and flew out from the other, returning to the sky again. The golden scroll suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it had a mind of its own. Boom! Countless gusts of wind swept towards the golden silk scroll, as if the heavens and earth were sensing the weight of the scroll. 3 kneels to the heavens. Gu-hai shouted. With a shout, Gu-hai was the first to kneel. Rumble! In the infinite celestial capital, all the subjects suddenly prostrated. At the same time, the sea of fate clouds sent a message to all the citizens of the Dahan, causing them to kneel as well. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Gene Emperor Dahan. Gu-hai shouted and led everyone to bow towards the heavens. Countless people heard Gu-hai's voice and followed suit. At the same time, they shouted, Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the Gene Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Gene Emperor Dahan again. Gu-hai told the people again and bowed to the heavens. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Gene Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Gene Emperor Dahan 3 times. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Gene Emperor Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan shouted. Roar! Wind howled above Gu-hai's head. Under this howling wind, a large amount of colorful lights appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the golden silk scroll. Buzz! The scroll suddenly emitted a large amount of colorful lights. Gu-hai immediately felt a trace of joy. This procedure had been passed down for countless years. When the colorful lights descended, it was the seal of permission from the heavens. The colorful lights were the proof of an imperial dynasty given by the heavens. I, Gu-hai, thank the heavens for allowing me to accept the seal of the imperial dynasty and establish the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu-hai suddenly shouted. As Gu-hai shouted, he stood up and raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, he smashed it down on the golden silk scroll. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal landed on the golden silk scroll. In the blink of an eye, Gu-hai, the heaven-suppression divine seal, and the scroll seemed to have fused into one and released a 7-colored light that soared to the sky. The 7-colored light immediately rushed towards the sea of fate clouds. Above the sea of fate clouds, a 7-colored light also bloomed. The light was still spreading and instantly rushed towards the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a huge golden dragon rushed up from the ground. It was the dragon vein. After being hit by the colorful light, the huge dragon had also released a 7-colored light. The light was still spreading. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From Gu-hai's body, the sea of fate clouds and the dragon vein, it shot towards the infinite celestial capital's subjects. Instantly, all of them emitted a 7-colored light. Through the sea of fate clouds, it seemed to spread to all of the Han dynasty's subjects. In an instant, the 7-colored light spread to the infinite celestial capital. Countless subjects looked at the colorful light emitted from their bodies in shock. Was this the heavenly blessing of the Dahan? A blessing from the heavens? It's so comfortable. It's like taking a hot bath. Did the emperor succeed and become an imperial dynasty? This light loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation that I've been stuck at for many years. It seems like I'm going to break through. The illness in my body has been completely expelled. What an auspicious sign. Countless subjects felt the changes in their bodies excitedly. The blessing lasted for a joss stick's time. Whoosh! In an instant, all the seven-colored light seemed to disappear and rushed towards Gu Hai. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal and the golden silk scroll made a loud noise. It was as if all the seven-colored light in the Dahan's world had gathered under the seal. At this moment, all the light on the scroll seemed to have been retracted. At this moment, the golden silk scroll seemed to have changed color, turning into a dark gold color. Gu Hai lifted the heaven-suppressing divine seal gently. Buzz! The scroll lost all its light, but Gu Hai suddenly felt a spiritual connection with it. He saw 3 seven-colored words printed on the back of the scroll. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, but they also had an ancient and vast aura. 3 words: investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods is out. Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he looked up at the sky. The surging sea of providence clouds in the sky suddenly compressed toward the center rapidly. The surging providence squeezed toward the fledgling golden dragon and slowly squeezed it into a golden egg. Woo, 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 woo. In just a short while, the sea of providence clouds had shrunk by half, and it was still shrinking until there was only 1/3 left. Suddenly, there was silence. All the providence seemed to form a vortex surrounding a golden egg in the center. Gu Hai waited. The golden egg brewed for an hour. Suddenly, as if the eggshell had broken, there was a crisp sound. Crack! The eggshell broke. In the next moment, the broken golden egg exploded with a loud bang. Hung! With a super loud bang, the eggshell exploded. Countless providence also exploded in all directions. In the center of the explosion, a golden light suddenly rushed down and rushed towards Gu Hai's body. Buzz! Gu Hai was immediately attached to the golden light. Gu Hai's body suddenly swelled up, as if filled with endless power in an instant. Gu Hai's 7 orifices emitted golden light. Roar! Gu Hai raised his head and roared. He actually let out a sky-shaking dragon roar, and a vigorous vitality instantly shook the world. Roar! The dragon vein also suddenly roared, as if it was happy for Gu Hai. Roar! Gu Hai opened his mouth and spat out a long golden dragon. It was a supergiant dragon that was thousands of miles long. Rumble! The 1,000-mile golden dragon rushed toward the sea of providence clouds. Suddenly, countless providence surrounded it as if it was swimming in the sea. It was extremely carefree. Golden dragon of providence, the symbol of the imperial dynasty. Chun Tianshan's face lit up with joy. The golden dragon swam in the sea of providence clouds for a while, seemingly very excited. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was actually somewhat similar to the golden dragon's. This was because Gu Hai realized that the golden dragon's vision was his vision. It was as if he was the golden dragon. My golden dragon of providence. Gu Hai revealed a look of joy. Roar! The golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. It stood on the sea of providence clouds and was extremely excited. The golden dragon of providence looked into the distance. In an instant, it actually saw a place far away. Qinglu City. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden dragon's vision was his vision. He could see as far as the golden dragon could see. The golden dragon kept looking around. After looking around, it saw the entire Han dynasty. What the golden dragon could see was what Gu Hai could see. As long as Gu Hai was in the infinite celestial capital, He could see all the places in the Han Dynasty, no matter which city it was. No wonder the emperor wanted to refine the golden dragon. No wonder Shiyu, the Great's vision, could see the empty city and dragon vein city from the capital city. It was because of the golden dragon of providence. The investiture of the gods is out, and the golden dragon of providence appears. Does this mean the advancement is successful? Guhai was overjoyed. Tell all the people of the Dahan dynasty that you have the support of the heavens and the hearts of the people. From today onwards, the Han dynasty no longer exists. There is one more Dahan imperial dynasty in this world. Guhai shouted, "Roar!" The golden dragon of providence roared. Guhai's voice instantly spread to all the people in the world. Dahan imperial dynasty? Success. The emperor is amazing. No, it's His Majesty now. His Majesty is amazing. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. In an instant, countless people stood up and bowed. Imperial dynasty and imperial dynasty were just two words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Only when one reached the imperial dynasty would one have the qualifications to conquer the world. When one reached the imperial dynasty, one would at most be struggling at death's door. Long live the people. The voices from all over the world reached the Sea of Providence clouds. The endless voices seemed to explode in the infinite celestial capital. This was the atmosphere of a great nation. Countless people followed suit and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Roar! The dragon vein roared as if it was also congratulating. Then it sank into the ground again. Wherever the dragon vein passed, countless trees and flowers grew on the ground. It was a thriving scene. In the sky, the golden dragon of providence slowly lay on the Sea of Providence clouds. It inhaled and exhaled providence to strengthen itself. The Dahan imperial dynasty ruled the world. Chapter 737. The Dahan imperial dynasty was established. Guhai stood on the altar and looked at everything below. While the people were cheering, the officials were still standing respectfully. It was quite awkward. "Chun Tianshan," Guhai said in a low voice. "Here." Chun Tianshan immediately said respectfully, "How many cities of the Dahan were lost while I was away?" Guhai said indifferently, reporting to the emperor, "In these 5 years, the great emperor dynasty captured 10 cities of the Dahan. The Yongzheng dynasty captured 8 cities. The Yehui dynasty captured 8 cities. The Funxiang Valley captured 6 cities. The Blue Cloud sect captured 5 cities. And the Reliance sect captured 7 cities of the imperial dynasty. A total of 44 cities were lost." Chun Tianshan said respectfully, "44 cities? He, First Army Commander Gao Xianji, listen up." Guhai said coldly. Gao Xianji and the others were still bowing respectfully, not daring to stand up. They were happy for Guhai's return, but they were also very nervous. After all, they had actually loosened their grip on the Dahan dynasty and did not listen to Chun Tianshan's orders. When they were bowing respectfully just now, they felt very guilty and hoped that they could make up for their mistakes. Now that Guhai gave the order, Gao Xianji instantly quivered. "Here." Gao Xianji suddenly said excitedly. Gao Xianji is appointed as the Day 1 Marshal to lead the First Army and take charge of the 26 cities of the Imperial Dynasty and the Yongzheng Dynasty. Those who offend the Dahan Dynasty will pay back 100 times. Guhai said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Gao Xianji suddenly shouted. This shout was unusually loud, and at the same time, he was very happy. Was the emperor giving him a chance to redeem himself? Fourth Army Commander Mo Yike, listen up. Guhai said in a low voice. Here. Mo Yike took a deep breath and stepped forward. Funxiang Valley, Blue Cloud Sect, and Reliance Sect have provoked the Han Dynasty, seized our cities, and harmed our people. Their sects shall be exterminated, and Mo Yike shall be appointed as the commander-in-chief of Daewon Jingua to exterminate the 3 sections. Those who offend the Dahan will pay back 100-fold. Guhai ordered, "This subject obeys your majesty's order. I will not disappoint your majesty." Mo Yike shouted, "Chin Tianshan, present, announce to the world that the Dahan imperial dynasty is taking revenge for the Dahan Empire by attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties. If anyone dares to ally with them, kill them without mercy." Guhai instructed, "Yes, your majesty." Guhai nodded. He then looked at the group of officials who were still in fear and trepidation. "Everyone, rise," Guhai said slowly. "Thank you, your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years." All of the officials secretly exhaled as they bowed respectfully. Guhai then put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and investiture of the gods and slowly stepped down from the altar. In the distance, Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng were flying quickly. No one was chasing after them anymore. "Mr. Sima, you were not like yourself before. You don't have to be so afraid of Guhai, right?" Ao Sheng transformed into his human form and looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. "I am not afraid of Guhai. Even if I am caught by Guhai, Guhai will not kill me. Then why are you—" Ao Sheng was puzzled. "I am worried about his majesty," Sima Changkong said bitterly. "Martial Emperor, why are you worried about his majesty?" Ao Sheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a confused expression. "Sigh." Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. "You mean your family?" Sima Changkong nodded. "If you are caught by Guhai, your family will be finished." "No, the Sima family will be finished. Your father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed his holiness. Countless nobles and experts in the Deqian area hate your family to the core. If it were not for the martial emperor's powerful means to protect your family, perhaps they would have all been killed by now. The martial emperor admired your ability, so he protected your family. If you are caught by Guhai, will you die? Even if you don't die, even if you are captured, as long as someone fanned the flames and you defected to Guhai, your family will immediately be annihilated. You escaped just to save people?" Ao Sheng frowned. Sima Changkong nodded. "Prince Ao Sheng, no, Supreme Ao Sheng is smart. You are really living a hard life now." Ao Sheng shook his head. "But this time, these dragons were captured and killed by Guhai, which made you suffer a heavy loss," Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. "Them? Ha! In fact, it's nothing much. If he dies, then he dies. My dragon clan will soon have a strong dragon clan army that is even stronger than the North Sea Dragon Palace in the past. A strong dragon clan army that is countless times stronger." "Oh, strong dragon tribe army? What do you mean? Speaking of which, I am also curious. I remember that you were only at the peak of the middle Celestial Palace. How did you reach the upper Celestial Palace now?" Sima Changkong said in surprise. "You don't know a lot. Do you think I will so easily lead the North Sea Dragon tribe to pledge loyalty to His Majesty? Ha! You don't understand, but His Majesty has the ability of the Tong Tian. His Majesty opened the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb," Ao Sheng said excitedly. "Nether Realm Dragon Tomb?" Sima Changkong said blankly. "Yes, the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb of the Dragon Tribe is the place where the human souls of the Dragon Tribe belong after they die. That place, except for my father, no one can enter it. His Majesty opened the Dragon Tomb and released the human souls of the ancient Dragon Tribe. Countless underworld dragons are about to be revived. I am the new supreme dragon tribe, and the first to have the power of the dragon tomb. This is just the beginning. I will become stronger and stronger in the future. Ao Sheng said excitedly. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. Sima Chongkong congratulated with a frown. Just as the two were talking, buzz, they saw a rainbow-colored light in the distant sky. In the distance, countless Dahan citizens were also emitting rainbow-colored light. The rainbow-colored light soared into the sky, and the entire Dahan territory was dyed in rainbow-colored light. This is Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Emperor, dynasty, Gu Hai has become an emperor, dynasty. That's right. Gu Hai killed his holiness and obtained boundless luck. Dahan emperor, dynasty, this is bad. Sima Chongkong's expression changed. Report to His Majesty immediately. Guqin and Feng Yu were flying quickly, and they could no longer see the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Guqin, what are you afraid of? I am from the heavenly palace. What is Gu Hai's cultivation level? Feng Yu said with a frown. Are you stronger than the Qing emperor? Guqin said coldly. The Qing emperor? Who does he think he is? Feng Yu said coldly. I'm talking about your current strength, not your peak strength 800 years ago. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu's expression froze. Even the Qing emperor didn't manage to get anything out of this. How can you deal with Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai's earlier appearance mean that he just returned? No, based on my understanding of him, he definitely didn't just come back. The infinite celestial capital must have made arrangements. If we don't escape now, we won't be able to, Guqin said solemnly. Humph, wait until I recover my cultivation. Then wait until you recover your cultivation before you try to put on airs. Something big is about to happen in the Sky Chess Pavilion. We can't mess up now. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu looked at Guqin curiously. Gu Hai is your adoptive father. Didn't you want to acknowledge him just now? My life was given to me by the pavilion master. Furthermore, I've already cut off all my emotions and desires. I'm only loyal to the pavilion master now. If you continue to talk about this topic, you'll only be laughed at in the Sky Chess Pavilion. Guqin sneered. Buzz. At this moment, countless rainbow-colored lights appeared in all directions. Advanced, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Feng Yu's expression changed. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in trouble. Guqin frowned. The infinite celestial capital. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had successfully advanced. Gu Hai didn't call for a court meeting. Instead, he quickly went to the upper study to look at the memorials. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike started to prepare their troops. In the past, the various dynasties and sects had invaded the Dahan. Now, they retaliated. They were righteous. The citizens, soldiers, and officials had all been suppressing their anger. At this moment, almost the entire country responded to Gu Hai's order and prepared to send troops everywhere. In the upper study, Gu Hai kept reading memorials. There was only one person in front of the desk, Montez. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have been in charge of monitoring the officials. Some have secretly surrendered, some have wavered, and some have already colluded with other dynasties and sects to destroy the Han dynasty. They've all been recorded. Some, like the King of Tianshan, have sworn to defend the Dahan with their lives. They've already been compiled into a book and are awaiting your Majesty's instructions. Montez said solemnly, the emperor of a dynasty is addressed as the emperor. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as your Majesty. Gu Hai stopped reading memorials and opened the list of names. Gu Hai looked through the names of the officials who had sworn to defend the Han dynasty with their lives. Solemnly, He placed them on the side of the desk. Although Gu Hai didn't say anything, Montez understood that this group of officials was about to rise up the ranks. In a country, there were many capable people, intelligent people, and eccentric people. However, the most important thing to the emperor was still the most loyal people. Not all positions required extremely intelligent people. Those positions that didn't require great intelligence were naturally best given to this group of loyal people. Montez didn't dare to report this list carelessly. This was because Montez knew that His Majesty had another secret system besides his monitoring system. There was no need to make His Majesty suspicious of him because of some small bribes from some officials. Gu Hai then looked at the list of officials who were wavering. This was the majority. I haven't been in court for 5 years. It's normal for them to waver, Gu Hai said calmly. He placed this list in another pile of memorials. Obviously, there was no reward or punishment. Gu Hai looked at the remaining list of officials. These are people who have already betrayed the dynasty. Some have colluded with foreign enemies, but haven't done anything yet. Some have already harmed the interests of the Dahan. There are even traitors who opened the border gates and exterminated the entire family of the city lord. Montez said respectfully, "Humph." Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai threw that list of names into a brazier at the side, and it immediately burned. Gu Hai didn't say anything, but Montez already understood. He bowed respectfully and didn't mention it again. Next, it was the matter of the embroidered uniform guards. Back then, I asked you to control Lu Yaqing and bring Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the boundless celestial capital. Am I right? Where is Lu Yaqing and Ao Shun? Gu Hai looked at Montez. Your Majesty, Lu Yaqing was taken away by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Crown Prince Ao Shun suddenly went into seclusion and is temporarily in Lu Yaqing. I don't know if he was discovered by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Montez said bitterly. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the Thousand Islands Sea's 9-5 Island. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island as a chess piece, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yaqing to make up for it. At that time, Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to call him. Montez explained. Chapter 738. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yaqing to fill the gap. Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to wake him up. Montez explained. Seclusion? He was seriously injured then. Gu Hai frowned. His injuries were not serious. When I woke up, I saw Crown Prince Ao Shun alone. He was the first to wake up, and he seemed to have woken up long before us. If I'm not wrong, he must have cried before. When I asked him, he didn't answer. He only told me before he went into seclusion that he would repay your Majesty when he came out. Montez explained. Gu Hai nodded. What about the Qin figurines? Gu Hai asked. After Sima Changkong, Long Aotian, and the others found out about the Qin figurines, the Dahan's Qin figurines might be in danger. Therefore, Mr. Mo decided to talk to Yun Mo for a while, revealing the secret that Yun Mo could create Qin figurines. He also announced to the world that he would auction them in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. As a result, although some of the Dahan's Qin figurines were taken away, some of the secret ones were kept. Yun Mo is now very popular. Montez said with a smile, the Qin figurines communication is no longer a big secret. Never mind. If it isn't, then it isn't. Since the previous network was destroyed, I'll just start over. Oh, right. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards just sent a message today. It's about the Sun Wukong that Your Majesty asked me to investigate, Montez said with a serious expression. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, it's the Sun Wukong that His Majesty condensed using a grand formation. After Sun Wukong escaped, he headed to the Holy Mountain in the west. I just received news that Sun Wukong has wreaked havoc in the Holy Mountain, Montez said with a strange expression. Montez still couldn't understand why Sun Wukong was looking for trouble with the present Buddha. And then Gu Hai looked at Montez. When Sun Wukong passed through the 500 Arhut formation and continued to charge in again, his original anger slowly subsided. No, it was said that Sun Wukong was completely stunned at that time. He felt like he had hit the wrong person. Later on, for some unknown reason, Sun Wukong was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha by the current Buddha. For the time being, we're staying in the Holy Mountain, Holy Land. Montez said, Victorious Fighting Buddha. A strange expression appeared on Gu Hai's face. Yes, some people said that Sun Wukong was not happy in the Holy Land of the Spirited Mountain. It was as if he was forced to be named the Victorious Fighting Buddha. I don't know the details, but for the time being, I know that Sun Wukong is in the Holy Mountain, Holy Land. There, Sun Wukong opened up a cave abode by himself. I think it's called Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave. Montez explained. Since you found him, it's good. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Montez revealed a puzzled expression. Why does Your Majesty care about that monkey? He had already run away and was disobedient. However, to Gu Hai, that monkey was extremely important, because if Gu Hai wanted to summon someone from Earth, he had to send Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong was unruly and did not listen to orders. However, Gu Hai had already greeted the Immortals on Earth. Those Immortals were very much looking forward to coming to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. If they were summoned, they would definitely be a great help. The prerequisite was to send Sun Wukong back to the immortal world on Earth. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike organized the army very quickly. On the third day, Gao Xianji led the first army to conquer a group of cities. Although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers like Gao Xianji, Mo Yike had recruited a large number of Yuanying state experts over the years. Mo Yike commanded, and Qin Zi led the troops. In 5 days, the army spread out in all directions. The citizens of the Dahan all knew that Gu Hai had returned and had advanced to the imperial dynasty. At this moment, the people were in high spirits, and the news quickly spread in all directions as if it had grown wings. The citizens of the 44 conquered cities quickly received the news. The emperor is back. Ha 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 ha, these sons of bitches. You want to increase our taxes? Increase taxes? Increase taxes as soon as you conquer a city. Let's see what you're going to do. The Han Dynasty? It's the Dahan Imperial Dynasty now. The Emperor? No, His Majesty will send people to rescue us soon. Everyone, remember, don't pay taxes. Don't pay taxes. We are citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, not your lousy Yehue Imperial Dynasty. When the Emperor is around, who dares to be impudent? Invading the Dahan while the Emperor is in seclusion is courting death. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had a unique charm when it was in power. The citizens naturally supported the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, the cities had just been conquered. How could they control them deeply? Gao Xianji's army arrived. In the blink of an eye, riots broke out in the cities to welcome Gao Xianji's army. Occasionally, there were troops who lost their city gates. However, under Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they broke through almost instantly. Fight! How could they fight? The strongest people defending the cities were only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Before the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they were nothing. In the blink of an eye, all the cities were conquered. It was too fast. Gao Xianji took less than half a day to retake each city. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers swept through. Only the cities that the great martial emperor dynasty conquered had heavenly palace experts. Unfortunately, they were not enough to deal with Gao Xianji. Soon, all the cities were conquered. As for Mo Yike, although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he left many hidden trump cards. Mo Yike split his army into many groups. When he arrived at the various cities, he actually had many spies in the cities. Working together, Mo Yike used even less time than Gao Xianji to retake many cities in the blink of an eye. In just 2 months, Mo Yike retook all 44 cities. Furthermore, he spent most of his time traveling. The horrifying speed made the people of the two dynasties and sects panic. The Dehan imperial dynasty's invasion this time was too ferocious. The Dehan imperial dynasty's people did not even have time to catch their breaths. It was too fast, practically sweeping through everything in its path. At this moment, Gao Xianji also worked hard, even using violence to curb violence. She wanted to complete Gu Hai's orders as soon as possible to atone for her past sins. Although Gu Hai did not blame Gao Xianji still felt very guilty. The more guilty she felt, the more she worked. The people of the two dynasties immediately suffered. Gao Xianji now held the absolute advantage. She no longer took cities one by one. Instead, she went straight for the root of the problem. She led 100,000 soldiers to descend the heavenly palaces and charge for the dynasty's capital. What did it mean to have 100,000 heavenly palace soldiers, especially from an ordinary dynasty? It was like when Ao Shun led the dragon race army to descend on 95 Island in the past. Gao Xianji was not like Ao Shun back then, getting carried away. However, she was much more clear-headed now. Even though she fought a dynasty, she did not let down her guard. The ruler of the dynasty gathered the power of luck. Her strength rose to the peak of the middle heavenly palace, or even higher. Gao Xianji was not a match. However, Gao Xianji could still hide. She used the strategy of advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the dynasty, Gao Xianji retreated. When the power of the nation was depleted, Gao Xianji sent out more troops. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the nation again, Gao Xianji immediately retreated. After going around in circles 5 times, Sovereign King Yi Hui could not take it anymore. It was not the sovereign who could not take it, but the citizens. The citizens just lent you their strength. Now, they just recovered their strength, and you want to lend them again? You are not doing anything. You just rested, and you want to lend them again? You just rested, and you want to lend them again? Do you think we are hens laying eggs? The citizens were in an uproar, and fewer people lent strength. After 5 times, the citizens nearly collapsed. However, Gao Xianji's army was brimming with energy. The army's advantage grew. Gao Xianji sent out troops with all her might. How could Mo Yike not do the same? Mo Yike had Qin Zibai, a peak middle heavenly palace expert, and countless subordinates. Mo Yike had planted countless spies in these sects back when he was in the Day-1 Imperial Dynasty. This time, the Dehan Imperial Dynasty advanced and attacked the 5 factions in the name of taking revenge, vowing to make an example out of them. The 4 factions sensed the danger, but no one came out to help. This was because everyone could see Gu Hai's determination. Similarly, they could not figure out Gu Hai for now. How much accumulations did the Dehan Imperial Dynasty have? Apart from these 2 armies, there was also the 500,000 demon god army. How powerful was this Gu Hai? Why did Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Shun flee? when they saw Gu Hai. Why did Long Outyen lose instantly when he had the zombie emperor? All kinds of thoughts led to this battle. There were no helpers. More importantly, Gao Xianji sent out troops too quickly. There was no time to react. Mo Yike's movements were very gentle, but each time he hit the 3 sects' weak spots. In just a month, he recruited a lesser sect without shedding a drop of blood. With the first, there was a second and a third. During this time, the providence above the infinite celestial capital kept pouring in. This morning, inside the soaring palace, Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest, looking down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully on both sides and kept reporting what was happening in various places. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. A huge surge of providence rushed over. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Reliance sect is willing to surrender to the Dahan imperial dynasty and submit. We ask for your majesty's permission. An official rushed into the soaring palace and reported joyfully. Boom! Another surge of providence gathered from the horizon. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Nightshine imperial dynasty has been destroyed. Sovereign King Nightshine has been beheaded. We ask for your majesty to send civil officials to assist in taking over the Nightshine imperial dynasty's major cities. The good news came. The entire court was silent. Permission granted. Gu Hai said in a low voice, "Yes. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan." Chen Tianshan immediately laughed excitedly. "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan." The officials also congratulated happily. They finally got their revenge. These imperial dynasties and lesser sects used to be so arrogant. In just a few months, they were all swallowed up by the Dahan imperial dynasty. His Majesty is wise. Now that His Majesty is back, everything is different. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai said with some satisfaction in his dignified voice, reporting to the Protector General Day 1 and the Protector General Day 1. "From now on, I allow the 2 marshals to start recording their contributions. If they make more contributions, they can enter the Book of Contributions. When they return, they will be rewarded together." Chun Tianshan suddenly looked up. Gu Hai's meaning was clear. At this moment, he finally forgave Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. He could record their contributions now. "Your Majesty is benevolent," Chun Tianshan said respectfully. This news quickly spread to the front lines. When Gao Xianji received Gu Hai's order, she laughed happily to the sky for a long time. Mo Yike finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 739. Attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties was extremely fast without any accidents. Most importantly, the other 4 powers didn't interfere, allowing Gao Xianji and Mo Yike to report back to the infinite celestial capital time and time again. The gap between imperial and sovereign dynasties was still huge. Imperial dynasties and sovereigns were all above the Middle Celestial Palace, and there was even a group of Middle Celestial Palace officials in the imperial court, just like Shiyu the Great in the past. If Shiyu the Great had interfered, the Dahan army would have been defeated again and again. Now, the 4 powers had just received news of Gu Hai's return, and were still unsure of the Han dynasty's situation. Moreover, the Heaven Realm was infamous. Now that he had returned, he would make an example out of anyone who interfered. The imperial dynasties and middle sects didn't get involved either. Although the Han dynasty had a huge lower celestial palace army, there weren't many peerless experts above that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into the infinite celestial capital by the 3 powers several months ago. Gao Xianji's method was to use violence to curb violence, and after a few exchanges, she killed the sovereign of the imperial court. Mo Yike's method was to use soft knives. If the sect masters of the sects chose to accept the amnesty, then so be it. If they didn't, then the spies Mo Yike planted in the past would sow dissension within the sect. The Reliance sect accepted the amnesty, and the Blue Cloud sect resisted with all their might. However, after Mo Yike's sowing dissension, they actually killed each other internally. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master even went crazy and slaughtered a group of elders. In the burning Xiang Valley, Mo Yike killed a batch of people, recruited another batch, and escaped. In a short half a year, the five powers were completely annihilated. Streams of fate continuously flowed into the infinite celestial capital. After destroying the three sects and two dynasties, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike immediately returned to the imperial court. As for the following matters, the two didn't need to do it personally. The other imperial courts and sects naturally had their own Dahan officials who wanted to perform. The two didn't need to do it, and they could also share some of the credit with others. Rumble. The destiny of the infinite celestial capital continued to increase. Soaring Palace Hall. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji returned. Country Protector Day 1 Marshal, First Army Commander Gao Xianji, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border, vanquishing the Yi Hui Sovereign King and the Yongzheng Sovereign King. He is hereby conferred the title of third-grade Country Protector of the Han Dynasty and rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. An attendant announced, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Xianji took a deep breath and smiled. Day 1, Grand Marshal of the Fourth Army, Mo Yike, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border. He has recruited the Reliance sect, annihilated the Blue Cloud sect, and destroyed Funxiang Valley. He is conferred the title of third-class Grand Duke of the Han Dynasty and is rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Mo Yike also said respectfully. A series of rewards were announced. Some of the officials who had contributed greatly in opening up the new territory were rewarded one by one. With the rewards, it meant that Gu Hai had forgiven the mistakes of the officials in the past. "Your Majesty, the Country Protector Duke and the Country Protector Duke have taken back many cities and opened up many new territories. Now, our Dahan Imperial Dynasty has reached 300 cities. Among all the imperial dynasties in the world, we are one of the top few," Qin Tianshan said with a smile. 300 cities? However, it is not peaceful. The people's hearts are not stable, and the country's prestige is not right. We need to appease the people and carry out good governance. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne and said after a moment of silence. "Yes." The officials nodded. "Qin Tianshan," Gu Hai said. "Yes, Your Majesty. From today onwards, you will be in charge of appeasing the people of the cities and supervising the implementation of good governance. Quickly let the people who have just entered the Dahan cities accept the Dahan Imperial Dynasty from the bottom of their hearts and turn their wandering hearts into hearts that are loyal to the Han. The hearts of the people are the will of the heavens. They cannot be scattered, suppressed, respected, and loved." Gu Hai instructed. "This official obeys." Qin Tianshan replied. "Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, is a conscientious man who serves the country and the people. In the past, he even helped to clear the grievances of the citizens of Mending Sky City and was conferred the title Li Qingtian by the people. Today, the embroidered uniform guards broke into his house, and a large number of his family members were captured and thrown into the embroidered uniform guards' prison. Those who resisted were all executed. Your Majesty, Lord Li has been wrongly accused. This subject will jointly impeach the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Meng Tai, for abusing his power and harming a loyal subject. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please punish Montez and let him face the music. This official agrees. This official agrees. Immediately, many officials stood up and criticized Montez of the embroidered uniform guards. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked at Montez through the beaded curtain of the flat imperial crown. Montez walked out. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have received news that the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, colluded with the Yongjing dynasty and had his son open the gates of Heaven-Mending City. They worked with the Yongjing dynasty and betrayed the country for glory. In the end, the Lord of Heaven-Mending City and his family were forced to die in the Lord's mansion. The embroidered uniform guards conducted a thorough investigation and entered the Li mansion. Lord Li resisted stubbornly and did not repent, resulting in a battle. This is the evidence of the crime. Your Majesty, please take a look. Montez respectfully took out a thick stack of documents. Let my beloved officials examine it, Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Montez held the documents and handed them to the officials who had just jumped out to impeach him. The officials took them blankly and looked at them carefully. At first, they thought that Montez had done it deliberately, but as they looked at them, they were shocked. The evidence was irrefutable. The officials broke out in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I was deceived by a villain and misunderstood, Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was deceived by a villain and almost misunderstood, Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me. All of a sudden, the crowd of officials changed sides and began to beg for forgiveness. Those who don't know are not guilty, Gu Hai said calmly. The officials immediately returned to their positions and were ashamed. Today was just the beginning. The bloody purge of the embroidered uniform guards had just begun. One by one, the officials were found to have colluded with foreign enemies and caused chaos in the imperial court. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, the impeachment memorials floated like snowflakes to the study. However, Montez had collected enough evidence this time and suppressed everything. The embroidered uniform guards were also completely covered by the evil reputation of the demon army. For a whole month, the officials of the Dahan felt that they were in danger. Fortunately, a month had passed, and everything was fine. The embroidered uniform guards no longer killed people. Gu Hai also needed a stable political environment. Everything in the Dahan imperial dynasty went back to normal. Now that it had just become an imperial dynasty, there were a lot of things to do. Fortunately, Gu Hai approved policies and decrees quickly. Decrees after decrees were passed down, allowing the Dahan imperial dynasty to quickly get on the right track. The officials also worked hard and did their best to pacify the 300 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty. During this time, the four powers also sent envoys to build good relations. Gu Hai also asked the Ministry of Rights to send envoys to other countries. For a time, the Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to be like a normal imperial dynasty, resting and building up strength. Until half a year later, a guest came to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guanzhou, the former 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion, once played chess with Gu Hai on 9-5 Island and helped Gu Hai. Later, he was invited by the Long Zhanghua to start the Thousand Sage Conference. The 9th young master was in charge of chess. The 9th young master came alone. Gu Hai was still quite friendly to him. They did not meet at the national ceremony, but instead held a family banquet, just Gu Hai and the 9th young master. A group of attendants was in charge of pouring wine and adding dishes. 9th young master, it has been a long time since we last met. What wind blew you here? Gu Hai smiled and raised his cup to toast. The ninth young master no longer had the arrogance of the past. Instead, he drank a cup of wine bitterly and said, "Congratulations to the ancient emperor. The Dahan imperial dynasty is flourishing." Guhai smiled and looked at the ninth young master, as if waiting for the ninth young master to continue. "Guqin is the son of the ancient emperor. Sigh, he should have been the one to come. However, he came with Feng Yu last time, which can be considered as having bad relations with the Dahan imperial dynasty. That is why I am the one running the errands," the ninth young master said with a bitter smile. "Bad relations? He is my son after all. There is no such thing as bad relations. However, I am rather puzzled about Guqin's current state. Is he Guqin?" Guhai stared at the ninth young master. The ninth young master nodded and said, "He is indeed Guqin. He has inherited the Pavilion Master's legacy and has the Pavilion Master's mark. No matter which of the 9 sons of Guanxi dies, their 3 souls will be transferred to the Sky Chess Pavilion, and their bodies will be reconstructed. He is Guqin. However, he no longer has his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master." "Oh, he is really Guqin?" Guhai's expression suddenly changed. "Yes, not only Guqin, but the Qing Emperor is also the same. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Therefore, it is normal for Guqin to have some unusual offending. The Sky Chess Pavilion revived him. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master," the 9th young master explained. "He is only loyal to Old Man Guanxi. His 7 emotions and 6 desires are gone. His past feelings are gone. Is there a way to recover?" Guhai asked worriedly. "No. Perhaps the Pavilion Master knows. However, there is nothing I can do," the 9th young master said with a bitter smile. Guhai's expression changed. After a while, he sighed softly and bowed to the 9th young master. "Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. You will find out about this sooner or later. I am just telling you in advance," the 9th young master said as he shook his head. "I wonder why the 9th young master is here?" Guhai asked curiously again. The 9th young master flipped his hand and took out an invitation card. He passed it to Guhai. "This is—" Guhai took it curiously. The invitation card was half black and half white. On the white side, the words "Resurrection Conference" were written in large letters. "Revival Conference." Guhai's expression changed. 1 year later, the Pavilion Master will be revived. The ancient emperor is invited to the Thousand Islands Sea to attend the ceremony, the 9th young master said, solemnly. 1 year later, Old Man Guanxi will be revived. Revival Conference. Wasn't Old Man Guanxi killed by the Immortal of the 6 Paths? Guhai suddenly raised an eyebrow. The Pavilion Master has his own means to revive. Therefore, he has invited the leaders of the 2 sacred grounds, the 2 celestial dynasties, and some extremely powerful experts, such as the ancient emperor, the 9th young master said with a smile. "Oh, 1 year later, Old Man Guanxi reminded us early. Isn't he afraid that someone will come and ruin it?" Guhai frowned. If someone came with good intentions to attend the ceremony, it wouldn't matter. However, if someone came with bad intentions and ruined the revival process, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If it were him, he would definitely carry it out quietly. Why announce it to the world? The Pavilion Master's revival this time isn't as simple as that. He will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. The 9th young master explained. "What did you say? Heavenly souls?" Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, the Pavilion Master failed in the heavenly battle and died. No, the Pavilion Master planned his entire life and always had a backup plan. Back then, the Pavilion Master fought the heavenly battle to retrieve the heavenly soul of his wife, Murong Yen. In the end, even though he had failed and died, the cabinet leader had done it on purpose. He had gone to the place where the heavenly spirits were, and had gone to look for Murong Yan's heavenly spirit. He had probably found it. This time, he had not only brought back Murong Yen, but also all the heavenly spirits who had died in the past 800 years. All the major powers have people who can be revived, right? Family, friends, and heavenly souls will follow the pavilion master back to the Thousand Islands Sea. Therefore, no one will ruin it. Instead, they will stand guard for the pavilion master and await his return. The ninth young master explained, heavenly souls, heavenly souls. Doesn't that mean? Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he was overjoyed. Chen Xian'er, he was most worried about the heavenly souls. Now, they were going to return. Chapter 740, Chen Xian'er's heavenly soul. A glint flashed across Gu Hai's eyes. Ancient Emperor, you have a close relative who died before you, right? Chen Xian'er? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. He looked coldly at the ninth young master. Although the ancient emperor was very careful in hiding this, did he forget? Your son, Guqin, knows about this, and it's no secret to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Perhaps Chen Xian'er's heavenly soul will be a weakness that the Sky Chess Pavilion can use against the ancient emperor? The ninth young master said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Guqin leaked the information? Guqin was the one who knew the most about him. Chen Xian'er? Guqin would use Chen Xian'er's heavenly soul to threaten him? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the ninth young master. Ninth young master, why are you telling me this? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm here to ask the ancient emperor for a favor. Oh, Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master. Back at 9-5 Island, did the ancient emperor owe me a favor? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. That's right. During the internal strife in Elite Hall, the ninth young master did help me once. Gu Hai will remember this favor in his heart. Gu Hai nodded. All right then. I hope I'm not wrong this time. The ninth young master sighed. Ninth young master, please speak. Gu Hai said, solemnly, Ancient Emperor, do you remember that I was willing to pass on all the legacies of the Pavilion Master to you, as long as you were my substitute? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. It has something to do with Old Man Guanxi's revival? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Ninth young master took a deep breath and sighed slightly before nodding. I'd like to hear the details. Guanxi's 9 sons. Hey, you put it nicely. They are the 9 personal disciples of Old Man Guanxi. We are waiting for the legacy of Old Man Guanxi. Others may seem impressive, but we are just a shell of Old Man Guanxi. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. Oh, Old Man Guanxi's revival is to choose one of the 9 of you for possession? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The 9th young master nodded. That's right. Possession? Ha! We have accepted Old Man Guanxi's legacy. After cultivating that legacy, it is only to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi for possession. The 9 of us will be molded into spirit vessels for Old Man Guanxi. He will then choose one of us for possession. So, although you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons, you don't want this identity? You have received Old Man Guanxi's legacy, but you are afraid of Old Man Guanxi? If that's the case, why? Gu Hai frowned. It's useless. Once I accept the legacy, I can't stop. Besides, Old Man Guanxi's subordinates are also watching me. I have to do as he says. The 9th young master sighed softly. That's why you want to find a substitute. Let him learn everything you know and cultivate his physical body to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi. In the future, You can push him to Old Man Guanxi. Give up on possessing you and use your substitute, Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, but it's a pity that it won't work. I understand now. Everyone who is chosen is destined. Ha! I have his imprint in my body. It's useless. The ninth young master laughed bitterly. Then you want me to? Please help me, ancient emperor, the ninth young master said solemnly. Help. Gu Hai looked doubtfully at the ninth young master. That's right. I don't ask for much. I just want the ancient emperor to help me to the best of his ability during the revival assembly and not let me be chosen, the ninth young master said solemnly. Why me? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Because I only trust the ancient emperor now, the ninth young master pleaded. Looking at the ninth young master, Gu Hai nodded. I'll do my best. Gu Hai's reply delighted the ninth young master. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Many thanks to the ancient emperor. Ninth young master, you don't have to thank me. You helped me before. It's only natural that I help you. Besides, you brought me such important news. Gu Hai shook his head. News? What other news does the ancient emperor need? Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know, the ninth young master said solemnly. The banquet lasted an entire night. The two also chatted throughout the night. Throughout the night, Gu Hai and the ninth young master asked many questions and learned many things. 1 year? There wasn't much time left. At that time, the two celestial dynasties, the two holy lands, and the absolute experts of the world would all head to the Thousand Islands Sea to participate in the revival assembly. As for Gu Hai's cultivation, although he wasn't the best, he had shone brightly in the heaven domain in the past. An exception was made for him to be invited. After chatting for an entire night, the ninth young master didn't dare to stay in the limitless celestial capital for long. He left in a hurry the next day. The Sky Chess Pavilion had appeared. No one would have expected that Old Man Guanxi had made many arrangements back then. There were even some secret forces that had been monitoring the divine continent. Now, Old Man Guanxi's eyes and ears were everywhere. The ninth young master's trip was also under surveillance. Before the ninth young master left, he left a scroll for Gu Hai. After the ninth young master left, Gu Hai opened it slowly. There was a picture on the scroll. On the leftmost row, there were 9 big words, 32 heavens, and Earth chess game. When the chess game was opened, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. During the Thousand Sage assembly, he had battled a group of chess sages. Although Gu Hai's chess skill had reached the level of 32, it was still not enough. In the end, he didn't know the complete 32 heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai studied it carefully. Looking at the chess game, Gu Hai suddenly seemed to see the chess pieces moving quickly. Gu Hai seemed to see thousands of troops and horses in the chess game. What a powerful chess game! No wonder the ninth young master said that he didn't have the ability to understand it. Even Guanxi's 9 pieces couldn't understand it. If it wasn't for my chess skill being close to it, I would have been dazzled. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Pa! Gu Hai closed the chess game. He carefully put it away. Gu Hai walked to a place in the palace. At this moment, Mosquito Dowren was sitting in the pavilion, seemingly reading a book. However, the book was held upside down. Mr. Mosquito Dowren, what do you think of the revival assembly? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dowren with a smile. Mosquito Dowren pretended to have just seen Gu Hai and said, Ah, Mr. Good, when did you come? What did you just say? I don't understand. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Earlier, when I was talking to the ninth young master, I saw a mosquito lying on the ninth young master's collar. Huh. Mosquito Doran's expression froze, and he smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Mosquito Dowren, what do you think of the revival assembly? I don't know much about Old Man Guanxi. Do you know what his goal is? Gu Hai said solemnly. Daoist one remained silent for a while before replying. In the past, there were 4 great sects in the world: Solar Divine Palace, the 10,000 lifespan Taoist sect, the Spiritual Mountains Holy Land, and the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Go Pavilion was the only place where I suffered a loss. Oh, that old man Guanxi is extremely difficult to deal with. He knows how to calculate. In the past, when I was near the Sky Chess Pavilion, old man Guanxi would strangely be able to wait for me at my destination in advance. I have never fought with him, but in front of him, it was as if I was naked. Even if I avoided him, he would know instantly if he wanted to find me. It was as if he knew everything about me, like the back of his hand. No, it was as if he knew everything about everyone. He knew everything that he wanted to know. Sometimes, I feel that he is even scarier than the Immortal of 6 Paths. Mosquito Darren said with a bitter smile. Old man Guanxi? Calculate? Guhai was puzzled. That's right. Old Mr. Guanxi's Go Dao is impressive. And so are you. Can the Go Dao be divined? Can you calculate the past and the future? Mosquito Darren asked curiously. No. Guhai frowned. I don't want to go to the resurrection conference. Old man Guanxi is too strange. You have to be careful. Last time, he even tricked the Immortal of 6 Paths. Everyone around him is his chess piece. Mosquito Darren said with a frown. It can't be that bad, right? Guhai frowned. If Long Zhanghua and Old Man Guanxi are together, I would rather offend the Long Zhanghua than the Guanxi. Mosquito Darren immediately shook his head. Guhai fell silent. Was Mosquito Darren so afraid of Old Man Guanxi? Very well, since you don't want to participate, I won't invite you. I just want to ask you one thing. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Mosquito Darren said with a puzzled expression. There's still 1 more year to go. I have a feeling that the Resurrection Conference won't be that simple. Moreover, I have to steal something from Old Man Guanxi, so I have to prepare. Guhai said solemnly. Steal something from Old Man Guanxi? You really dare? Mosquito Darren said with a stiff expression. I have to leave the limitless celestial capital for a while. If there are experts coming to attack the limitless celestial capital, please help me repel them, Guhai said in a low voice. That's the second thing. Mosquito Darren's eyes lit up. That's right. The second thing is within your ability, right? Guhai said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. I'll stay here until the Resurrection Conference. I won't leave. Mosquito Darren said excitedly. It was within his ability. That was too easy. Please. Guhai nodded. At the limitless celestial capital, Guhai called over Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike and gave them some instructions. This time, Chen Tianshan would continue to supervise the nation. However, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike also had the right to make suggestions. Some matters that did not affect the nation's foundation could be decided by the 3 of them. Although everyone was confused about why Guhai was going out, they did not ask. Guhai took out a copy of the 32-line pair World Go puzzle and handed it to Mo Yike. Then, he gave some instructions during the court assembly and set off. The flying ship carried Guhai out of the limitless celestial capital. A group of vampires stood on the flying ship. The leader, Chongming, looked at Guhai and asked, Your Majesty, where are we going? Go to the Silver Moon Sea first and save Shangguanhen, Guhai said, solemnly. Yes, whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew to the Silver Moon Sea. Dahan's national beast, Shangguanhen, the prime of the Xuanwu race, had been trapped in the Silver Moon Sea for some time already. Previously, he did not have the ability. Now that he had, he naturally had to rescue Shangguanhen immediately. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had just learned about Shangguan Hen's situation from the ninth young master. He knew his enemy as well as himself. After giving directions, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation alone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out the 32-line pair world Go puzzle and carefully studied it. Chapter 741, The 32 Heavens, an Earth Chess Game. The Go game was incredibly complex. During the Thousand Sage Conference, Gu Hai's Go skills had already reached 32. However, that was only the beginning. The Go Dao was not like other cultivation. The Go Dao required opponents. One's potential was unlimited. The Go Dao required a continuous stream of strong opponents to hone one's Go skills. Gu Hai's opponent was Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi's Go game started from 28 to 29, 30, 31, and 32. It was a progressive process, which allowed Gu Hai to see opponents of different Go skills. Gu Hai had now reached 32. However, he had just entered. Now that he had completed the Go game, Gu Hai's Go skills could break through again. The complete 32 was indeed extensive and profound. Gu Hai kept breaking down the Go game in his mind and simulating the game. For a moment, his mind was immersed in it. The 400 Go souls in his forehead were also continuously comprehending. Gradually, they seemed to have gained something. Suddenly, the Go board under him merged into 4. Clap! The 4 Go boards merged into a huge Go board. The 4 Go souls merged into 1. Immediately, the Go board became more condensed. Smack! 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 The other Go boards also continued to merge faster and faster. In just 7 days, boom! All the chessboards were successfully merged, forming 100 chessboards that were 4 by 4. There were only 100 chess souls left. As he watched, another 5 days passed. This position shouldn't be like this, right? Gu Hai suddenly looked at a position on the 32 Go board. Buzz. Gu Hai shivered. He seemed to wake up. Old Man Guanxi filled in the wrong pieces. No, he didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't change anything wrong. The way he played was his style, and the way I played was mine. In the past, I imitated his Go skills, but I did not lose my style. I have my own path. 32? This can only be used as a reference. It is my opponent, not my imitation. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Just as Gu Hai came to a realization, a voice rang out. Ka! A large Go board suddenly shrank in Xiao Chen's forehead. After removing some unnecessary parts, it slowly turned into a small Go board with 19 lines. The chessboard had shrunk, but it was more complicated. Ka. One chessboard after another appeared. Soon, there were 100 large chessboards. It was as if Gu Hai had a sudden epiphany. In just 5 days, there were 100 small chessboards. A hazy white gas slowly spread out from the 100 chess souls. Gu Hai's Go skills improved again. After digesting the 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, although Gu Hai's chess skills differed from Old Man Guanxi's, his chess skills had truly reached the level of 32. Zhou Tian 7? Ha! The cycle saber technique continuously improved. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only last until Zhou Tian 5. Even Zhou Tian 6 is extremely harmful to my body. How unfortunate! Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. The cycle saber technique was based on Gu Hai's Go skills. Now, his Go skills improved again. Unfortunately, he could not execute them. Never mind. An increase in Go skills is a good thing. The 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, he already grasped all of it. Old Man Guanxi's Go skills are really incredible. However, I wonder how he honed his Go skills. One needs an opponent to improve their Go Dao. Does he have an opponent? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. However, he could not figure it out. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai still could not figure it out. However, he flipped his hand and took out another map. In the past, my ghost skills were not good enough. Comprehending more would hurt my mind. Now it is about time. Gu Hai carefully unfurled that map. It was a map. A sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea. 1,000 islands were clearly and accurately arranged on this sea map. To others, this was just an ordinary map. However, to Gu Hai, these islands seemed to be moving. This map contained the fury of thunder. Boundless lightning, storms, and tsunamis rampaged in this map. The 33 horizontal world ritual array. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea was an unfinished game of Go between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths back then. Just as Gu Hai was about to delve into it, the sea map suddenly changed. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Silver Moon Sea. Chong Ming's voice came from outside the hall. Gu Hai looked at the sea map in his hand before carefully putting it away. Then he stepped out of the hall. The flying ship flew very high through the clouds. One could see a vast sea region before them. However, at this moment, large amounts of clouds floated in the sea region, making it look extremely hazy. Prime Shangguan Hen is on that island in the center. Your Majesty, do we need to fly over? Chong Ming asked. Fly over? What you see is fake. This is the 32 horizontal world ritual array. No, it's just a simplified version. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 32 horizontal world ritual array. Chong Ming's expression changed. That's right. It's just an illusion. Follow my instructions. Fly the flying ship inwards. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the vampires answered. The flying ship circled around the clouds and began to fly. After circling around an area, boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, torrential rain fell, and tsunamis soared into the sky. The Silver Moon Sea in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. Your Majesty, did we trigger the formation? Have we been discovered? Chong Ming asked worriedly. It's just an illusion. Continue flying and follow my instructions. Gu Hai pointed in another direction. Whoosh! The flying ship flew over. Suddenly, the torrential rain disappeared. The sky was clear, and then snow began to fall. Is it really an illusion? Chong Ming said in shock. 32? It can already form its own world. Be careful. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The flying ship flew slowly. Silver Moon Island. Shangguan Hen sat in a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard was a turtle-shaped barrier. Inside, a large number of Xuanwu were continuously activating the turtle-shaped barrier. Outside, a group of black-robed people and Xuanwu were standing. They seemed to be destroying the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangguan Hen, open the barrier and follow me to the Sky Chess Pavilion, a cold voice shouted from outside. It was Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. She looked at the turtle-shaped barrier with a gloomy expression. A group of black-robed people from the Sky Chess Pavilion followed behind Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. There was also a large number of Xuanwu. They seemed to be trying to break the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangguan Hen sat in the small courtyard. Miao Chun and the other upright elders of the Xuanwu clan were beside him, looking worried. I am living quite well in Silver Moon Island. I don't want to leave. You can go. I will stay here. Shangguan Hen said indifferently. You are waiting for Gu Hai, right? Gu Hai will not come. The Dahan imperial dynasty has just been established. There are many things that have not been dealt with. Why would he come? Furthermore, the Xuanwu you sent have already submitted to me. They will only tell Gu Hai that you are fine and that he does not need to come. Gu Hai will not come. Supreme Martial Artist Feng, you said with a cold smile. Sky Chess Pavilion's 10th Elder. Back then, the Xuanwu clan did everything they could for Old Man Guanxi. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a prime and nearly extinguish the divine flame of the Xuanwu god. Now, your Sky Chess Pavilion wants to repay kindness with enmity? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Outside, a black-robed man beside Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu sighed softly and said, Shangguan Hen, you are mistaken. We will not harm you. We just want to invite you to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The pavilion master instructed us to do so 800 years ago. It will only benefit you. Old Man Guanxi instructed us to do so. Instructed us to do what? Shangguan Hen said coldly. He instructed us to invite Xuanwu God into the Sky Chess Pavilion before reviving the Prime Minister. He instructed us to help the current Prime recover his peak cultivation 800 years ago, the 10th Elder said. What if I am unwilling? Shangguan Hen said coldly. It is up to you whether you are willing or not. However, this is the pavilion master's instruction. Sorry for offending you, the 10th Elder said in a low voice. Shangguan Hen looked depressed. Supreme Feng Yu, are you stupid or crazy? Can't you see that going to the Sky Chess Pavilion will be the end result? End result? You are the stupid one, Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu clan and the Sky Chess Pavilion have already been bound together. This was confirmed 800 years ago. This time, you and I will be able to reach our peak cultivation 800 years ago. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Come with me. If you don't, my cultivation will be limited, Supreme Feng Yu said in a low voice. Go to the Sky Chess Pavilion, recover your peak, and fight against the Immortal of the Six Paths? You may want to die, but I don't, Shangguan Hen said coldly. Humph. You think you are all grown up? You reached the Heavenly Palace today, thanks to me. Now, you want to use the profound tortoise ritual array to block us. Shangguan Hen, today, you have to go, even if you don't want to. Even if I have to break your profound tortoise ritual array, I will bring you there. Supreme Feng, you said with a glare. Shangguan Hen's face sank. Also, the 10th Elder has already laid a ritual array in the Silver Moon Ocean, isolating it from the outside world. This Silver Moon Ocean has already become a world of its own. You can forget about asking for help. Today, you have to go, even if you don't want to. Continue breaking it. The profound tortoise ritual array has a flaw. Only I know about it. I will break it later. Supreme Feng, you said. Yes. Boom. The Xuanwu clan immediately attacked the profound tortoise ritual array with all its might, breaking the exterior and repairing the interior. Shangguan Hen's expression turned sullen. Supreme, we can't spread the news. The zither figurines are isolated, Miaochen said worriedly. Break. Supreme Feng, you suddenly tapped the profound tortoise ritual array. Boom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the profound tortoise ritual array's barrier, and the crack slowly grew bigger. 10 days. This profound tortoise ritual array can last for 10 days at most. Let's see if you still want to go with me. Supreme Feng Yu said coldly. The 10th Elder looked at Supreme Feng Yu and said, This Shangguan Hen has always been disobedient. Why don't we rebuild his physical body like Guqin's when we reach the Sky Chess Pavilion, so that he will only be loyal to you? That's good. We will leave in 10 days. Supreme Feng, you said with a cold smile. The group of experts was destroying the profound tortoise ritual array, but they didn't notice that Gu Hai's flying ship had already stopped in the sky above them. Gu Hai stood on the flying ship and coldly looked at everything below. What a coincidence. In 10 days, Shangguan Hen will be in trouble. Gu Hai said coldly. Your Majesty, why can we see and hear them, but they can't see or hear us? Chongming asked in surprise. That 10th Elder only knows a little about the 32 great formations. He only knows how to set them up, but he doesn't know how to use them. Naturally, he can't see us, Gu Hai said indifferently. Your Majesty's ghost skills are admirable. Changming nodded and praised. Chapter 742. Gu Hai was not far from Supreme Fengyu and the 10th Elder. However, the two of them could not find Gu Hai. It was as if Gu Hai was standing in another time and space. Your Majesty, they can't see us. If I attack them from behind, it will definitely be effective. Changming's eyes turned cold. Changming was now at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace, and he had the Chaos Pearl. If he attacked from behind, even if Supreme Fengyu did not die, she would be seriously injured. It's not that easy. The 32 great arrays form a world of their own. They can't see us because it's an illusion. When we get too close, they will definitely sense danger. Gu Hai shook his head, but it will still be useful. Changming frowned. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept up in the void around them, blowing a large amount of fog. What's wrong? Supreme Fengyu frowned and looked around. However, apart from this sudden fog, there was nothing else. Maybe it's because of that magic treasure. It's okay, continue. The 10th Elder shook his head. Will it work if you use that magic treasure to set up the 32 heavens and earth great array? Will something happen? Supreme Fengyu asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. Nothing has happened. Besides, everything here is under our control. What are you afraid of? Continuing to break the great array is the key. The 10th Elder said in a low voice. Okay. Supreme Fengyu nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people was quickly attacking the boundary of the great array. However, Gu Hai led Changming off the flying ship. Suddenly, he circled around everyone and flew to the other side of the black tortoise ritual array. Gu Hai and Changming were wrapped in white fog, but at this moment the 10th Elder and the others seemed to be blind and could not see at all. After Gu Hai settled down, Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation suddenly opened their eyes wide. As Supreme, that is, Elder Miao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Silence! Shangguan Hen glared at him and shouted. All around, all the Xuanwu who were about to scream immediately covered their mouths. How? How is this possible? Was that Gu Hai? Why didn't Supreme Fengyu and the others see it? Shangguan Hen's face also darkened. Was it true? Silence? Shangguan Hen, is it useful for you to keep quiet now? Ha 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 ha. In the outside world, Supreme Being Fengyu laughed coldly. Humph, I'm not going to argue with you. From now on, no matter what the people outside say, or how they provoke us, all Xuanwu are not allowed to speak. Shut up and let them slowly break the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Humph. Shangguan Hen snorted coldly. Yes. All the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation answered. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He looked at Gu Hai, then at Supreme Fengyu and the others not far away. Supreme Feng, you really did not see Gu Hai. Was that really Gu Hai? Shangguan Hen stepped to the edge of the formation. When Gu Hai saw Shangguan Hen, he smiled faintly. This smile caused Shangguan Hen's face to stiffen. This was because Shanghai Hen had confirmed from Gu Hai's eyes that it was really Gu Hai. But outside the formation, Gu Hai stretched out his hand and drew in the air. It condensed into 3 large red words of magic. Follow yours truly. The moment the 3 big words appeared, Shangguan Hen's face lit up, and he nodded his head. Gu Hai drew in the air once more. Yours truly has already activated the formation to create an illusion. From this position, they will not be able to see you guys. The moment the words appeared, Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head immediately. But all he saw was Shangguan Hen stretching out his finger and drawing a line on the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Hum! Suddenly, a crack appeared. With a call, Shangguan Hen led the group of Xuanwu out in a single file. Under the lead of Changming, countless Xuanwu followed a peculiar path and flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Soon, all of the Xuanwu had boarded the flying ship. Hum! The crack closed again. Gu Hai led Shangguan Hen and slowly flew away from Silver Moon Island. While flying away, Shangguan Hen looked down. Shangguan Hen, do you think you can do it just by not talking? Ha 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 ha, I can already feel that your Xuanwu tortoise formation is weakening. Are all of you out of energy? Previously, it would take 10 days. Now 3 days. I can break your Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days. Supremacy Foam, you suddenly laughed heartily. Shangguan Hen was speechless. On the flying ship, not far away, 3,000 Xuanwu. We came out just like that. Why couldn't they see us? Go, fly in the direction I pointed. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. 3,000 Xuanwu still didn't dare to speak. The flying ship flew quickly. Soon, they circled around and flew out of the 32 great formations surrounded by clouds. Is this a case of being too smart for your own good? The 10th elder used a Dharma treasure to set up a formation, but he wasn't good at formations. Instead, he was used by His Majesty. Ha 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 ha, how satisfying. I wonder how they will feel when they break the Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days and see that there is nothing inside. Ha 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 ha. When the Xuanwu elders who followed Shangguan Hen understood the situation, they immediately laughed heartily. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." 3,000 Xuanwu's expression turned solemn. He followed Shangguan Hen and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Mr. Shangguan, I have let you suffer all these years." Gu Hai smiled as he helped Shangguan Hen to his feet. Shangguan Hen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. In the past, in order to protect Gu Hai, he threatened to commit suicide to threaten Supremacy Fengyu. Wronged? Not really. When I was in the Silver Moon Sea, my cultivation went straight to the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that I am not on the same side as Supremacy Fengyu. Shangguan Hen smiled. Thank you for your persistence, Mr. Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly bowed. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. The Xuanwu clan still needs Your Majesty to save us in the future. There is no point in thanking you, Shangguan Hen said with a smile. That's right. Mr. Shangguan won't let the Dahan down. The Dahan will do his best to assist Supremacy Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly said. Shangguan Hen nodded. He lowered his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea that was gradually disappearing. He sighed. Old man Guanxi really has a big plan. He started 800 years ago. Being destroyed by the heavens was only the first step of his plan. I have never seen Old Man Guanxi before, so I don't dare to accompany him in his madness. That is why I am not willing to accept the gift from the Sky Chess Pavilion. Your Majesty once told me that there is no free lunch in this world. Old Man Guanxi, helped me to reach the peak of my cultivation, and he did everything for free? I don't believe it, and I don't dare to go. We still have to go to the resurrection ceremony. Gu Hai said. Shangguan Hen frowned slightly and nodded. I heard that the limitless celestial capital was attacked from 3 sides a year ago. We were guarded by the Sky Chess Pavilion in the Silver Moon Sea, so we couldn't go. We could only inform the world. I don't know, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Because of your news, I was able to rush back to the limitless celestial capital as quickly as possible. There was no delay at all. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Unfortunately, I couldn't help at that time. Shangguan Hen said regretfully. What are the cultivation levels of your Xuanwu? Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 Xuanwu. 6 middle celestial palaces. Among them, Elder Miao Chun has already recovered to the peak of the middle celestial palace. In another year, he will be able to recover to the upper celestial palace level. Shangguan Hen looked at the group of Xuanwu. The Xuanwu clan's residence in the limitless celestial capital is still there. Why don't Elder Miao take the 3,000 Xuanwu back to the limitless celestial capital first, and summon all the Xuanwu who are loyal to you back? Gu Hai arranged. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. He guessed that Gu Hai had a plan. He nodded and said, "Okay." Shangguan Hen turned to Miao Chun and said, "Elder Miao, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I have something to do with His Majesty. You will immediately take the Xuanwu clan and head to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. If you need anything, do your best to help." "Yes," Miao Chun answered. Gu Hai took out a flying boat and gave it to Miao Chun. The group of Xuanwu clan members boarded the flying boat and quickly headed for the limitless celestial capital. After sending the 3,000 Xuanwu clan members away, Gu Hai looked at Chongming and said, "Blood-robed guards, aside from you, the others should go back to their positions as well." Chongming's expression changed, and he nodded. Then, he gave the order to the group of vampires. The group of vampires instantly flew off in all directions, quickly leaving. Only Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and Chongming remained on the flying boat. "Your Majesty, do you have any plans? Just the two of us?" Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. Although Chongming had been poisoned by Shangguan Hen in the past, Shangguan Hen knew about Chongming's capabilities. Furthermore, Shangguan Hen also knew that Chongming had consumed the Bat Ancestor, and now commanded all the vampires in the world. Shangguan Hen's strength could not be underestimated. The three of them were the strongest. What did His Majesty want to do? Gu Hai took out the invitation card. "Revival Assembly? Isn't there still a year?" Shangguan Hen asked doubtfully. "Yes, there's still a year. However, in a year, I will be heading to the 1,000 Islands Sea for the assembly. Although the Dahan Imperial Dynasty can suppress the evildoers everywhere, it is still a relatively weak imperial dynasty. It has yet to reach the peak of the imperial dynasties. Furthermore, there is still the Celestial Empire, the Holy Land, and even Old Man Guanxi's Sky Chess Pavilion." Gu Hai said, solemnly. The two of them listened to Gu Hai in silence. "I have a feeling that the revival assembly in a year's time will definitely not be that simple. Old Man Guanxi might have set up a new deadlock. In a year's time, the Dahan will have to face the strongest group of people in the world. Therefore, in this year, I need the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to become strong enough to survive this revival assembly." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Shangguan Hen's expression changed. "Recruit soldiers and buy horses." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Recruit soldiers and buy horses? What does Your Majesty want to do?" Shangguan Hen asked doubtfully. "First, rescue Ao Shun. Then, enter the Holy Land of the Western Holy Mountain and capture the victorious Fighting Buddha." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Huh, yes." The two of them answered. "This operation needs to be fast. Therefore, quality is more important than quantity. From now on, the three of us will move as fast as we can." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Yes." The two of them answered. Gu Hai took out a black robe and put it on himself. Chongming and Shangguan Hen followed suit and put on a black robe. The flying ship's speed is only the same as when we descend from the Celestial Palace. It's too slow. Let's go. Gu Hai put away the flying ship. The three black-robed men, led by Gu Hai, instantly turned into 3 streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 743. In the Thousand Islands Sea, where 95 Island used to be, 95 Island flew away and turned into the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, another huge island landed. This time, it was Solar Divine Hall's Lu Yaching. Without the fiends guarding it, Lu Yaching settled in the Thousand Islands Sea. Everything appeared extremely peaceful. At the center of the island, the former deity palace changed its name to Ao Shun Palace. A group of guards patrolled the surroundings, respectfully guarding this place. In Ao Shun Palace, Ao Shun had already woken up from closed-door cultivation. At this moment, he acted like the master of this place, receiving a guest. It was a golden-robed man. Ao Shun sat on a chair in the center of the hall as some guards served him fragrant tea. After taking a sip of tea, Ao Shun looked at the man before him with narrowed eyes. Sure, Jinzi, you are really capable. I am temporarily residing in the Thousand Islands Sea, but you managed to find me. The golden-robed man smiled faintly and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun's name resounds throughout the world. It is not difficult for him to find you. Back then, when you last showed yourself to Lu Yaching, I heard that Lu Yaching was filling in the Thousand Islands Sea, so I followed him here. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Ao Shun is really here. Ao Shun looked at Shurjinzi coldly and said, You are looking for me? You want me to go and conquer your Western Sea? If not for Imperial Father's order to spare your life in the previous battle, would you still be standing before me today? In the past, my Western Sea Dragon race had some misunderstandings with Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, Shurjinzi explained, Wait, Western Sea Dragon race? It is the Western Sea Flood Dragon race, not the Western Sea Dragon race. Ao Shun said, However, we have already turned into the dragon race. Shurjinzi argued, Dragon? I admit that you have all transformed into dragons, but please don't insult the name of the West Sea Dragon clan. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon clan was exterminated, but that doesn't mean that you can replace them. Ao Shun said solemnly. Shurjinzi's expression turned sullen, but he remained calm. All right, tell me, West Sea Flood Dragon King, why are you here? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ao Shun, the Lord is the Dragon King. Shurjinzi refused to back down. Ao Shun revealed a cold smile. Don't talk nonsense. What did Sakura ask you to do? Doesn't he hate to see me? My lord has sent me here to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun to the west and reopen the Dragon Palace. Solemnly, Shurjinzi said, Reopen the Dragon Palace? The West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, Crown Prince Ao Shun, please enter the West Sea and reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace. Oh, what does D. Shurtian want to do? You want me to preside over the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun asked in puzzlement. Crown Prince Ao Shun may have misunderstood. It is my lord who is reopening the West Sea Dragon Palace, not Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun is only assisting. Shurjinzi explained. Ao Shun's pupils suddenly shrank. D. Shurtian, how dare you? Do you really think that he can reopen the Dragon Palace just because he joined the Spiritual Mountain and was conferred as the leader of the demigods and semi-devils? Does he really think that he is the Dragon King of the West Sea? Ao Shun's face suddenly turned cold. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you can't say that. The West Sea Dragon race has been annihilated. So what if my lord reopens the West Sea Dragon Palace? Shurjinzi said in a deep voice. 800,000 years ago, the dragon palaces of the four seas all had the surname Ao. You know why? Ao Shun said coldly. Dragon God. Shenzhi looked at Ao Shun. It's good that you know. Ao Shun said coldly. The dragon gods of the four seas were all formed by my Ao clan's ancestors. They were the ancestors of the dragon race. Only my Ao clan can open the dragon palace. It is my Ao clan's ancestral property. Only my Ao clan can inherit the dragon god. Dishur Tian, a wild dragon dares to open the dragon palace, invite the dragon race in the world, declare himself as the overlord of the dragon race. What a joke! Shenzhi was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Ao Tianhuang is dead. The dragon god must have been killed by the Immortal of Six Paths, right? Now that the dragon race has no leader, why can't it be my lord? Furthermore, how do you know that my lord has not formed a dragon god? Ao Shun suddenly looked at Shenzhi coldly. It has been 800,000 years. Not only your Ao clan, my lord has also formed a new dragon god. Why is he not qualified to command the dragon race in the world? Once the West Sea Dragon Palace opens, the dragon race in the world will be invited. Furthermore, my lord has formed an alliance with the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, with the sacred ground support. Who dares to touch us? Shenzhi smiled and said, Demigods and semi-devils? Dragon tribe? Dishur Tian is really selling himself for a good price. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Now, Dishur Tian wants to reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace, to be the lackey of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, and to invite me to reopen the palace? Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have been expelled from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why can't you join the West Sea Dragon Palace? My lord has promised that as long as you enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, he will allow you to be only below him and above all the other dragon race. Shenzhi tempted. You want me to submit to him? What a joke. Humph, you want to borrow my hand to invite the dragon race. Borrow my blood to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace. Dream on. Ao Shun said coldly. Now that my lord has formed a dragon god, it is not difficult for him to open the dragon palace, but he does not want to destroy the things inside. That's why he needs your blood. Crown Prince Ao Shun, my lord is sincerely inviting you to work together to create a great undertaking, to restore the dragon race's former hegemony of the demon race. Shenzhi invited. The dragon kings of the four seas can only be surnamed Ao, never D. I will not shame my ancestors. Dishur Tian has formed a dragon god. I don't care, but don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shenzhi was anxious. Ao Shun glared. In the blink of an eye, a huge killing intent came out of his eyes and rushed towards Shenzhi. Shenzhi's hair stood on end, and he was shocked. Just as Ao Shun was about to send the guest off, a voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Elder Lin of the dragon race, requests an audience. A guard outside shouted, Oh, Uncle Lin, invite him in. Ao Shun's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in gray stepped into the main hall. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Ao Shun revealed a friendly expression. Crown Prince Shun, you have been staying here for a few years, but you are not willing to go back. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. I will go back, but not now. Ao Shun shook his head and sighed. Shenzhi, why are you here? Elder Lin's face darkened. Shenzhi smiled. Elder Lin, how have you been? Dishur Tian is delusional. He wants to invite me to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace. What a joke. Ao Shun shook his head. Oh, Elder Lin's face darkened. Dishur Tian is really bold. The dragon race's royal bloodline is not allowed to be messed up, and he dares to meddle? How presumptuous! Elder Lin, you are wrong. My motive is actually the same as yours. You invited Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I invited Crown Prince Ao Shun to the West Sea Dragon Palace. It is all for the bloodline of Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shi Zhenzi smiled. What did you say? Elder Lin sneered. Elder Lin, didn't you tell Crown Prince Ao Shun? You have already pledged your loyalty to the new Dragon King, Ao Shun. Is that so? Shi Zhenzi smiled. Dragon King? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Ao Shun has already succeeded the throne and is officially the new North Sea Dragon King. He is the new leader of the dragon race, Shi Zhenzi explained. What North Sea Dragon King? Elder Lin, have you forgotten the rules of the dragon race? The North Sea Dragon King has to jump through the dragon gate. Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun has already jumped through the dragon gate. The leader has fallen, and the North Sea Dragon God has been annihilated. However, a trace of divine fire was left on the dragon gate for the purpose of inheritance. Crown Prince Ao Shun has jumped through the dragon gate and obtained the divine fire to nurture the new dragon god. Elder Lin smiled bitterly and nodded. Impossible. Jumping through the dragon gate. Even I might not be able to do it. How did he do it? Didn't he just enter the Sky Palace? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Shun did it in front of all the dragon race. According to the rules, all the dragon race must respect him as the king. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun frowned. Why? Why did his cultivation level increase so quickly? I don't know, but none of this is important anymore, isn't it? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Actually, we are still looking forward to you becoming the new Dragon King. But, Sai, I hope you won't blame us. This is the dragon race's ancestral rule. I must. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun took a deep breath and nodded. Fine, if he wants to be the Dragon King, then let him be. Don't worry, I won't fight with him. After all, he is my younger brother. The Dragon King sent us here to invite you back. After all, you are his elder brother, and he will confer you the title of King Prince. You are all part of the Ao clan. Please go back and revive the dragon race. Elder Lin said expectantly. Go back. He wants me to go back. Ao Shun sneered. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard that Ao Shun dug up the ancestral tomb and devoured the dragon souls in the dragon tomb. That's why his cultivation level kept increasing. However, the power of the dragon souls was too strong. His bloodline power was unable to suppress them. That's why he needed Prince Ao Shun to go back and offer a blood sacrifice. Shi Zhenzi suddenly laughed. Nonsense! Shi Zhenzi, you dare to provoke the North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin glared at Shi Zhenzi. Ao Shun's face darkened. Isn't that so? Elder Lin, you want the North Sea Dragon race to return to its former glory. Are you crazy? Ao Shun opened the dragon tomb, and you are not going to do anything? Just because he is the Dragon King? Shi Zhenzi sneered. Lies, I will kill you. Elder Lin glared at Shi Zhenzi as if he was about to attack. Uncle Lin, stop. Ao Shun's face turned cold. He stood in front of Elder Lin and looked at Shi Zhenzi with a cold expression. It was as if Shi Zhenzi wouldn't be leaving if he didn't give an explanation. I'm spreading lies to mislead people? Do you think the North Sea Dragon Palace can hide from everyone? Did the North Sea Dragon Palace gain an army of skeletal dragons recently? An army of underworld dragons? Shi Zhenzi sneered. That doesn't mean anything. Elder Lin glared at Shi Shinzi. Uncle Lin, is what Shi Shinzi said true? Ao Sheng really dug up the ancestral tomb and opened the dragon tomb? Ao Shun's face darkened. Not only that, Elder Lin didn't come here to talk to you. If I'm not wrong, if you don't go back with him, he will take you away by force. Shi Shinzi sneered. Chapter 744. Thousand Islands see Lu Yaqing's island. Swish. 3 black lights pierced through the clouds and reached the sky above the island in the blink of an eye. Wung. The 3 black-robed figures stopped in the sky. A strong wind blew past, but it didn't attract much attention. This was because the 3 black-robed figures were too high up, obscured by countless clouds and mist. The 3 black-robed figures were naturally Gu Hai, Chongming, and Shangguan Hen. Chongming lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, it's here." Gu Hai looked down at the island below. After the Sky Chess Pavilion discovered Ao Shun, he didn't make things difficult for Ao Shun. On the contrary, he sent people to serve Ao Shun and changed the name of the Temple of All Gods to Ao Shun Palace. A year ago, His Majesty sent people to invite Ao Shun, but it seems that Ao Shun rejected His Majesty? Chongming asked in confusion. Ao Shun said that he had recently made a breakthrough and needs to cultivate near the sea. The boundless celestial capital is inland, so he won't be going there for the time being. Gu Hai said, "Your Majesty, something's wrong." Shangguan Hen suddenly frowned. "Oh," Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shangguan Hen stared at the surrounding sea. "Your Majesty, look, is there something in the sea?" Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked down. The sea was extremely calm and even clear. Because of this clarity, one could see what was below. It seemed like a white dragon was hiding at the bottom of the sea. "Let's go down and take a look," Gu Hai said. Swish! The 3 turned into 3 streaks of light and shot into the sea. Boom! The 3 quickly traveled through the sea and soon found the place Shangguan Hen had pointed out. "Don't move." Shangguan Hen's face paled. He waved his hand, and a water bubble enveloped the 3 of them. "What is this?" Chongming was puzzled. To prevent our auras from leaking out and blending into the sea, this is a divine technique. Shangguan Hen explained. Chongming nodded. The bubble enveloped the 3 of them as they approached a sea valley. In the sea valley, there were nearly 100 giant dragon skeletons piled up on the rocks. The dragon skeletons were originally dead, but the eyes of the giant dragon skeletons emitted a faint blue light, as if they were alive. Ka-ka-ka-ka. One of the dragon bones suddenly began to move. "It's fine. That brat Lin hasn't sent us any news yet. He's still talking with Ao Shun." One of the dragon skeletons suddenly said. "Ao Shun brat, could he have escaped?" Another bone dragon asked. "Don't worry. All these years, the Sky Chess Pavilion has set up countless arrays on the island. He can't escape. Moreover, there's still us," another bone dragon said in a deep voice. "Ao Shun, I heard from that brat Lin that Ao Shun's bloodline is the purest. Even his father, Ao Tianhuang, can't compare to it. It's even close to the ancestral dragons. Pure is the best. If a prime wants to suppress the ancient soul's aura, he must have a pure bloodline." The group of bone dragons whispered. "Ao Sheng, he dug up the dragon catacomb." Shangguan Hen's expression suddenly changed. "Dragon catacomb?" Gu Hai was puzzled. He really dared to dig up the ancestral grave. No wonder His Majesty said that Ao Sheng's strength had reached Heavenly Palace. So that's why. The dragon catacomb, the burial ground of the dragon race, is a forbidden area of the dragon race. He dared to dig it up. He swallowed the human souls of a group of dragon race experts. He even refined the dragon bones into his own puppets. Ao Sheng, how ruthless! Shangguanhen's expression changed. These dragon bones are all the ancestors of the dragon race, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. You must be careful because those who can enter the dragon catacomb are only qualified to enter the dragon catacomb. Even if they are dead, their essence will allow their bones to reach the peak power of Middle Heavenly Palace or even Early Heavenly Palace. I wonder how many human souls Ao Sheng has swallowed and how many dragon bones he has refined. Shangguanhen said with a gloomy face, These 100 bone dragons are here to capture Ao Shun? Guhai's face darkened. Just as Guhai was solemn, a bone dragon swam over from afar. Elder, I just saw a group of Yikshas lurking on the other side of the sea. They seem to be targeting this island. Maybe they are also here for Ao Shun. The bone dragon said, Yikshas? Why would Sakra's subordinates come here? The leader of the bone dragons said in a low voice. While the bone dragons were whispering, Guhai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, it seems that Ao Shun's place is not peaceful either, Changming said with a smile. In that case, let's help Ao Shun deal with this group first, Guhai said with a cold smile. Bones? This emperor knows how to use bones too, Guhai said coldly. As he stepped forward, he stomped on the ground. Boom! The mountain walls around the sea valley suddenly changed color. The original seabed stones slowly turned into eerie white bones. What's going on? The bone dragon's faces darkened. Bone sea, Guhai shouted coldly. Countless bone spikes rushed out from the sea valley in an instant, forming a super huge bone net that wrapped around the bone dragons. Boom! Bastard! Impudent! The bone dragons suddenly cried out in alarm. Cackle! 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 Countless bones firmly trapped the group of bone dragons. Break free from the bone spikes. The bone dragons roared. Crack! 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 Crack appeared on the bone spikes immediately, as if they were about to be broken free by the bone dragons. Roar! I don't care who you are. Today you provoked us. You must die. The leader of the bone dragons roared. Treasure, please turn around. At some point, a golden gourd appeared in Guhai's hand. In an instant, a golden light flew out from the mouth of the gourd. When the golden light appeared, it immediately pierced the entire sea. Cackle! The golden light went out quickly and returned even faster. In the blink of an eye, it shot back into the gourd. 100 bone dragon heads were thrown out. As they struggled, they rolled to the ground. Shangguanhen and Changming looked at Guhai in shock. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect that 100 heads fell to the ground in an instant. The bone dragon heads fell to the ground, and the blue light in their eyes disappeared quickly. Clearly, they were all destroyed. Crack! 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 The bone spikes on the ground also disappeared in an instant. Let's go and take a look at that group of Yikshas, Guhai said indifferently. Ao Shun Palace. Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Uncle Lin, is what Shenzhi said true? Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Elder Lin's face was awkward. Dragon tomb? Ao Shun actually dared to break open the dragon necropolis? Is it Takashi Ryushin? Ao Shun does not have that ability. Ao Shun said angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please calm down. This is only Shenzhi's words. Moreover, isn't the establishment of the dragon tomb so that the dragon clan can make a comeback if they decline one day? Now, Elder Lin said softly. Bullshit, Ao Shun glared. Those are my Ao clan's ancestors. Also, as long as you are an elder of the Heavenly Palace, you are qualified to enter the Dragon Tomb. How dare you break open the Dragon Tomb? Uncle Lin, you have disappointed me. Ao Shun that bastard Watch how I deal with him, Ao Shun said angrily. Then Crown Prince Ao Shun, you better go back and confront Ao Shun, Elder Lin said bitterly. Wait, go back. Hee. Did Elder Lin forget to mention that Ao Shun and Takashi Ryushin are not in the North Sea Dragon Palace? Shujinzi suddenly laughed. There are spies in my North Sea Dragon Palace. Elder Lin's face changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun, if you want to see Ao Shun, why don't you come with me? I know where he is, Shujinzi said with a smile. How dare you? Shujinzi, Crown Prince Ao Shun will only go with me, Elder Lin shouted angrily. In Ao Shun's palace, the two of them suddenly started arguing, both wanting Ao Shun to go with them. Go with you? Ao Shun squinted his eyes. That's right, Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. The North Sea Dragon Palace needs you to take charge of the situation, Elder Lin said anxiously. Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. I can bring you to Ao Shun, Shujinzi also shouted. While Ao Shun's eyes were filled with uncertainty, another voice came from outside the palace. Both of you, don't argue. Ao Shun will only follow me. An unquestionable voice rang out. Who? Elder Lin and Shujinzi's face darkened as they looked outside the palace. Stop! Outside the palace, a group of guards shouted angrily. Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he stepped out of the palace. Shujinzi and Elder Lin followed immediately. They saw 3 black-robed men standing in the square outside the palace. All 3 of them were wearing hats, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only the black-robed man in the center lifted his hat. Guhai, it's you? Elder Lin's eyes widened. Guhai? Shujinzi frowned slightly. Ancient Emperor? No, Ancient Emperor, why are you here? Ao Shun was in a good mood. I'm here to ask for a favor. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please come with me, and do me a favor, Guhai said with a smile. No, Shujinzi and Elder Lin shouted at the same time. Ancient Emperor, you are too kind. Ao Shun will not refuse. Ao Shun agreed immediately. Ao Tianhuang had allowed Ao Shun to get closer to Guhai during the battle at Sun God Palace. Dahan had sacrificed his crown prince to save Ao Shun. Now that Guhai was asking for help, there was no reason for Ao Shun not to agree. That's great. There's no time to lose. Crown Prince Ao Shun, let's go, Guhai said with a smile. You're not allowed to leave. Elder Lin glared. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you're not allowed to leave. Shujinzi's face darkened as well. Ao Shun looked coldly at the two of them. Where I go is none of your business. Humph. Array. Sky Chess Pavilion disciples. Activate the array. Ao Shun is leaving. Hurry, hurry. Elder Lin suddenly shouted anxiously. However, the surrounding guards were flustered. Elder Lin, our Go Dao Array's activation hub is missing. A guard said anxiously. Huh. Elder Lin's expression froze. How could an ordinary Go Dao Array hide from Guhai? Sky Chess Pavilion? So you were lying to me all along? You actually colluded with the Great Emperor dynasty? Humph. Ao Shun glared and said angrily. No, you can't leave. If you leave, those little dragons of my North Sea Dragon Palace will be finished. They won't be able to suppress the ancient spirits. They will go crazy. Ancient elders, come out quickly. Ao Shun is escaping. Elder Lin suddenly shouted crazily. However, not a single bone dragon flew out from the 4 seas. You came prepared? Bone dragons? It looks like there are times when they are unreliable. Let me do it. Yiksha King, follow me and take down Ao Shun. Shujinzi roared. A cool breeze blew past. The 4 seas were calm. No one came out. Sure, Shunzi was at a loss for words. Elder Lin was at a loss for words. Ao Shun was at a loss for words. Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's not waste any more time. Guhai looked at Ao Shun. Chapter 745. Ao Shun followed Guhai and left. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin stood at the entrance of Ao Shun's palace and stared blankly for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? The two were shocked and furious. They quickly flew into the sea. West of the divine continent, there was a huge island in the sea. Countless flowers and fruits grew on the island. A large number of monkeys were playing on the island. There was a waterfall in the mountain. Behind the waterfall was a huge cave. Monkeys shuttled in and out of the cave happily. At this moment, an old monk in a kasaya stepped into the mountain. The monk had a benevolent look. He was thin and his face was full of wrinkles. How's the victorious fighting Buddha? The old monk looked at a monkey and asked, The great king has been sitting on the huge rock on the mountain peak recently. He doesn't play with us anymore. I don't know either. Past Buddha. A monkey said respectfully. The old monk was the past Buddha of the 3 generations of Buddhas. The past Buddha looked up at the huge rock on the mountain peak, not far away. Sitting on the huge rock was Sun Wukong, whom Guhai had summoned with the array formation in the past. Sun Wukong was wearing armor. The red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He sat on the huge rock with a strand of foxtail in his mouth. He looked at the sea in the distance with a melancholy and blank expression. Amateus Buddha, mountain of flower fruit, beautiful monkey king, great sage equal to heaven, victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong, what are you thinking about? The past Buddha took a step and instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't look at the past Buddha. Old deaf, can you hear what I say? Aren't the 3 generations of Buddhas disabled, deaf, mute, and blind? Sun Wukong said disdainfully, This poor monk may be deaf, but I can hear with my heart. The past Buddha smiled. TSK, you can hear. Why are you pretending to be deaf? Boring. Sun Wukong ignored him. Victorious fighting Buddha, are you comfortable staying on Flower Fruit Mountain? You can tell me if there's anything you need. The past Buddha smiled. It's all fake. What's there to be comfortable about? These monkeys were arranged by you guys to spy on me? How can I have the time to play with them? Boring. Sun Wukong spat out the green foxtail grass in his mouth and said impatiently, In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha barged into the great strength hall of the mystical mountain. The Buddha was merciful. Not only did he pardon your sins, he even conferred upon you the title of victorious fighting Buddha. What is there to be dissatisfied about? The Buddha of the past smiled. Bah, Tathagata is all the same. Humph, I was tricked by Tathagata last time. Didn't he want me to stay here because he wanted to get information from me? Sun Wukong sneered. Tathagata? There was another Tathagata, victorious fighting Buddha. Where did you see Tathagata? The past Buddha looked at Sun Wukong curiously. Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head to look at the Buddha of the past. He. Buddha of the past, are you trying to trick me too? The Buddha of the past smiled bitterly and said, The victorious fighting Buddha is now a part of the spiritual mountain's holy land. There's no need to hide news related to the Buddha, right? There's no need to hide it. Are you willing to lend me the treasures of your spiritual mountain to play with for a few days? Sun Wukong sneered. What do you want? The past Buddha pondered for a moment. A 9th grade golden lotus, the reincarnation pool, and the glazed lamp of 8 directions. What do you think? Sun Wukong smiled. The past Buddha smiled bitterly and said, If it were anything else, of course, it wouldn't be a problem. These are the 16 great treasures of history, the cornerstone treasures of my spiritual mountain's holy land. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Hurry up and leave. Don't affect my mood. Sun Wukong waved his hand to send him off. The past Buddha sighed, slightly, and nodded. Victorious fighting Buddha. The Buddha, and we want to help you. However, if you don't tell us the situation, how can we help you? Go, go, go. Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. The past Buddha sighed, slightly, and flew into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the past Buddha flew away. Soon, the past Buddha landed in front of an extremely majestic and huge palace. The name of the palace was Mahavira Hall. Around the Mahavira Hall, a group of monks were wandering around. In the center of the square, a group of monks were surrounding two figures. One of them was the golden-robed present Buddha. The other one was a woman in a white veil. Buddha, that Sun Wukong, is still very tight-lipped and refuses to say anything. From the looks of it, the one who started the trouble should end it. Do we still need to ask Guhai? The past Buddha said with a frown. The present Buddha frowned slightly. It's a good thing that this monkey is not leaving. Don't force him too much. He will speak one day. Buddha, in my opinion, we should use force and use the golden hoop incantation to force him to submit, the white-clothed woman said with a frown. No, the present Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha's mouth did not move, but a deep voice came out. Oh, the white-clothed woman asked, puzzled. The past Buddha said with a bitter smile, Southern Dragon Girl, you often stay in the Southern Sea purple bamboo forest. You have not seen this monkey wreaking havoc in the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. He has a fiery temper. The more we force him, the more he will explode. He would rather die than submit. He is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If not for the Buddha's policy of appeasing him and conferring him the victorious fighting Buddha, who knows how much more trouble he would have caused. This monkey possesses both Tao and Buddhism, which is very strange. However, it's good that he is a little greedy for vanity. He can only be stable if he cares about these empty titles. If we force him, we must not. The Southern Dragon Girl frowned slightly. If that's the case, we can only solve it from Guhai. There's no hurry. In less than a year, Old Man Guanxi's resurrection ceremony will be held. We will see Guhai. Let's start with Sun Wukong first. The past Buddha shook his head. All right. The Southern Dragon Girl nodded. At the same time, Sun Wukong looked at the distant sea on the peak of Mount Huagua and sneered. Purple bamboo forest, Southern Dragon Girl? Why is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva in this world? A dragon girl in her place. But that's right. This world is really strange. A bunch of old baldies want to scheme against me. I, Sun Wukong, have many monkeys and grandchildren. I used to worship six-eared macaque. Six-eared macaque can hear the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Although I haven't learned all of them, it's easy for me to listen to you baldies. Sun Wukong sneered. Sigh, I wonder if my sworn brothers have looked for me. Sun Wukong sighed. What Sun Wukong did not know was that after he disappeared, his sworn brothers had looked for him. Unfortunately, the Sun Wukong on Earth had been replaced. Six-eared macaque had transformed into a human form to investigate and put on a show of the real Sun Wukong. But the Tathagata of Earth had schemed against him. I, Sun Wukong, am greedy? An old baldy is an old baldy. I, Sun Wukong, am here to borrow your sacred mountain to help me find out what's going on. You have new news every day. Do you think I can't hear it? All I have to do is reveal a little bit, and you guys will do your best to investigate. He, he, he. Both Tathagatas are the same. Both are not good people. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong sneered. Sun Wukong sat on the boulder, still in melancholy. Poof, poof. All of a sudden, a bat flapped its wings from the forest and flew to where Sun Wukong was. Crack! Sun Wukong squeaked, as if trying to scare the bat away. The bat did not seem to be afraid of Sun Wukong. It circled around Sun Wukong for a while, and then landed in Sun Wukong's hand. It only landed for a short while before it flew away. Sun Wukong frowned. He clenched his fists and watched the bat disappear from his sight. After a while, Sun Wukong opened his right hand. There was a piece of paper in his right hand. Sun Wukong's expression changed when he read the first sentence. Mount Lingtai Fangtsuan, Cave of the Slanting Moon, and 3 stars. Sun Wukong almost jumped to his feet when he saw the words. This is... His eyes flashed with excitement. This was the residence of his Sifu, Grand Master Bodhi. He had never told anyone about it before. Then came the next sentence. You are being watched. Be careful. 3 million miles north, there is an island filled with black rocks. Come and find me. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he read the note. Piak! The note in his hand was crushed into dust. Sun Wukong continued to look at the sea. After looking around for a while, he stretched his back and walked down the mountain. Great King, we made a dance. Can we dance for you? A group of monkeys immediately rushed up eagerly. No need. I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me, Sun Wukong said indifferently. Oh. The group of monkeys nodded. Stepping into the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong hid in a room and fell asleep. The other monkeys did not dare to approach. After the monkeys went out, Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and turned a rock into his appearance. Sun Wukong turned into a mosquito and slowly flew out. He slowly flew out of the Flower Fruit Mountain Island. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong turned into his original form. A look of urgency flashed across his face. With a somersault, he instantly flew 108,000 miles away. Then, with another somersault, he quickly flew toward the northern sea. There was a sense of excitement in his eagerness, as if he had finally found his organization. Not long after, Sun Wukong found the Black Rock Island. Master? Is that you? Master! Sun Wukong called out anxiously. However, Grandmaster Bodhi did not come out. Instead, 4 black-robed men walked out from a group of rocks. The one in the lead lifted his hood and revealed a faint smile. Great Sage, Heaven's equal, long time no see. It's you, Guhai? Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and glared at him. It's me. This place is near the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Although you came out secretly, it's hard to avoid accidents. Why don't we find another place to talk? Guhai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Guhai for a while, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not see much of a threat from Guhai, the fact that he could save him from the 5 Fingers Mountain was a threat in itself. Hence, Sun Wukong did not ask Guhai for more details. Let's go, Guhai called out. Humph. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, but he did not refuse. The group of people quickly flew away from the island and towards another shore. Soon, they arrived at an extremely remote mountain forest. However, Guhai had tidied up a pavilion here. Guhai led the 3 black-robed men into the pavilion. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes shot out a beam of golden light and scanned the surroundings. Fiery eyes of gold? Ha! Don't worry, I did not set up a formation here. Guhai said indifferently. Chapter 746. Eyes of fire and gold. Ha! Don't worry, I didn't set up a formation here. Guhai said calmly. Ha ha! I'm used to it. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong laughed. Although his words were polite, Sun Wukong still looked carefully. After confirming that there was no ambush or trap, he landed in front of Gu Hai. This is the best wine of the Dahan. Great sage, would you like to try it? Gu Hai smiled. Haha, I quit. Let's talk. Sun Wukong scratched his itch and looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Quit. Gu Hai knew that Sun Wukong had not quit drinking, but was wary of him. You have something to say? Ha! Great sage. How did your investigation go? Did you find the Gautama Buddha? Gu Hai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai, a strange look in his eyes. I didn't find him, but you brought me here. Gu Hai, can you explain this to me? Explain? You must have realized that this place is different from what you imagined. Now, I can send you back. I wonder if the great sage is willing, Gu Hai said solemnly. Send me back. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly darted around. What? You have any ideas? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I heard Baldy Buddha say that he guessed that my previous world was a small immortal dome like the Warring States' immortal dome of the Longzhangwa, right? Buddha and the others have always wanted that kind of small immortal dome. Do you have one? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Sun Wukong did not answer Gu Hai. Instead, he raised his doubts. Clearly, he was a monkey. No. Gu Hai shook his head. No. Then where did I come from? Sun Wukong frowned. Where did you come from? Won't you know when you go back? Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha ha ha. I just wanted to know where I came from. I didn't say that I had to go back. Gu Hai, you don't look like a capable person. Tell me clearly what's going on. How did I get here? I remember that I was crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain. You brought me here, so you must know what happened, right? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Oh, you've never thought of going back. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong didn't want to go back. That would be extremely troublesome. Now that I'm here, I know more. Hey, go back? You must be joking. How big is my world? From the Dong Sheng Divine Continent to the Aparagodania continent, I only needed to flip a few somersaults to arrive there. What about this world? When I first came to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, it only took me 3 months. Ha! The two worlds are completely different in size. How big is my world? You want me to go back? Old son, am not stupid. Why would I do such a stupid thing? Humph. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Big might not be good. Where you came from is where you belong. Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph, don't try to lie to me. Where's my home? If what the present Buddha and the others said is just a small immortal dome, then aren't you the master of the immortal dome? Then I'm still at your mercy. Ha! Sun Wukong sneered, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. Sun Wukong was also very smart. He directly pointed out the doubts in his heart. He did not need Gu Hai to say the answer. He could guess a thing or two from his expression. Unfortunately, Gu Hai, who was in front of Sun Wukong, did not change his expression. Sun Wukong frowned. He could not see anything he wanted. This world only produces a small immortal dome every 1,000,000 years. How can it be so easy? Besides, I've been to the Longzhangwa's immortal dome. The present Buddha and the others must have seen the small immortal dome before. Can the small immortal dome give birth to such a strong great sage equal to heaven like you? Gu Hai looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and his face sank. Indeed, the present Buddha also has doubts. What is going on? Or maybe I'm in the future world. Or the past world. Did I travel through time? Sun Wukong wanted to use his guess to get Gu Hai to agree. But how could Gu Hai be so easily led by Sun Wukong's words? How about this? I'll let you read a book. You can tell me if you want to go back after reading it. Gu Hai smiled. Oh, Sun Wukong's expression changed. Gu Hai took out a book. It was called Journey to the West. Journey to the West. Sun Wukong snatched it and quickly flipped through it. Walla-la-la-la. The number of pages flipping was extremely fast. As he read, Sun Wukong's expression changed. My birth? Nuwa's heaven-mending stone. Ha! It's actually recorded in such detail. Even my apprenticeship was included. Humph. Did you write this? Did you investigate? Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Anyone who saw their own information being recorded by someone else would feel uncomfortable. Create havoc in the underworld, the Dragon Palace, and the Heavenly Palace? Ha! Your memory is really detailed. Oh, old Tathagata. You even wrote in such detail when you lied to me. Humph! How much did you investigate? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai unhappily as he flipped through the book. Only when he wrote about being crushed by the Five-Finger Mountain did Sun Wukong realize that something was wrong. That's not right. There's only so much. Why is this book so thick? Sun Wukong frowned slightly. He continued to flip through the book. Master Xuanzang, what is this thing? It's scared out of its wits when it sees a wild tiger. To be my master? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Who made this up? Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai was very serious and did not speak. Sun Wukong continued to flip through Journey to the West. As he flipped through, Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Six-eared macaque? He's my sworn brother. Tathagata? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Bull Demon King? He doesn't recognize me. That's right, this is not me. Old Bull must have noticed something unusual. What? Old Bull was also... Sun Wukong's eyes turned slightly red. The monkeys of Mount Huagua, am not allowed to reign? My brother. Ha! He he he. Journey to the West? Along the way, I was the one who killed and captured all my brothers. Someone is impersonating me. Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had read Journey to the West before. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai crushed the book. Journey to the West instantly turned into powder. You disappeared, and Tathagata became a new Sun Wukong, slaying demons and devils along the way. To lure you out, Gu Hai said lightly. Bah! Bullsh asterisk T Sun Wukong. What can that trash do along the way? He can't beat anyone. Using my name to kill my brothers. What a Tathagata, what a heavenly Buddha. Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. Do you want to go back? Gu Hai asked at the right time. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. He, I've only been here for a few years. According to the book, I should have been suppressed for 500 years. It's only been a few years. This book is all made up by you. You want to trick me into going back. Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gu Hai said lightly. Sun Wukong's face sank as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had written everything clearly. His brother's habits, weaknesses, family situation, location, everything was written in great detail. If not for the lack of time, Sun Wukong would have believed it long ago. Even so, Sun Wukong still felt uneasy. That's the future? Right? My world is in the future? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai and asked, You will know when you go back. Gu Hai also refused to say. Go back? If you want me to go back, you have to show me what you're capable of. I don't believe you. Do you have little Xianxiong or some other reason? If you can beat me, I will go back with you. If you can't beat me, tell me everything and eat my staff. Sun Wukong suddenly pulled out the Jingu Bang and attacked Gu Hai. Bastard! Shangguan Hen shouted behind him. He waved his hand, and a huge tortoise-shell shield suddenly appeared. Boom! Sun Wukong's staff hit the tortoise shell shield, and a large number of cracks appeared on the shield. The Jingu Bang paused. Tortoise shell? Let's see if you can come out. Sun Wukong's face turned cold and attacked again. Impudent monkey, how rude! Ao Shun shouted and punched out. Roar! A fist in the shape of a dragon had suddenly appeared in the void and whistled towards Sun Wukong. Dragon tribe? When I, Old Sun, defeated the dragon kings of the four seas, you were nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong glared and swept the Jingu Bang in his hand. Boom! The dragon head fist was instantly shattered by the staff. What? Ao Shun's face changed. Not bad. The dragon kings of the four seas are no match for you. Humph! Sun Wukong snorted. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats flew out from the surroundings and swarmed towards Sun Wukong. Vampire bats? Humph! I, Old Sun, have the invincible Vajra body in the furnace of 8 trigrams. Come, let's see if your teeth are harder than my skin. Sun Wukong sneered. Rumble! Suddenly, the staff swept across a large area. Countless bats were blown away, but they could not bite Sun Wukong. Even if 1 or 2 of them did, it was useless. Sun Wukong was born as a stone monkey and was extremely hard. Moreover, he had the invincible Vajra body. Boom! Shangguanhen, Ao Shun, and Chongming surrounded Sun Wukong. The 4 of them rushed into the sky and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A dragon-shaped chain appeared in Ao Shun's hand. Immediately, the chain split into 4, then 16. As the number of chains increased, they formed the shape of a large net and rushed towards Sun Wukong. A saber appeared around Shangguanhen. A saber manifested, and countless saber lights surged towards Sun Wukong. Around Chongming, in addition to the endless bats, there were also black beads circling around, constantly shooting towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was fighting 1 against 3, but he did not show any signs of defeat. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, even the 3 experts were beaten back. Humph! The 3 of you are not qualified. Again! Sun Wukong sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong was like an invincible god of war. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, Chongming, Shangguanhen, and Ao Shun were sent flying. However, when the 3 of them attacked together, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. The battle continued. It's a pity that Grandmaster Bodhi was unwilling to help me write a letter to Sun Wukong. Grandmaster Bodhi? I know what you're thinking. You love your disciple dearly. Since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for him to go back. However, it's a loss for me if Sun Wukong doesn't go back. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai reached out, and a golden gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 747. A golden gourd appeared in Gu Hai's hand as he coldly stared at the distant Sun Wukong. If you go back, you will just be changing places. Perhaps you will be able to return soon. If you don't go back, Dehan and I might be wiped out this time. The last hope of Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Jesus would be dashed. Sorry for the offense. Gu Hai said sternly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stomped on the ground. Buzz. The ground below quickly changed. Large amounts of dirt and rocks turned into bones. Deep underground, the boundless spirit stones that Gu Hai had placed earlier rested. At this moment, the bones were moving through the ground, quickly placing the spirit stones in their designated positions, laying the ritual array. The immortal slaying gourd was only used for defense. The true weapon against Sun Wukong was the Go Dao ritual array. Unfortunately, it required too many spirit stones. Gu Hai used his treasures to provide some energy at the nodes, slightly altering the Go Dao ritual array. Gu Hai's current Go skills were enough to alter the ritual array. However, It still drained too much energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding land turned bone white as strands of energy gathered at the center. Suddenly, a region of white fog appeared under Guhai's feet. Then, a black hole slowly formed in the white fog. Suddenly, a transparent energy rope emerged from the black hole and shot at Sun Wukong in the air. Sun Wukong fought alone against 3 experts, Shangguan, Chong Ming, and Ao Shun. The 3 had already done their best, but they were still inferior to Sun Wukong. Ha 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 ha, that's all. Explode. Sun Wukong struck the tortoiseshell shield that Shangguan was on. Boom. Shangguan's shield exploded with a loud bang. Blarg! Shangguan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Explode again. Sun Wukong struck the staff at Chongming again. The Jingu Bang was too powerful. When the staff struck, it tore through space, creating a sonic boom. Oh no! Chongming paled. In a hurry, he had no choice but to summon a black ball of light to protect himself. Boom! Chongming was blasted away along with the black ball of light. The ball of light was unharmed, but Chongming, who was inside, spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Chongming was at the peak of the Celestial Palace. He could participate in this battle because of the Chaos Essence Bead. Although the Chaos Essence Bead was unaffected, Chongming was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. And you explode for me. Sun Wukong's expression was ferocious as he swung his staff at Ao Shun. Ao Shun threw out hundreds of chains, which rushed towards Sun Wukong like hundreds of dragons. Rumble! The power of the Jingu Bang was too great. The chain dragon exploded in an instant from the head to the tail, straight towards Ao Shun's face. Not good. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he punched out with all his might. Hong! Pooh! Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The right hand that he used to punch was lacerated and blood splattered everywhere. It was as if his entire body had gone limp after being hit by the staff. That's all. That's all. Guhai, your subordinates aren't that great either. Ha ha ha. Is it your turn? Sun Wukong looked at Guhai with a ferocious expression. Whoosh. Suddenly, a transparent rope locked onto Sun Wukong's shoulder. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Whoosh. A strong force pulled Sun Wukong towards Guhai. The force was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. No. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He realized that the ground below had become a land of bones. He activated his eyes of fire and gold. Instantly, the fog cleared, and Sun Wukong saw countless spiritual stones and magical treasures scattered in all directions. They were arranged in a super array, and Guhai was at the center of the array. In front of Guhai was a foggy area. Although others couldn't see what was inside, his eyes of fire and gold could see it clearly. There was a black hole that emitted a breathtaking aura. That black hole made Sun Wukong's heart tremble. The way back. Sun Wukong reacted instantly. That was the way back. Guhai wanted to send him back. The black hole seemed to have opened its mouth and swallowed him, and the transparent rope on his body could be seen clearly by his eyes of fire and gold. The rope that came out of the black hole was going to drag him in. Sun Wukong shuddered, and the thought of charging towards Guhai disappeared in an instant. He wanted to escape. Boom! At this moment, hundreds and thousands of transparent ropes came out of the black hole and covered Sun Wukong like a huge net. Guhai, how dare you? Sun Wukong immediately fled in fear. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Capture Guhai? Capture your grandmother. It was already good enough that he could escape. Sun Wukong was terrified. However, That wasn't the case in the eyes of others. Others couldn't see the transparent ropes. They could only see Sun Wukong fearful of Gu Hai and fleeing for his life. Go, Autumn, go, chest Dao erase longitude and latitude line. Gu Hai shouted. The transparent ropes moved even faster. Sun Wukong tugged at the rope on his body and used the somersault cloud. Roar! Sun Wukong roared, and his body suddenly expanded. Wang! A beam of golden light came out of Sun Wukong's head. It was as if a huge Tongtian monkey had appeared. The god of the monkey tribe, Ao Shun, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in shock, "Break!" The god of the monkey roared, as if he was giving Sun Wukong endless power. Boom! Sun Wukong immediately tore the transparent rope on his body. Sun Wukong didn't dare to delay and soared into the sky because there were countless ropes rushing over behind him. Gu Hai, I will take revenge. Just you wait, just you wait. Roar! Sun Wukong roared angrily and soared into the sky. The god of the monkey instantly shrank back into his body. Sun Wukong wanted to leave this trap immediately. Escaping, Gu Hai's face darkened. Sun Wukong ran away. He was really a monkey demon. Stop! Ao Shun was covered in blood. He seemed to be chasing after Sun Wukong. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the direction Sun Wukong was escaping. Hong! It was like the collision of two fists. Under the huge force, Sun Wukong's body suddenly stopped. He even moved back a little and stopped in the air. Who are you? Sun Wukong suddenly glared and said angrily, "There was someone else?" Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked over. He saw two men standing in the sky in the distance. The former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Shun's younger brother, the current North Sea Dragon King. The other one, Takashi Ryushin, the third Crown Prince of the Long Zhangua. In the past, it was just a clone outside. Now, was this his real body? Takashi Ryushin was dressed in a golden dragon robe and looked down coldly. Ao Shun slowly retracted his fist. It seemed that the punch just now was made by Ao Shun. Sun Wukong stared at Ao Shun. He was the one who stopped him. Ao Shun blocked Sun Wukong's path with a punch and turned his head to look at Ao Shun, who was covered in blood. "Ha, big brother, I didn't expect to see you here." Ao Shun sneered. Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in surprise, "You can injure such a monkey to this extent? Oh, and you joined forces with two people to attack this monkey? Ha, big brother, this is not like you. Weren't you proud of the dragon race in the past? Why are you so weak now?" Ao Shun sneered. "You." Ao Shun's face turned cold. Below, Gu Hai reached out and retracted his hand. Who? The ground of bones in front of him disappeared. The fog on the ground also disappeared. The array was removed, and everything returned to normal. The black hole was gone. Sun Wukong was also paying attention to Gu Hai. With his fiery eyes of truth, he saw Gu Hai remove everything. But even so, Sun Wukong was still wary of Gu Hai. "He's your big brother? He. From your tone, you don't seem to be on the same side. If you're not on the same side, why are you stopping me?" "Humph." Sun Wukong snorted and was about to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" Ao Shun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Roar! Sun Wukong glared and swung his Jingu Bang. Boom! Previously, it was a hurried punch. Now it was a full force strike. Naturally, the power was different. With a strike of the staff, a burst of air appeared in the void as it charged straight at Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face changed. Suddenly, black gas appeared on his face. The black gas seemed to take the shape of a dragon. Roar! Countless giant dragons cried out in pain from Ao Shung's body. Accompanied by these painful roars, Ao Shung punched towards the Jingu Bang again. Die! Sun Wukong roared. Break! Ao Shung roared. Boom! A super loud collision sounded in the sky. Huge air currents rushed in all directions. Sun Wukong was forced back 3 steps. Ao Shung was also forced back 3 steps. Their strength was about the same. Just that was enough to explain everything. Ao Shung's current strength was much stronger than Ao Shun's. Ao Shun's face darkened. Sun Wukong's face turned ugly when his Jingu Bang didn't work. Can't I escape today? Most importantly, there was still Gu Hai below. It didn't matter how long he fought with Ao Shung. Didn't he fight with Erlang and Yang Jian for a long time? Most importantly, Gu Hai was here. If he launched a sneak attack, although he couldn't kill me, I would have to go back. I have to hurry. Little Snake, take another hit from Old Sun's Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong suddenly roared. Little Snake, ha, hairy monkey, you're really unreasonable. Ao Shung looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face. Ao Shung grew up in the shadow of his big brother, Ao Shun. Everyone around him praised his big brother. Whether it was his father or all the dragons, they all worshipped Ao Shun. They ignored him and introduced him as Ao Shun's younger brother. Therefore, Ao Shung was extremely jealous. He wanted to prove himself. Since he was young, he wanted to prove that he was stronger than his big brother. He wanted to snatch the crown prince position. As long as he could prove that he was stronger than his big brother, he would do anything. He wanted to destroy Sun Wukong to prove that he was much stronger than his big brother. However, this monkey didn't cooperate and even dared to scold him. He was courting death. Ao Shung punched again. However, Sun Wukong's previous words were just to deceive Ao Shung. Sun Wukong wanted to leave, not to fight with Ao Shung. He just wanted to attract everyone's attention by scolding. Sun Wukong instantly rushed toward Takashi Ryushin. This was because other than Takashi Ryushin, Ao Shung had sealed off all the other places. Get lost! Sun Wukong swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shung's face stiffened when he swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. It wasn't anger, but astonishment. You monkey, are you courting death? Indeed, the swinging Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin infuriated Takashi Ryushin. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold as he extended his palm. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below. The ground shook violently, and a palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong was crushed in the crater. Sun Wukong crawled up from the crater and felt his entire body go soft. He looked at Takashi Ryushin in horror. One slap. He couldn't even withstand one slap. Takashi Ryushin stared coldly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked by the murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Chapter 748. Takashi Ryushin had defeated Sun Wukong with a single palm strike and sent him into the palm-shaped crater. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the scene of him being suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain. Had he fallen for the Tathagata's trap? Perhaps the Tathagata was really that powerful, and this person before him was as strong as the Tathagata. Had he underestimated the people of this world? Takashi Ryushin looked at Sun Wukong coldly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai, the ancient emperor? Takashi Ryushin suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Third prince? Martial emperor? What a coincidence. May I know how you found us? Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin solemnly. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Gu Hai strangely. His father had favored Gu Hai greatly in the past. It was clear that Gu Hai was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this monkey actually fled in panic because of Gu Hai. Although the monkey was not as strong as him, his strength was undeniable. How could he be afraid of Gu Hai with such strength? Could it be that Gu Hai had something that he could not see? As for Gu Hai killing Long Zhanghua, Takashi Ryushin was not too concerned. Based on the news from the Heaven Domain, Gu Hai was probably just freeing Long Zhanghua. I'm also curious. What's so special about this monkey? Why did you travel billions of miles to the west to catch him? Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. I'm just fated with this monkey. However, we are secretive and have chosen this secret location. You. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with doubt. Before Takashi Ryushin could speak, Ao Sheng laughed and said, "Secret? Ha 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 ha. We were just in the vicinity of this sea region. If not for your huge commotion, how would we have discovered you?" Huh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Is it nearby? What a coincidence. With a change of expression, Gu Hai turned to Ao Shun and asked, "Ao Shun, is this place near the West Sea Dragon Palace?" Oh, in the sky, Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The location of the West Sea Dragon Palace is a secret. In the past, other than my father, no one knew about it. Ao Shun shook his head. How did you know? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Was he really close to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Gu Hai felt depressed. He had really chosen a good place. Had he chosen to face Takashi Ryushin? Originally, this emperor wanted to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun, but today, it seems that this is the will of the heavens. You came yourself? Takashi Ryushin said calmly. What do you want to do? Ao Shun's expression changed. Big brother, lend me some of your blood. Ao Shun sneered. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun teamed up. With just these two people, they already had the absolute advantage. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Ao Shun was extremely proud of himself, but Takashi Ryushin was staring at Gu Hai, paying attention to Gu Hai. Lend me some of your blood. Ao Shun, you just opened the North Sea Dragon Burial Ground. Now you want to open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Ao Shun glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. Forget? How could I forget? However, isn't it too much of a waste to leave my dragon race's inheritance there? It's been 800,000 years. 800,000 years. That strand of divinity above the West Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Gate might have reformed into a new god. Ao Shun laughed. Didn't you already jump over the Dragon Gate? Ao Shun asked sullenly. Ao Shun's face sank. The North Sea Dragon Gate. Humph, are you talking about this dragon god? As he spoke, a black light suddenly appeared behind Ao Shun's head. As the black light appeared, it instantly condensed into a huge black dragon shadow. As soon as the black dragon shadow appeared, it emitted a terrifying dragon's might. The North Sea Dragon God, Ao Shun said with a sullen expression. If the old dragon does not die, a new dragon cannot be born. Only when Royal Father's dragon god dies can the new North Sea Dragon God be revived. However, this new dragon of mine cannot be revived. It is just a puppet without spirituality, which means that it does not have a godhead. Although the divinity accumulated to form the dragon god physique, it does not have a godhead. It is just a puppet energy source. So, I want the West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Shun suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun also had a North Sea Dragon God. When Ao Tianhuang died, a strand of divine sense helped him awaken the dragon god. A dragon god with a godhead? Because his dragon god was revived, Ao Shun's dragon god would never be able to form a godhead. Ao Shun did not say it out loud. On the other side, Ao Shun was still depressed. Martial Emperor, how much of Ao Shun's blood do you need? Gu Hai asked. Huh. Ao Shun was slightly stunned. I'm not sure. Maybe just the blood. Takashi Ryushin said sullenly, How about that? This one will accompany you to open the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun will cooperate. However, how about leaving this monkey to this one? A living Ao Shun is more convenient for you to enter the Dragon Palace than a pile of blood, Gu Hai said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Gu Hai turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He immediately shouted, Gu Hai, you want to take me back? Don't even think about it. Whoosh! Sun Wukong immediately turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. You think you can escape, you rascal? Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. He reached out to grab Sun Wukong again. Takashi Ryushin's energy palm was huge. It looked like it could envelop the sky and instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. Five-Finger Mountain. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Gautama Buddha's Five-Finger Mountain. His expression changed. While Sun Wukong was still in shock, a fist suddenly appeared and collided with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Hung! The energy fist was huge. When it collided with the energy palm, the void shook violently. There were ripples in the void. The ground below shook continuously. The surrounding seawater rolled up torrential tsunamis. Sun Wukong escaped because a golden-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The man had a broad face. His white hair was combed back. His eyes were extremely sharp. A murderous aura surged in all directions. It was the man in front of Sun Wukong. His fist was on par with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Sakura? Ao Shun's expression turned cold. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun? I sent Shi Junzi to invite you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Sakura suddenly laughed out loud. Humph! Ao Shun snorted. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Hee, Martial Emperor, you have good means. It's one thing to fight with me for the West Sea Dragon Palace, but you also have the time to catch this monkey? Sakura sneered. Sakura, it's none of your business whether I catch the monkey or not. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, it's none of my business. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace isn't yours, right? This Crown Prince Ao Shun might be looking for me. Who knows? Crown Prince Ao Shun? Sakura suddenly looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun with a smile. Clearly, Sakura could see that Ao Shun was restrained. Sakura, you think too much. We have already formed an alliance with the Martial Emperor. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Hai suddenly interrupted. Sakura's face darkened as he looked at Gu Hai. Turning around, Sakura looked at Ao Shun and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have to think carefully. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun have excavated the Dragon Tomb of the North Sea, and now they're going to excavate the Dragon Tomb of the West Sea. You follow me. I promise that Takashi Ryushin won't be able to do anything to you. I will not open the Dragon Tomb, and I don't want the Dragon God of the West Sea. I only want a portion of the Earth Spirit essence in the West Sea Dragon Palace. How about it? Although Sakura had just arrived, he could see that Ao Shun was very eager to get rid of Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai, then shook his head and said, No need. This is my Ao clan's matter. It's none of your business. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Sakura's eyes turned cold. Sakura? Why did you save me? In the past, I've killed countless of your demigods and semi-devil's disciples. Sun Wukong frowned as he looked at Sakura. Smelly monkey, don't think too highly of yourself. Quickly get lost and return to your mountain of flowers and fruits. If it wasn't for the Buddha asking me to save you, I wouldn't care if you die. Sakura said coldly. Huh. Sun Wukong's face stiffened. Not far away, Gu Hai and the others' faces also darkened. It seems like their group was exposed. Not only did Takashi Ryushin discover them, even the spiritual mountain's sacred ground knew about it. However, why didn't the 3 reincarnations Buddha come out? Only Sakura came out. What was the 3 reincarnations Buddha planning? Ao Shun, go! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Gu Hai brought Ao Shun, Shanghai Hen, and Chong Ming, the 3 of them, and slowly flew towards Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shun, have you thought it through? Sakura revealed a trace of anxiousness as he grabbed towards Ao Shun. Presumptuous, Takashi Ryushin shouted as he punched over. Sakura's face changed as he greeted with a punch. Boom! Both of their fists once again created ripples in the void. It was as though the void where their fists collided was unstable. The ripples spread out and crushed dozens of mountains. No one could do anything to the other. Sakura's face darkened as he looked towards Ao Shun. Unfortunately, Ao Shun and the rest had already reached Takashi Ryushin. Sun Wukong, who was at the side, saw this, and his face sank. Swish! He somersaulted and instantly flew towards the distance, disappearing into the horizon. This place wasn't suitable to stay for long. Since Sakura had already said so much, there was nothing more to say. Sun Wukong left, but Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Takashi Ryushin didn't give in at all and sneered. Sakura, do you want me to make you stay here today? Takashi Ryushin, wait and see. Sakura snorted coldly. Swish! Sakura also took a step and instantly flew into the distance, plunging into the sea. Your Majesty, that Sakura shouldn't be willing to let this go. Ao Shun frowned. So what if he won't let this go? Humph! The Buddha also wants to reap the benefits without doing anything? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Let's go! Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. West Sea Dragon Palace. Although he didn't catch Sun Wukong, Gu Hai felt that this West Sea Dragon Palace wasn't simple. He temporarily followed Takashi Ryushin to avoid being caught red-handed by the Buddha. Sun Wukong could only plan for the long term. The group quickly flew to a place not far away. Bang! Everyone flew into the sea and disappeared. Far away, Mount Numinous Sacred Ground, Great Strength Hall entrance. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and South Longnu were looking at a scene condensed from fate. In the scene, it was the battle at Gu Hai's place. Gu Hai is here, Buddha? The past Buddha frowned. He even tricked Sun Wukong? Why did he want to capture Sun Wukong? South Longnu frowned. Wait until the Dragon Palace opens. Then take him down together. Ask clearly. The present Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 749. Gu Hai followed Takashi Ryushin and the others into the sea, and quickly rose up. 2 hours later, they stopped at a huge sea valley. There was a formation barrier around the sea valley. A group of officials and some dragons were standing inside the barrier. Your Majesty, the officials greeted respectfully when they saw Takashi Ryushin. How is it? Takashi Ryushin asked in a deep voice. We used many formations. Only the Spirit Destruction formation was slightly useful. However, Ao Supreme's blood might be a little lacking. One of the officials said respectfully. Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai. How much do you need? Ao Shun frowned. A small cup is enough. The official's eyes lit up in surprise. Ao Shun frowned and forced a small cup of blood out of his body. Enough, enough, the official said excitedly. The official was satisfied when he received Ao Shun's blood. Gu Hai and the others watched as he set up an altar. The altar was activated, and traces of colorful light rippled from it, pouring Ao Shun's blood into it. Buzz! A red beam of light shot out from the altar. Bang! The beam of light shot out of the barrier and into the depths of the sea valley. Just as it was about to hit the stone wall, it paused strangely, as if it had hit a transparent wall. Rumble! From the point of collision, huge blood-red ripples suddenly spread out. As soon as the ripples appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly surged and shook. On the other side of the transparent wall, a huge palace complex could be faintly seen. There were countless night, luminescent pearls in the palace complex, illuminating the world. So it's the West Sea Dragon Palace. Takashi Ryushin's face flashed with joy. The location is correct. Ha ha ha. This sea area is the territory of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I found it. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with excitement. Ripples appeared. The other side of the world could be seen, but the entrance still couldn't be opened. Takashi Ryushin stepped forward and threw a punch at the ripples that had appeared. Hung! Finally, there seemed to be a landing point for his punch. The surrounding seawater separated from Takashi Ryushin's palms, and the West Sea Dragon Palace's barrier trembled as if a crack had appeared. However, when Takashi Ryushin withdrew his right hand, the ripple returned to normal. It can heal itself. Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. Your Majesty, use the life array melting technique. It won't take more than a few days. An official said excitedly. Takashi Ryushin looked at him. All right, you've been learning from Baiming Shou for decades. Let's begin. Yes, the official replied. Then, as the official waved his hand, a black gas suddenly rushed out of a jade box and rushed toward the transparent wall. Z, 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 Z. A violent corrosive sound was heard. It was the black gas corroding the transparent wall. The transparent wall kept vibrating, trying to recover. However, the corrosive power of the black gas was too strong. It was too late, and the corrosion was getting worse and worse. At the same time, a group of small fishes swam around the barrier. The small fishes swam for a while and shot into the distance. In the distance, in another underwater barrier, a group of Dragon Clan experts stood behind Sakura, and they were looking at the distance coldly. The small fishes swam to Sakura and blew a bubble. In the bubble was the scene where Takashi Ryushin was. Sakura sneered. West Sea Dragon Palace. Haha, Ao Shun's blood is indeed pure. No wonder Ao Tianhuang was so close to him in the past. Humph. Supreme, what should we do now? A subordinate asked worriedly. Sakura reached out his hand and pinched a golden ball into the small fish's mouth. Go, we've planted a dragon in the North Sea Dragon Palace. It's time to do something, Sakura said coldly. Swoosh. The small fishes swam back again, in the barrier where Takashi Ryushin was, because it would take a few more days to corrode the barrier of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Everyone stayed for the time being. Takashi Ryushin had his own palace. Only Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun were in the main hall. They listened to some affairs of the great emperor dynasty through the Guqin figurine. Guqin figurine? It's indeed a good thing. Gu Hai is indeed extraordinary to think of this. Unfortunately, that Yunemo is stubborn. How good would it be if the great emperor dynasty had this Guqin figurine alone? Takashi Ryushin sighed. Your Majesty, don't you care about Gu Hai and the rest? Why don't you seal their cultivation? Ao Shun frowned. Our goal is to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. If we don't touch them, Gu Hai and the rest will cooperate. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Moreover, this Gu Hai is quite strange. Now that we have entered the Western Spiritual Mountains sacred ground area, the Buddha is watching us from behind. It's not good to make enemies on all sides. With Guhai and the rest, we can distract most of the Buddha's attention. Guhai and the rest are a group of scourges. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Distract most of the Buddha's attention? Will they? Aoshun asked worriedly. Definitely. Don't underestimate Guhai. This person has a deep mind and is extremely shrewd. If I seal him by force, it may cause him to retaliate strongly. He has a lot of backup plans. If he is angered and quarreled, Sakura and the Buddha will benefit. Since that's the case, why do we have to do it again? Entering the West Sea Dragon Palace is the key, Takashi Ryushin said lightly. Yes, but I'm worried that he will escape. Aoshun said worriedly. Escape? He won't. Takashi Ryushin chuckled. Why? Sakura has already made it clear that the Buddha is watching from outside. What does the Buddha want to do? Isn't it just to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? They want us to break the Dragon Palace's barrier in front while they reap the benefits from behind. Guhai should have heard it too. He won't leave us. Takashi Ryushin said confidently. Is that so? Aoshun frowned slightly. Moreover, I'm still watching. In the palace where Guhai was. Aoshun, are you serious? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is a small world created by the Ao clan's ancestors. The Ao clan's dragon gods can naturally enter. They can also bring people in. Aoshun smiled. That's good. Guhai's eyes flashed with joy. But I'm worried that Takashi Ryushin has been watching us. With Takashi Ryushin's strength, Aoshun said worriedly. Don't worry, there will be a chance soon. Guhai smiled. Oh, a day later. Boom. On the other side of the sea, there was a sudden loud noise. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He stepped out of the palace and asked, What's wrong? No, I don't know. It's in the sea where Sakura is. A subordinate said blankly. Not good. There's also the aura of the West Sea Dragon Palace there. Sakura noticed it too? Aoshun's face changed. What's going on? The West Sea Dragon Palace is hidden in the Shumi small world. It can't be touched, not even Aoshun's blood. Sakura shouldn't be able to touch it, unless it's Aoshun's blood. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He suddenly looked at Aoshun, who stepped out of the palace not far away. Guhai's face changed. Aoshun, were you the one who sent the dragons to ask Aoshun for blood? I didn't. Aoshun's face changed. Who? Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. Supreme, little E is missing. Supreme, I saw little E rushing out. Aoshun's subordinates immediately shouted. Traitor? Aoshun's face changed. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted and rushed towards Sakura. Ha 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 ha, Long Shunwu, you're busy with your business. I'm busy with mine. What are you doing at my place? Sakura's laughter suddenly came from the distant sea. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding sea water suddenly surged. Aoshun's face darkened and flew out. After the two experts left, Guhai smiled. Now, isn't there a chance? Aoshun, let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos. Aoshun brought the three of them and flew towards the transparent wall. What are you doing? The surrounding people's faces changed. They saw that Aoshun had already arrived at the transparent wall and waved his hand to wrap Guhai and the other two with a bubble. Buzz. The bubble strangely merged into the transparent wall. The four of them seemed to have the ability to pass through the wall and strangely entered. Not good. Come out for me, the surrounding people exclaimed. Boom. With a loud sound, Takashi Ryushin and Aoshun instantly flew back. Your Majesty, they have entered. Aoshun brought them in. A group of officials exclaimed. Impossible. apart from the dragon god of the four seas. No one can enter. I have a dragon god, but even I can't enter. How can Ao Shun enter? Ao Shun's face changed as he exclaimed. Takashi Ryushin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Perhaps Ao Shun has a real dragon god. Impossible. How can he have one? Unless Imperial Father was back then. Imperial Father? Imperial Father is really biased, really biased. Ao Shun's face suddenly revealed a sinister anger. Humph! Sakura brought a group of subordinates and also came close. Ha! Ha ha! It seems that we have all been schemed against by Guhai. Sakura suddenly sneered. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sakura coldly. If it wasn't for you, how could Guhai slip away under my eyes? What's the use of saying so much? Takashi Ryushin, you and I have fought for half a day, but Guhai and Ao Shun took advantage of us. If you are uncomfortable, will I feel comfortable? You still want to fight now? Sakura sneered. I want the West Sea Dragon God, Dragon Necropolis, and Earth Spirit. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. I have already given you all the benefits. What do I want? Humph. After entering, we will use our own methods. Sakura said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin was silent for a moment. All right, since you have agreed, then let's start cooperating. Men, set up the array. Sakura shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of subordinates set up the array, and a golden aura poured into the transparent wall. TSS, 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 like the black aura, it was corroding the transparent wall. Let's attack together. Sakura shouted. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked at the same time towards the corroding transparent wall. Hum! With a loud sound, the transparent wall trembled and a large number of cracks appeared. However, the cracks quickly recovered. However, with the corrosion of the gold and black aura, even if it recovered, there would be a trace of scar. With this speed, we will be able to break it in at most half a day. Continue, Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin attacked at the same time again. Chapter 750. Guhai, Ao Shun, Shangguan Hen, and Chong Ming stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace and fell. Bam! The four of them landed on a huge square. Lifting their heads, the four of them looked at the sky. Rumble! Instantly, they saw Takashi Ryushin and Sakura working together to attack the sky. Cracks appeared at the opening of the sky, and it seemed like it wouldn't last much longer. Ancient Emperor, we seem to be in a desperate situation. Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura must hate us to the core. Further outside, there are the three Buddhas watching. How are we going to get out? Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. Don't worry. It's not difficult to leave this place. I just don't want to leave. Guhai said solemnly. Oh. The three of them looked at Guhai doubtfully. One for each of you. Keep it carefully. Guhai handed out a golden core to each of them. This is, the three of them asked curiously, 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. Sun Wukong can transform into 72 transformations because of the 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. It's a pity that this martial art has strict requirements. Unless you give up your martial art and start from scratch, you will lose more than you gain. However, I have obtained these 8-9 Mystic Arts Pills. They can transform into shapes for a short period of time, but the quantity is limited. Keep it carefully. When you leave, swallow the pills and transform into a fish. Then you can swim out stealthily. Guhai said calmly. Oh, transform? The three of them were taken aback and kept the pills carefully. This was one of the treasures that Guhai had obtained from Earth. This was the first time he had taken it out. 8-9 Mystic Arts. Your Majesty, what martial art is that? Ao Shun was taken aback. The 8-9 Mystic Arts is a martial art that combines Buddhism and Taoism. After mastering it, you will have 3 heads and 6 arms, 72 transformations, and an invincible Vajra body. It's a pity that you have to start from scratch. Don't even think about it. Guhai shook his head. Yes. The 3 of them nodded blankly. Don't worry. When we go back this time, I will teach you some special cultivation methods. Although they are not too strong, they are still strange and can help your race's talents improve. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Ao Shun, they are about to enter. What does the Dragon Clan have in the West Sea Dragon Palace? Let's go get it quickly. Guhai said, solemnly. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has a book of knolls. There is also a trace of the Western Sea Dragon God's divinity above the Dragon Gate. It has been 800,000 years. It should have grown a little. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No one has come to the West Sea Dragon Palace for 800,000 years. Is it a small world? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas was established by the ancient ancestor dragon. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it, and it is impossible for them to enter. Ao Shun nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Could this be the Immortal Dome? Chong Ming, who was at the side, asked, feeling suspicious. Of course not. The Immortal Dome is rare. The Immortal Dome is a world of its own and is self-sufficient. However, this small world needs to absorb the spiritual energy and nutrients of the outside world to survive. How can it be the same? Ao Shun smiled. The Western Sea Dragon Palace was extremely large. The palaces were scattered everywhere, even larger than Guhai's limitless heavenly capital. Fortunately, Ao Shun had the Northern Sea Dragon God's inheritance and was familiar with this place. The group quickly moved through the palaces. Some were underground, and some were in coral. After making many turns, the group arrived at a large hall. Earth Soul Hall. Shangwan Hen's eyes lit up. This is the place. I hope the knolls are still the same. Ao Shun said worriedly. Bang! The 4 of them pushed open the door of the large hall. In an instant, a cloud of dust rushed in. The group waved their hands, and the dust dispersed. They saw that the large hall was empty except for a high platform in the northernmost part. There was nothing on the platform. It's gone. Ao Shun's expression changed. Knolls? What's that? Chongming asked, puzzled. It's a book. It was placed here in the Northern Sea Dragon God's memory. Did it escape? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Escape? What do you mean? Guhai asked, puzzled. What's a knolls? Shangwan Hen was also puzzled. It's a book that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. As long as it has a trace of spiritual energy, it can track down the location of the earth soul that leaked the spiritual energy. It seems to have its own thoughts. In the past 800,000 years, no one collected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it absorbed. Could it be that it accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy and had the power to leave? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. Chongming was shocked. Spiritual energy? Is it the spiritual energy of the Middle Celestial Palace? Guhai's expression turned serious. Yes, the 3 souls cultivate spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. The Lower Celestial Palace cultivates spiritual energy. The human soul needs to cultivate and absorb the divinity of heaven and earth until it reaches perfection. The Middle Celestial Palace cultivates spiritual energy. The earth soul needs to cultivate its own spiritual energy until it reaches perfection. Cultivation is difficult. However, there are some shortcuts in this world. The knolls are one such shortcut. They can capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and provide it to the cultivator. They can increase the speed of their cultivation. Ao Shun explained. Oh, what about the speed? The knolls can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly? Changming asked curiously. It's not that fast. It's just the speed of an extremely talented person cultivating spiritual energy. However, it's been 800,000 years. How much spiritual energy have they accumulated? Moreover, this spiritual energy of heaven and earth does not need to be refined. It's a great supplement for the middle celestial palace. Ao Shun explained. While Ao Shun was explaining, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He was just worrying that the middle celestial palace's cultivation speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the heavens had sent him this. Ancient Emperor, the knolls should be in hiding. Why don't we go to the Dragon's Gate first? Find the West Sea Dragon God first? We'll look for them later. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No, we must find them. I need them. Changming, can't you summon billions of bats? Find them for me. We must find the knolls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes, Changming answered. Boom. Changming waved his hand. All of a sudden, countless bats appeared from all directions. TCH, 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 TCH. Countless bats quickly shot out in all directions, sweeping through the area in a carpet-like fashion. Knolls? 800,000 years of accumulation. I hope they can fill up my knolls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. The four of them quickly flew towards the depths. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked again and again. More and more cracks appeared on the West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment. It was not far from breaking. Boom. Countless bats rushed into the sky from the West Sea Dragon Palace. They were so dense that they seemed to cover the entire West Sea Dragon Palace. Not good. This is the talent of vampires. Gu Hai is going to carpet search, take everything clean. Ao Shun's face changed. Ha 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 ha, vampires? Good, good, good. But Di Tian suddenly laughed out loud. Ah, you can still laugh at this time? Ao Shun said gloomily. Takashi Ryushin also revealed a cold smile. This means that Gu Hai and the rest can't find what they want. Knolls or West Sea Dragon God. Dragon God doesn't need to be found. It seems that the knolls are hiding. Good. Continue. Di Tian said with excitement. Boom. The two of them continued to attack the enchantment's cracks. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It was not far from being completely broken. Countless bats searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the knolls described by Ao Shun. Gu Hai and the rest went straight to the West Sea Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is a stone mountain area. Ao Shun brought the three of them into this place and suddenly stopped. Be careful. The Dragon Gate is a lawless place opened by the ancestral dragon in the past. All the spells inside can't be used, and the gravity has increased by 1,000,000 times. Ao Shun explained. Oh, the three of them were slightly stunned. As Ao Shun stepped in, boom, the clothes and hair of the four of them instantly straightened. The quality of Changming's black robe might not be good. Rip, the hat was instantly torn. Boom, the hat that was originally light fell to the ground and actually made a super loud sound. So heavy, Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. We really can't use our magic power. What a strange area. Changming also smiled bitterly. Everyone suddenly felt that their bodies seemed to be filled with lead water, and it was difficult to move. No, it was still light. Everyone felt that each of them was carrying a huge city while walking. It was difficult to walk with just their physical body. 1,000,000 times the weight. It's so strenuous. What kind of broken place is this? Changming smiled bitterly, taking a step forward. Boom. When they landed, it was as if two huge mountains collided. No, I feel that this Dragon Gate is an excellent place for cultivation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Among the four of them, Gu Hai's cultivation was the weakest. But at this moment, Gu Hai seemed to be walking the most relaxed. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai in shock. Your Majesty, don't you feel uncomfortable? It's a little difficult to move, but it's still okay. Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun. The four of them slowly walked towards the center of the valley and listened to the sound of the waterfall in the distance. Ao Shun said excitedly, "We're almost there. It's just in front." Everyone quickly entered the valley. After everyone disappeared, outside the Dragon Gate area, there was a cloud of fog in a crack between the rocks. Hee, you want to find me? You want to steal my energy? Hee. A bunch of bats want to find me? It's been 800,000 years. I've eaten all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Hee. We can finally go out. A terrifying voice came from the fog. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a group of bats seemed to have discovered this place and rushed over to check. Whoosh! The fog turned and shrouded the group of bats. Bang, bang, bang. The group of bats seemed to be dead and fell to the ground quickly. When they fell to the ground, they turned into a pile of black gas and disappeared. The fog ignored the surrounding bats. Instead, it slowly followed Gu Hai's group, drifting towards the Dragon Gate. Chapter 751. In the Dragon's Gate area, the four struggled to walk to a large river in the center of the mountain range. They could not use their magic power and could only rely on their physical bodies. Layers of white fog surrounded the river. Only by crossing the river could they see what was inside. This water is so murky and strange. Changming said, raising his eyebrows. This is the weak water, where goose feathers don't float. Even ordinary fish can't survive here. Even ordinary fish will not be able to use their strength in it. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. A huge waterfall seemed to be falling from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the waterfall was 3 kilometers tall. There was a huge arched door at the top of the waterfall. There was a white ball of light above the arched door. That is the Dragon's Gate. Doubt flashed in Shangguan Hen's eyes. That's right. The Dragon's Gate has stopped countless dragons. That white ball of light contains the divinity of the Western Sea Dragon God. Perhaps there is already a dragon god there. As long as we jump over the Dragon's Gate, we can enter. Unfortunately, it is too hard to jump. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Let me try. Changming jumped. Boom. Immediately, Changming shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. However, he only jumped up 1,000 feet. Bang! Changming suddenly fell, splashing water everywhere. Not good. Not good. I can't float up. Changming suddenly shouted. Ao Shun suddenly turned into a huge black dragon and swam to the front, dragging Changming back. When they reached the shore, Changming said blankly, "This weak water river is very deep. However, the water is the most depressing thing. When I jumped, the water dragged me down and prevented me from jumping high. Why don't you try again?" Ao Shun said with a smile. Bang! Changming dodged the weak water and jumped again. He could only jump 120 meters before falling. The water could not float, so Changming slowly walked back to the shore. I can't jump up. My body is too heavy. I can only jump this high. Dragon's Gate. Your dragon race's inheritance is really harsh, Changming said with a bitter smile. Yeah, I'll try to. Ao Shun frowned and nodded. Ao Shun took a step forward and leaped into the air. However, he only managed to jump 500 feet before he fell back down. Bang! The weak water splashed everywhere, but nothing was found. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. "Let me try," Shangguanhen shouted. Bang! Shangguanhen leaped into the air, but when he reached the height of 200 feet, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. "It still won't work. Dragon Gate?" "Sure enough, it's not that easy to jump." Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. "Is there no other way?" Changming asked blankly. Not far away, there was a cloud of fog hiding in the ordinary white fog, staring at the people jumping in the distance. "Ha ha ha, jump? Who can jump up there? Aside from the Western Sea Dragon King, no other dragon can go up there. This place is restricted by the dragon ancestor. You want to go up? Dream on." A cold laugh came from the cloud of fog, just as the cloud of fog disdainfully jumped. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the water under Gu Hai's feet exploded. Then Gu Hai shot into the air like a cannonball. "Your Majesty?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. However, Gu Hai's height surpassed Changming's 120 meters, Shangguanhen's 200 meters, and Ao Shun's 1,500 meters. He kept going higher and higher. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. He crossed the Dragon's Gate. Changming exclaimed in shock. His Majesty crossed the Dragon's Gate in one jump? Impossible. The cloud of fog in the distance was stunned. Gu Hai had jumped over the Dragon's Gate and was about to come into contact with the white halo. Wait, His Majesty didn't slow down. Shangguanhen exclaimed in shock. He didn't slow down? Everyone was surprised. As expected, Gu Hai didn't slow down. At 11,000 meters, he was still flying. 13,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 18,000 meters. Only when Gu Hai reached 1,800 meters did he stop flying and stop in the air. Ao Shun! The cloud of fog. Shangguanhen was speechless. Changming! Slowly, Gu Hai fell from a height of 1,800 feet, slowly falling into the white sphere of light. His Majesty's physical body is that strong? Changming exclaimed in shock. Changming understood from the previous high jump that one had to rely on one's physical body. Every 10 feet was extremely difficult. However, His Majesty had jumped 18,000 meters in one jump, and he had even jumped in water. Not only did the water not have any buoyancy, it would even drag him down. Even so, His Majesty had already surpassed the Dragon's Gate by so much. Ancient Emperor, Ao Shun's eyelids were twitching wildly. In the past, he had heard from his father that while Gu Hai's cultivation speed was fast, his foundations were extremely solid. In his memory, the only one who could compare was Long Zhanghua. Back then, he didn't think much of it. But now, His Majesty was only in the Sky Palace, right? He was actually in the Sky Palace? I got it! Shangguanhen's eyes lit up. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and grab that white sphere of light. He could bring the West Sea Dragon God down. Who? However, Gu Hai grabbed nothing when he was high up in the sky. What's wrong? Everyone was confused. Who? Gu Hai fell. Boom. He landed in the river and splashed the water in all directions. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Changming asked curiously. I can't touch anything. Gu Hai frowned. You can't touch it? Shangguanhen looked at Ao Shun in confusion. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. It seems like only the dragon tribe can touch it. In the past, the dragon tribe had to rely on their own abilities to gain the dragon god's recognition. Then what should we do? You can't jump up. Shangguanhen said worriedly. I'll throw you up, Gu Hai said after some thought. Everyone's expression froze. Throw him up. Did he have that much strength? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even think about it. How could they throw him up when he was so high up? Not only were they restricted, but everything seemed a million times heavier. Ancient Emperor, are you joking? Ao Shun said blankly. Come on, stop nagging. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura are about to enter. Guhai shouted. All right. Ao Shun nodded with a conflicted expression. However, Guhai reached out and lifted Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression froze. Was he the first dragon tribe member to be thrown up the Dragon Gate in history? If his ancestors knew about this, what would they think? Was the Dragon Gate for throwing? Go! Guhai shouted. Boom! Ao Shun was thrown up like a cannonball into the sky. 2,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 8,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. He went up. Changming exclaimed. The fog not far away was silent. Where did this freak come from? Throwing a dragon tribe member up the Dragon Gate. Was this a joke? Ao Shun was still conflicted as he flew. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he was no longer conflicted, as he was already close to the ball of white light. Wong! With a grab, Ao Shun was thrown into the air. Whoosh! Pung! He fell from the sky into the river, splashing water everywhere. What's going on? Guhai asked with a frown. The Dragon Gate seems to be able to check me. If I didn't jump up personally, I wouldn't be able to touch the dragon god of the West Sea. However, I saw it clearly just now. It really is the dragon god, and he has been successfully nurtured. Ao Shun said anxiously. Then what should we do? You can't jump up yourself. Shangguan Hen said worriedly. Those people outside should be breaking through soon. Changming said anxiously. Let me try again. Ao Shun was also very anxious. Wait, Guhai shouted. What's wrong? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. When I saw you saving Changming for the first time, you could swim in the weak water. Guhai asked doubtfully. Yes. Ao Shun said doubtfully. Then why don't you hit the water and swim upstream? Guhai asked doubtfully. Swim along the waterfall. How do you swim? The waterfalls. No, the speed at which you hit the water is faster than the speed at which the weak water falls. You can hit the water, you can borrow it, and you can keep borrowing it. Guhai said solemnly. Hit the water faster than the weak water falling? But my dragon body is too big and long. It's a little difficult. I'll try using a human body. Maybe, Ao Shun said worriedly. I'll give you another 9 mysterious skill pill. You can try turning into a carp. I remember that carps have great strength to hit the water. Try it, Guhai said. Carps jumping over the Dragon Gate. Guhai had heard of this before on Earth. Could it be that the Dragon Gate on Earth was also like this? That's right. Carps have a strong tail in addition to a round body. Maybe it really works. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Guhai took out another golden pill and gave it to Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded and swallowed it. Shangguan Hen and Changming were also curious. Did the 9 mysterious skill pill really have that magical effect? They saw Ao Shun swallowing the golden pill and thinking of the carp in his heart. Bang! In an instant, Ao Shun's body turned into a huge black carp. His tail flapped in the water, and suddenly the water splashed everywhere. He really changed? Changming suddenly opened his eyes wide. 9 mysterious skill. It's really mysterious. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with expectation. Sprint in the distance, then jump along the waterfall. Guhai commanded. The black carp immediately swam downstream of the Ruoshui River and began to accelerate from a long distance away. Whoosh! The carp was like a sharp arrow. It was getting faster and faster, and rushed straight to the waterfall. When it reached the bottom of the waterfall, its huge tail slapped hard. Boom! Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky and reached a height of 6,000 feet. It was 100 feet higher than Ao Shun's previous jump. At 6,000 feet, the carp's tail slapped the waterfall. Pa! Suddenly, the carp jumped another 10 feet. It's working! Shangguanhen's eyes lit up. Pa, 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 pa! The carp swung its tail crazily and slapped the waterfall again and again. Its speed was extremely fast, and its body was getting higher and higher. Soon, it reached a height of 9,000 feet. At this point, the Dragon Gate could be seen clearly. Ao Shun was so excited that its tail swung faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, it reached the bottom of the Dragon Gate. Go! Boom! With one last slap, the black carp leaped up the Dragon Gate and landed on the huge white halo. Boom! After the carp jumped over the Dragon Gate, it turned into a huge dragon and entered the white halo. It entered just like that. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, 2 dragon roars came from the white halo. One was Ao Shun's roar, and the other was probably the West Sea Dragon God's roar. Chapter 752. Ao Shun transformed into a carp and jumped over the Dragon Gate. He entered the white ball of light and began to accept the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. Guhai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the loud noises coming from the distant sky. The noises were getting louder. It meant that Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were destroying more and more violently. Your Majesty, there are cracks in the sky. The West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment is about to be broken. Shangguanhen frowned. Changming also showed a hint of worry. At the same time, a ball of fog not far away stared at Ao Shun as he accepted the inheritance. How is that possible? Transformed into a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. That's so troublesome. That strand of divinity has been accumulating for 800,000 years. I was going to take it. Humph, forget it. I'll snatch it back later. The fog was gloomy. Then 2 eyes appeared in the fog. They suddenly stared at Guhai and the other 2. 3 of you? Possess one and eat the other 2. It's better than those rotten shrimps and crabs. Among the 3 of you, the Emperor in black, Humph, it's him. His body is strong. If I possess him, my strength will be strong too. The eyes in the fog glowed coldly. After the fog made up its mind, it moved its body slightly. Bam! Suddenly, the fog around the Washuai River surged and quickly shrouded the 3 of them. Something's wrong. Be careful. Guhai's face darkened. Swish! Suddenly, a blue light shot toward Guhai. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Guhai in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, be careful. Changming's face changed. Bam! Guhai's body swayed, and he dodged it. What's that? Guhai's face darkened. Ha 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 ha, you dodged it? What a fast movement technique. Roar! The blue light wrapped in the fog rushed toward Guhai again. Guhai reached out and slashed with the life extinguisher saber. Boom! Suddenly, the saber was drawn, and a huge saber aura suddenly appeared and slashed at the blue light. However, the blue light seemed to be illusory. Even if it was slashed, it did not touch. In an instant, it arrived in front of Guhai. Bastard! Guhai's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom! The punch hit nothing. The blue light seemed to be illusory as it instantly engulfed Guhai's punch. It stuck close to Guhai's body and merged into it. Your Majesty! Changming's expression changed as he rushed over. However, Guhai waved his hand and stopped everyone. His mind sank into his body. This was because Guhai had heard a wild laughter coming from within his body. Keek, keek, keek. Good physical body, good physical body. This foundation is even better than the West Sea Dragon King's. Ha 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 ha. Lan Guang laughed. It went straight for Gu Hai's brain. How dare you? The fire god, water god, wood god, earth god, metal god, and even the spiritual Mother Supreme being attacked at the same time. However, they could not touch it at all. It was like a ray of light. The fire god was the closest. He could vaguely see the shape of a book in the blue light. The book had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its body was surrounded by a transparent blue light energy. It was very strange. There are words on the book. Earthly soul. The fire god was slightly stunned. Earthly soul. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Chong Ming had sent countless bats to look for the earthly soul. They had been here for a long time, but there was no news. Did the earthly soul come here on its own? He wanted to absorb energy for his own use, but the earthly soul came here on its own and went to the earthly soul in his sky palace. Gu Hai felt that this was ridiculous. Was the earthly soul crazy? Did it come here on its own to give away its energy? At this moment, Gu Hai's initial attempt to stop them slowly came to a stop. He stopped trying to stop it. Keek, wait till I refine your earthly soul and occupy the sky palace. Then I will slowly refine your earthly soul and heavenly soul. When everything is refined, you will be my puppet. Ha 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 ha. The earthly soul roared excitedly. Whoosh. In an instant, the earthly soul stepped into Gu Hai's Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace had opened up to 2 levels. On the first level, there was a palace that was 100 feet tall. No earthly soul could be seen inside. However, when the earthly soul saw Gu Hai's lower sky palace, the earthly soul was shocked. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 100 feet lower sky palace? Is this the perfection stage? Did I pick up a treasure? Perfection stage. Ha ha. What a strong foundation. I thought I could only make the middle sky palace reach perfection. Who would have thought that this body would give me such a big surprise? Ha ha ha. The earthly soul was excited. Whoosh. The earthly soul passed through the lower sky palace and rushed to the middle sky palace. The moment he entered, the earthly soul. Another palace that was 1,000 feet tall. Is this the middle sky palace? The earthly soul was in the middle sky palace. He was a blue transparent ball that was 50 feet tall. However, at the entrance of the middle sky palace, a 64 feet tall earthly soul was standing. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul from above. The earthly soul's eyes were wide open as if he was stunned. He thought that no matter how big Gu Hai's earthly soul was, it would only be 1 foot tall. However, the earthly soul in front of him was 64 feet tall. Taller than him. Aren't you in the middle sky palace? The first level of the middle sky palace? Why is your earthly soul so big? The earthly soul looked at Gu Hai's earthly soul in shock. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul with surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, other than the earthly soul book in the center of your body, the blue light on the surface of your body is all energy, right? The accumulation of 800,000 years of energy has condensed into a form. Whoosh! The earthly soul took a step back because he saw his own excited and greedy gaze from before in Gu Hai's earthly soul's eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Such a big earthly soul. You've only opened the middle sky palace for 2 days. How can it be so big? How am I supposed to eat it? No, it's a good thing that it's so big. It saves me a lot of trouble. So what if it's big? I'll still eat it. The spherical earthly soul's eyes were ferocious. Boom. Immediately, the earthly soul rushed towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his body swelled up. His mouth became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide. It was as if he was going to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul completely. Keek, come, merge with me. I will refine you properly. After the shock, it turned into intense excitement and tried to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul. A huge threat rushed straight towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. Gu Hai's earthly soul was not afraid. Instead, his expression changed slightly. In the past, the earthly immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, was an expert who specialized in cultivating the earthly soul. I once asked him for advice on the earthly soul's cultivation method. Although I didn't learn much, I learned that heaven and earth sleeve. Although my physical body is not suitable to use it, my soul is fine. Give it a try. However, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flick his sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve condensed by Gu Hai's earthly soul seemed to produce a huge suction force. At the same time, the sleeve suddenly expanded. The earthly soul's mouth opened to 100 feet wide. Gu Hai's right sleeve expanded to 500 feet in an instant. Then he saw an even bigger bloody mouth trying to swallow the gnome. The earthly soul was dumbfounded. Evildoer, evildoer, save me! The earthly soul screamed in fear, and his figure quickly fled outside. Boom! The sleeve shrunk, and in one bite, 1,000th of the blue light on the earthly soul's body was bitten off. How can this be? How can this be? How can there be such a perverse earthly soul's cultivation method in the first layer of the Middle Heavenly Palace? If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by you. The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He thought it was a fat pig that wanted to take a bite out of him. Who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, it turned into a fierce tiger that wanted to eat him instead? I'm not eating anymore. I'm not eating anymore. The earthly soul turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Sai, don't go. That was the first time I used the heaven and earth sleeve. I didn't use it well. Do it again, don't go. Gu Hai's earthly soul shouted. First time? Didn't use it well? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huff! In an instant, the earthly soul ran into the lower heavenly palace. Quang! The doors of the lower heavenly palace opened, and Gu Hai's earthly soul walked out. The earthly soul was 490 feet tall, and it immediately blocked the earthly soul's path. Scram, or I'll eat you. I can definitely suppress the earthly soul. The earthly soul roared. Earthly soul, since you're here, don't leave. The earthly soul said in a deep voice, I'll eat you. The earthly soul suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the earthly soul wasn't afraid because he knew that the heaven and earth sleeve could only be used by the earthly soul. The earthly soul was the divinity of cultivation and couldn't do it. Roar! Just as he was about to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flip his hand and take out a book. Earthly soul book, why do you have it? The earthly soul shouted in shock. The earthly soul book instantly released a dazzling golden light. Boom! The earthly soul's mouth was blown askew. At the same time, his body flew backward and returned to the first layer of the middle heavenly palace. Why did I return? The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He couldn't leave? The way back was blocked by Gu Hai's earthly soul. With the earthly soul book, Gu Hai's earthly soul also had the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Was he done for today? Heaven and earth sleeve. Gu Hai's earthly soul swung his sleeve again. Why am I so unlucky? The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. He had waited for 800,000 years for an opportunity. Why did he encounter such a monster? The mouth of the heaven and earth sleeve opened again. The earthly soul revealed a look of despair. 800,000 years of loneliness and resentment suddenly erupted. Come on, come on. I've saved up 800,000 years of energy just to make a wedding dress for you. Dream on. Even if I have to sacrifice my main body, I won't give it to you. Explode. The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The earthly soul self-detonated. The huge explosion sent Gu Hai's earthly soul flying. At the same time, his right sleeve also exploded. A powerful airflow exploded. Rolling blue light instantly shot out through Gu Hai's body. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. The earthly soul couldn't escape, but his energy could be released. Energy and divinity were formless and had no form. This was also the reason why Gu Hai's previous attacks couldn't touch it. Now, with the energy leaking out, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. In Gu Hai's Zhongtian Palace, there was only that book, Earthly Soul. The energy shot out of Gu Hai's body, but it carried the earthly soul's consciousness. Kikik, I'm out. Unfortunately, only a part of my consciousness came out. Without my main body, it will dissipate soon. I need to find an earthly soul as soon as possible. I need an earthly soul to possess. Countless energy wrapped around that part of consciousness anxiously. It didn't dare to provoke Gu Hai anymore. Chongming was standing beside him. Offer up your earthly soul. I don't believe that you also know the universe in the sleeve. You also have the Immortal Soul Book. With a rumbling sound, that part of consciousness, wrapped in boundless energy, rushed into Chongming's body. Chongming's expression changed. Wang, a pearl in his body, suddenly released a dazzling black light. No, Chaos Pearl? F***CK. Why do you have the Chaos Pearl? If my main body was still here, would I still be afraid of you? TSS. Chongming's body let out a scream and the sound of something being annihilated. Chongming's body suddenly released a golden light. It was the Chaos Pearl that destroyed that part of consciousness and helped Chongming refine that surge of energy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shangguanhen asked worriedly. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head and looked at Chongming. Chongming, how are you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Your Majesty, I'm fine. That part of consciousness was destroyed by the Chaos Pearl. Then the Chaos Pearl absorbed all the energy into my earthly soul. Your Majesty, I haven't finished refining the Chaos Pearl. I can't extract this surging energy for Your Majesty. Chongming said anxiously. Ha. Since it's in your body, you should absorb it well. This energy should be able to help you reach the heavenly palace. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chongming nodded and sat down cross-legged to absorb this huge amount of energy. In Gu Hai's body, the heaven and earth in the sleeve tore off 1,000th of the energy. 1,000th was equivalent to the energy that an extremely talented person had accumulated for 800 years. If it was anyone else, they would have reached the heavenly palace. However, this 1,000th was only enough to fill the gaps between Gu Hai's teeth. Gu Hai's earthly soul was too big. The first level of the heavenly palace was still the first level of the heavenly palace. It didn't even rise by one level. However, the earthly soul picked up the book on the ground. Earthly soul? No, under the two words, earthly soul, there was a small word book, faintly discernible. Earthly soul book. Just as Gu Hai was looking at the earthly soul book in amazement. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the sky. Your Majesty, the enchantment is broken. Shangguanhen's expression changed. Gu Hai, Ao Shun, get out here. Ao Shun's roar came from the sky. Chapter 753. Boom. The enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace was shattered by Sakura and Takashi Ryushin. This time, the enchantment didn't recover. Furthermore, along with the shattering, the crack was still gradually getting bigger. Rumble! Rolling seawater instantly poured into the Dragon Palace from the West Sea. The West Sea seemed to be leaking, forming a super huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea as it spun towards the center. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats in the surroundings instantly dodged in panic. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were on guard against each other, but in the end, they stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace together. Rumble! The subordinates of both parties followed in. Guhai, Ao-shun, scram out! Ao-shun shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura didn't shout, but looked around coldly. The West Sea Dragon Palace was too big, after all. There were countless pavilions, corals, mountains, and rivers. At a glance, there were novelties everywhere, but they didn't know where to find what they were looking for. There were only billions of bats that were flying around. Dragon God! Sakura's expression suddenly changed. Boom! In an instant, Sakura flew towards the Dragon Gate. After all, Sakura was also a dragon and had condensed his own dragon god. If his dragon god swallowed the West Sea Dragon God, then his dragon god would be even more powerful. Swish! The Dragon Gate wasn't far. Very soon, Sakura arrived. You guys are really here? Sakura's expression sunk. But where's Ao-shun? He raised his head and looked at the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Sakura had a bad premonition. Sakura took a step and landed in the Dragon Gate area. Huff! His magic power dissipated, and his body suddenly became 1,000,000 times heavier. At this moment, Sakura didn't have the time to investigate Guhai and the rest. He ran to the side of Ruo-Shui River and stomped his feet. Boom! Sakura was like a cannonball as he shot towards the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Not good. Shangwan-hen's expression changed, because Sakura's speed was actually more or less the same as Guhai's. With this kick, he was actually about to reach the Dragon Gate. Sakura revealed a sinister expression, and he was worried that Ao-shun would seize the West Sea Dragon God. At this moment, he was thinking of thousands of methods to force Ao-shun to hand over the West Sea Dragon God. With his methods, Ao-shun would definitely not be able to defeat him. Just as he was about to reach the Dragon Gate, bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow shot straight over. The speed was extremely fast, bringing along a sharp aura, which made Di Shirtian's face sink as he turned his head to look. However, he saw a huge rock shoot in front of him like an arrow. Bastard! Di Shirtian's face turned cold as he slapped his palm over. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was smashed into pieces by Di Shirtian. However, the trajectory of Sakura's flight was deviated by this huge rock, and he instantly fell in another direction. Di Shirtian's face turned cold. Guhai, it's you? The huge rock just now was thrown by Guhai. Bang! Di Shirtian landed on the ground. Guhai looked at Di Shirtian coldly. Di Shirtian, you can go and look for other things in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate has already been taken over by me. Taken over? What a big tone. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Guhai, do you want to die? Di Shirtian said coldly. He seemed to want to continue jumping. You can try. Next time, it won't be a rock. Guhai said coldly. Di Shirtian's face turned cold. Humph, ignorant thing. Since you are courting death, I shall send you on your way. Di Shirtian said coldly. While speaking, his body suddenly turned into a black arrow and shot over from afar. The black arrow was too fast, so fast that Shangwan-hen couldn't intercept it in time. Who was Di Shirtian? His strength was on par with Takashi Ryushin. He was the division leader of the mystical mountain's sacred ground, the demigods and semi-devils. He was equivalent to the existence of an imperial dynasty's great emperor. Was it very difficult to kill a rising star? Swish! In this place where every step was difficult, Sakra's speed was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Gu Hai in an instant and sent out a punch. It was as though he wanted to shatter Gu Hai with one punch. Gu Hai's face turned cold. He took a step forward with his left leg and arched his right leg. He threw a punch forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, the solid black stone ground under their feet instantly shattered into countless rocks. The rocks flew in all directions and instantly shot countless huge holes in the surrounding stone forest. It was a head-on collision. Gu Hai stood at his original spot, while Di Shi Tian paused for a moment. Di Shi Tian's face sank. This is a competition of physical body. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but your physical body is not as good as mine. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha, 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 ha. I am practicing the absolute fiend Dao. How can I not be as good as yours? Di Shi Tian stared and attacked Gu Hai again. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of collisions, rocks flew in all directions. Even Shangguan Hen couldn't take it anymore and retreated with Chang Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation. Boom! Di Shi Tian took another step back and stared at Gu Hai, who didn't take a step back. I said, I will take over the Dragon Gate. Gu Hai said coldly. Not only did Di Shi Tian not retreat, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Once I admit that I am right, I will not back down. I have never backed down before. The absolute fiend heart cannot back down. Again, Di Shi Tian roared with a sinister expression. Rumble! The two of them started to fight again. The sound of battle resounded in all directions. All the people who were searching in all directions were suddenly attracted over. West Sea Dragon God! Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Swish! Ao Sheng instantly shot towards the Dragon Gate. Stop him! Gu Hai shouted coldly when he was fighting Di Shi Tian. Yes! Shangguan Hen immediately rushed up. Humph! You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Di Shi Tian snorted and punched Gu Hai's chest. Dong! However, Gu Hai's chest was like an iron wall. It was actually hard, causing Di Shi Tian's punch to fail. Di Shi Tian, in the Dragon Gate, you are not my opponent. Get lost! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Di Shi Tian was instantly blasted away. Ha 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 ha! I will beat you up in the Dragon Gate. Di Shi Tian didn't give in at all. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them started to fight again. On the other side, Ao Sheng was about to rush towards the Dragon Gate. Shangguan Hen instantly blocked in front of him. A huge tortoise shell in his hand slammed towards Ao Sheng. Ha ha, stinky tortoise, you want to stop me too? Last time, you couldn't even beat that monkey. You are really courting death. Ao Sheng slashed with his sword. Boom! Shangguan Hen instantly flew out. The long sword and tortoise shield shattered at the same time. Humph, ignorant! Ao Sheng immediately wanted to continue to rush forward. However, Shangguan Hen once again stepped forward to stop Ao Sheng. With me here, don't even think of walking over. Shangguan Hen said with hatred. Boom! Ao Sheng instantly punched again. In this place, it was all about the physical body. Although Shangguan Hen's movements were slow, his physical body was still considered strong. Boom, boom, boom. After being beaten back repeatedly by Ao Sheng, Shangguan Hen was covered in blood, but he was still unyielding. What a troublesome thing. Stinky tortoise, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we were not in the Dragon Gate area, you would have been killed by me. Roar! Ao Sheng immediately turned into a huge black dragon. He swung his tail towards Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a huge black tortoise. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed onto Shangguan Hen's tortoise shell. Again, Shangguan spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Roar! The black dragon stretched out his body and immediately wrapped around the black tortoise. At this moment, both of them had lost their cultivation. It was best to turn into their original forms in terms of physical strength. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled. They were torn apart. The surrounding mountain rocks were in a mess from the collision. Gradually, the black dragon wrapped around the black tortoise, making it unable to move. Supreme Xuanwu? Ha, ha 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 ha, you're just SOSO. Watch me bite your head. The black dragon revealed a ferocious expression and bit towards the black tortoise's head. At this moment, the black tortoise's entire body was entangled, and it could not move at all. It was extremely anxious and tried to retract its head, but it was firmly held by a dragon claw. The tortoise's body was hard, and ordinary swords and sabers could not pierce through it. However, the dragon's teeth were sharp, and it seemed like they would pierce through the black tortoise's head in an instant. Roar! The black dragon bit over. Shangguan could no longer fight back. Suddenly, a black ball collided with the dragon tooth with a loud bang. Boom! The dragon's teeth instantly shattered. Roar! The black dragon roared in pain. Not only that, but the black ball also hit the dragon's head, causing it to bleed. Xuanwu immediately dodged. It's you, Stinky Bat. The black dragon looked ferociously at Changming, who had woken up not far away, with a mouth full of blood. Thank you, Lord Chang, Shangguan said with a lingering fear. You are too polite, Supreme Shangguan. Leave the rest to me, Changming said with a smile. Leave it to you? Roar, you are courting death. The black dragon suddenly swung its tail at Changming. Be careful, Lord Chang. Shangguan expression changed. The huge tail swung down, but Changming was not afraid. He suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged the dragon's tail. Boom! The dragon's tail was hugged. Shangguan and Ao Sheng were both stunned. Aren't you only at the peak of the middle celestial palace? Ao Sheng said in surprise. Just now, I have already broken through to the upper celestial palace, Changming said with a cold smile. Buzz! A trace of blue light appeared on Changming's body. It suddenly increased Changming's strength by 1 point. Breaking through to the upper celestial palace? No, you have at least reached the 3rd level of the celestial palace. Earth Spirit? You absorbed all the energy of the Earth Spirit. 800,000 years of energy? Changming's expression changed. That's right, too much energy. I only used 1/10 of it to break through to the upper celestial palace. The rest was used to refine energy into chi to help me break through to the upper celestial palace. Rise! Changming roared. He suddenly exerted force, and the huge black dragon was instantly thrown up. Just as the black dragon was about to be smashed to the ground, the black dragon suddenly twisted its body and escaped. Roar! Rumble! The black dragon landed and ferociously crashed toward Changming. Changming's expression was ferocious as he brazenly punched. Hung! The man and the dragon both retreated 10 zhang before stopping. Refine energy into chi? Changming is actually on par with Ao Sheng now. Shangguan eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The battle between Changming and Ao Sheng started. Shangguan smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't intervene at all. Slowly, Shangguan retreated to one side. It's enough for Changming to block Ao Sheng. On the other side, Gu Hai and Sakura were also locked in battle. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was looking at the center of the battlefield from the outside, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just entered the middle celestial palace, Gu-Hai's physical body is actually stronger than Sakura's? Ha! To be valued by Long Zhonghua, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Dahan and Da borders are connected. In the future battles, it will be essential. Today, I will make you stay. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. Bang! Takashi Ryushin instantly stepped into the land of the Dragon Gate. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed toward Gu-Hai, who was in the center of the battlefield. Gu-Hai was in a deadlock with Sakura. Their palms were facing each other, and it seemed that he was firmly suppressing Sakura. However, Gu-Hai's back was wide open at this moment. Takashi Ryushin was about to approach in a flash. He was holding a long sword in his hand, as if he wanted to pierce Gu-Hai's back. "Your Majesty!" Shangguan Hen was close by, and his face changed. Without thinking, the huge black tortoise jumped. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black tortoise in an instant. Chapter 754. A large hole appeared in the enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The endless water of the West Sea gushed in. For a moment, the West Sea Dragon Palace was raining heavily. Leaning against the hole, the buildings were submerged by the flood. In the land of the Dragon Gate, a large amount of rain sprayed from the sky, and the ground was already submerged. A large number of great Wu officials and dragons gathered outside. After all, they didn't dare to approach the inside. Gu-Hai fought Di Shi Tian. At this moment, they were fighting in the dauntless realm. The two of them exchanged palms, and Gu-Hai suppressed Di Shi Tian. "Your body? How did you cultivate?" Di Shi Tian stared in disbelief. "Di Shi Tian, you should retreat," Gu-Hai said with a ferocious expression. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a cold air suddenly shot from Gu-Hai's back. "Your Majesty!" Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he immediately blocked Gu-Hai with the back of the turtle shell. The black turtle's defense was extremely strong. Previously, Ao Sheng couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. However, Takashi Ryushin's sword was too powerful. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black turtle in an instant. Pfft, how could it be? Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! The long sword pierced through the black turtle, and its speed didn't decrease as it suddenly stabbed towards Gu-Hai. "Your Majesty!" Shangguan Hen roared. Boom! The turtle body rotated and instantly crashed into Gu-Hai. Huh! Gu-Hai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, he pushed Di Shi Tian away with a palm. He dodged the sword. "Humph! Ruining my business! Humph!" Takashi Ryushin shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Boom! No! Gu-Hai and Changming's expressions suddenly changed. Di Shi Tian's eyes were also full of shock. However, he saw Shangguan Hen's body explode. It instantly turned into countless fragments. Gu-Hai immediately stepped forward and hugged Shangguan Hen's head. "Shangguan Zun Zun!" Changming exclaimed from afar. Whoosh! The gigantic Xian beast transformed into a human head. He seemed to still be breathing. "Your Majesty, I can't bear to see the power of the Dahan anymore. Please take good care of those Xuanwu for me, Your Majesty. Many thanks for Your Majesty's appreciation over the years. Shangguan Hen has no regrets." After finishing the last sentence, Shanghai Hen's head seemed to close its eyes. Looking back at the past, Gu-Hai felt sad for a while. "As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die." Gu-Hai's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin, and a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. Hee, Takashi Ryushin, what a sneak attack from behind. As expected, you are a cold-blooded person who is only interested in this kind of treacherous tricks. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted and ignored him. He didn't care about Gu-Hai's words. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. He thought that Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen had a close relationship. But the next moment, he saw Gu Hai reach out and take out a huge bucket. In the bucket, Gu Hai poured a 9-colored liquid into it. He couldn't see what it was, but it was extremely strange. Gu Hai put Shangguan Hen's head into it. Buzz. Shangguan Hen's eyes that were about to close suddenly opened again. What? He didn't die? Sakura's face sank. Shangguan Hen's head is all that's left. Why are there so many meridians and blood vessels under his head? Bones popped out again. Muscle filaments. This is countless dragons in the outside world exclaimed. What kind of liquid is that? It's helping Shangguan Hen to rebuild his body, someone exclaimed. What? Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen said in shock. Rest well and rebuild your body. I said, as long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Now, watch how I take revenge for you. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. What's in this bucket? Only a head is left. How can it be repaired? Sakura was also shocked. What was in the bucket was naturally the heaven-replenishing power to rebuild Shangguan Hen's body. However, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't tell the two of them. Sakura, stubborn. I have already given you face. Humph. Gu Hai's face turned cold. What did you say? Sakura's face sank. And you, Takashi Ryushin, I originally didn't want to fight with you for Long Zhanggua's face. However, you want to kill me today? He even almost killed the Emperor's sovereign beast. Since that's the case, I will help Long Zhanggua to discipline this unfilial son. Gu Hai shouted coldly. With a cold shout, Gu Hai suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow charging towards Takashi Ryushin. Humph, you're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slashed towards Gu Hai with his sword. Without his magical power, Takashi Ryushin's strength was also extremely great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pierce through the black tortoise's shell and explode the black tortoise with his sword. He slashed towards Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using your physical body to receive my divine sword, you're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He increased the strength of his sword and slashed towards Gu Hai's palm. Gu Hai's palm also turned into the color of bones. Boom! The palm and sword collided, but the palm that everyone expected didn't appear. Gu Hai's right palm was actually harder than the black tortoise's shell. Gu Hai held Takashi Ryushin's divine sword in his palm, making it unable to move. This palm is for Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned sinister. He roared and threw out his left palm. The speed was too fast, and the strength was too great. It went straight for Takashi Ryushin's mouth. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He pulled out his sword to block, but the sword seemed to be rooted in Gu Hai's palm and couldn't move. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to block Gu Hai's left palm. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's palm was knocked away. Slap! A crisp slap resounded throughout the Dragon's Gate. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Boom! A huge stone mountain was broken in half. Takashi Ryushin stopped. Everyone around suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe that Takashi Ryushin was crawling up from the ruins. There was a palm print on Takashi Ryushin's mouth. The divine sword in his hand had fallen out and was now in Gu Hai's palm. He crawled up from the ruins. His eyes were like copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. Divine sword? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. He held the sword with one hand and the hilt with the other and suddenly snapped it. Kacha! The divine sword broke. Heavenly Ice God Sword, Yong Prefecture's #1 divine sword. How could it be broken? Countless Great Wu's officials exclaimed. You didn't use your full strength just now? Sakura looked at Guhai with a gloomy face. Get lost. Guhai stared at Sakura. Get lost. Good, get lost. What an ambitious and ruthless person. This deity likes to kill ambitious and ruthless people. Sakura suddenly rushed over with a ferocious face. With Sakura's pride, it was impossible for him to be scared by anything. Even if Guhai's body was stronger than his, he still wanted to fight. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as retreating. What's more, Guhai had just entered the Central Sky Palace, and he already retreated. Boom! Sakura rushed straight to Guhai. In the ruins in the distance, Takashi Ryushin touched the palm print on his face as if he had been humiliated. The emperor could be killed, but not humiliated. Which emperor didn't have the ambition to create a new world? Which emperor didn't have the pride of being the most powerful person in the world? The emperor had the heart of a strong person, the heart of becoming the #1 in the world. Today, he was slapped by a Central Sky Palace and turned around to flee, find another way to get back his face. Impossible. He had to get up from where he fell. What's more, there were a lot of officials here. Today, as an emperor, he was slapped in the face in front of his subjects, and then he dodged in fear. What a joke. Boom. Takashi Ryushin stepped on the ground and rushed towards Guhai. Takashi Ryushin wanted to use his hands to tear Guhai apart to repay the humiliation just now. 2 sharp arrows shot towards Guhai from 2 directions. Good timing. Guhai stared and punched one after another. Boom, boom. Under Guhai's tyrannical body, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura paused for a moment, but they pounced forward again in an instant. Guhai also didn't stay idle. His hand speed suddenly became faster. For a moment, the 3 of them were filled with the shadows of Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sakura's fists and palms. Guhai revealed a sinister expression. The more he fought, the faster he became. Boom! A punch landed on Sakura's chest and sent him flying. A slap landed on the other side of Takashi Ryushin's face. Slap! Takashi Ryushin was sent flying again. You! Takashi Ryushin instantly glared and roared. The slap just now was already a great humiliation. Now, Guhai gave him another slap. This slap is for Long Zhangwa, unfilial son, unworthy of the surname Long. Guhai revealed a sinister expression. Sakura looked at Guhai, and his eyelids twitched. Sakura was also furious when he was punched by Guhai just now. However, compared to Takashi Ryushin, he was much better. Around them, the water slowly flooded. Changming and Ao Sheng continued their battle. However, the 2 of them were a little absent-minded. Compared to the battle between Guhai and the other 2 not far away, the 2 of them found themselves like 2 children acting cute. How can Guhai be so tyrannical? Ao Sheng had a look of disbelief. Around them, some dragon clan and Great Wu officials wanted to step in. Puff! The first few people suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The attributes of the Dragon Gate were too terrifying. In the bucket, the 9-colored liquid was slowly decreasing and fusing into Shangguan Hen's body. Shangguan Hen's body was slowly recovering. Meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and skin grew quickly and strangely recovered. The surrounding people were at a loss. When the surrounding rainwater reached the height of a person, Shangguan Hen's body was finally completely rebuilt. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be extremely fragile, and he climbed out of the bucket with difficulty. In the bucket, all the heaven-replenishing liquid had been consumed. Shangguan Hen found the fragments of his previous body and found his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, He took out a set of clothes and put it on. However, after putting it on, he seemed to have no strength and fell on a big rock. He looked at Gu Hai and the other two who were fighting in the distance. The three of them fought more and more crazily. However, Gu Hai's body was tyrannical. Even if Sakura and Takashi Ryushin joined forces, they were still sent flying by Gu Hai time and time again. Your Majesty is amazing. Shangguan Hen sighed. Chapter 755. As time passed, the enchantment of the Dragon Palace became more and more damaged. More and more water gushed down, drowning the entire Dragon Palace. The terrain of the Dragon Gate region wasn't high. At this moment, the water was as high as two people and was still rising rapidly. At this moment, Long Shenwu and Sakura were also enraged. No matter who it was being suppressed by a small character that they looked down on in the past, they would definitely feel unhappy. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't Gu Hai's opponent. Gu Hai's foundation was too solid, just based on physical strength. He was invincible among those of the same level. If it was someone of the same level, it wouldn't matter if they were defeated. However, facing Gu Hai from the Central Sky Palace, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. If they couldn't get rid of Gu Hai today, Gu Hai would be like a thorn in their throat, becoming their inner demon. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Shangguan Hen climbed onto a bigger rock weakly. At this moment, his body was extremely weak. On the other side, Changming was fighting against Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng attacked again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Changming. Are you all dead? And Sakura's dragon clan, why aren't you coming in? Ao Sheng roared. Countless Dragon Clan members in the periphery didn't enter the Dragon Gate region previously because once they entered, all forbidden techniques would be activated and their body weight would increase by 1,000,000 times. It was difficult for them to move. Those from the Central Sky Palace didn't dare to enter at all. There were also those from the Upper Sky Palace, but their cultivation wasn't strong enough. It was difficult for them to move, and they were worried about losing their lives. After all, the aftermath of Gu Hai's battle and the flying rocks were extremely terrifying in their eyes. However, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Ao Sheng let out a roar. Groups of Dragon Clan members swam in with difficulty. Once they entered, they were suppressed to the point of incomparable pain. However, they still swam towards the center. Go, catch Shangguan Hen! Ao Sheng roared. Ung! A group of Dragon Clan members swam towards Shangguan Hen. How dare you? Changming's expression changed as he exclaimed, You won't be able to leave even if you dare? Smelly bat, I'm your opponent now. Ao Sheng blocked Changming's path with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Changming was unable to rescue him. Whoever dares to touch Shangguan Hen will become my enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. Huh! The faces of the dragons in the distance froze. Was he being targeted by Gu Hai? Ha 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 ha! Fight to the death! Go, take down Shangguan Hen! Takashi Ryushin suddenly said with a ferocious expression, Your Majesty? Gu Hai only has a strong physical body. Humph! When we get out of the Dragon Gate, he will only enter the Central Celestial Palace. How can we fight to the death? Capture Shangguan Hen, for me. Takashi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of dragons pounced on Shangguan Hen. Sakura didn't stop them, because at this moment, the two of them also discovered that even if they attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate. Now, they could only take an unconventional approach and let Shangguan Hen distract Gu Hai. Courting death, Gu Hai immediately stretched out his hand to hit the two of them. Boom, boom. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai wanted to rush towards Shangguan Hen, but Sakura and Takashi Ryushin instantly appeared in front of Guhai again. "Wanna leave?" "Ha ha 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 ha, you can't leave." Takashi Ryushin sneered with a sinister expression. The surrounding dragons were getting closer and closer to Shangguan Hen. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was extremely weak. How could he have the strength to resist? Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, I've dragged you down again." Just when Shangguan Hen was feeling helpless and guilty in his heart, suddenly, a loud sound came from above the dragon gate. It was Ao Shun's voice. Boom! High up in the sky, the white ball of light suddenly converged and quickly shrunk into a white ball of light. Ao Shun's huge dragon body suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the white ball of light. Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression changed. West Sea Dragon God. Sakura's expression also sank. West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun will definitely not let you down, thank you. Ao Shun shouted solemnly. Ao Shun, save Shangguan Hen. Guhai shouted. High up in the sky. Ao Shun quivered and looked down. He immediately saw the tragic battle below. 10 huge dragons had already arrived at Shangguan Hen's location and seemed to want to tear Shangguan Hen into pieces. With a roar, Ao Shun's figure instantly scuttled down. Even in the Dragon Gate area, Ao Shun didn't know why, but he could suddenly use the power of his magic. Boom! As soon as the powerful dragon aura was released, the surrounding water instantly exploded. The dragon aura, that was several times stronger than before, spread out, causing the faces of everyone fighting below to change. Your cultivation has increased so much. Ao Shun's expression changed. Bang! Ao Shun landed beside Shangguan Hen and swung his black dragon tail. Boom! 10 huge dragon tails seemed to appear in the air and swung towards the 10 ferocious-looking, huge dragons. No! Save me! No! The huge dragons immediately screamed in horror. The huge dragons were like cannonballs shooting in all directions and crashing into the Black Rock Mountains, causing them to collapse. Pooh! 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 The huge dragons immediately vomited blood and went limp. It was as if all their bones had been shattered by Ao Shun. They were paralyzed in horror, unable to move. The other dragons that were about to pounce over immediately trembled. Their expressions changed, and they fled in all directions. Ao Shun did not give chase. Instead, he transformed into his human form and helped Shangguan Hen up. Prime Shangguan, your cultivation is completely lost. Ao Shun's expression changed as he said. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Ao Shun supported Shangguan Hen and looked at the 2 battlefields not far away. When he saw Guhai fighting Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin alone, his eyelids twitched. The ancient emperor's might. Royal Father was right. The ancient emperor's foundation is too solid. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Ao Shun versus Changming. Changming's cultivation increased as well. Ao Shun? Humph! Ao Shun snorted coldly. As he snorted, he supported Shangguan Hen and took a step forward. Who? Ao Shun instantly appeared before Ao Shun. Ao Shun's sudden appearance made Ao Shun tremble. You obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. The forbidden arts of the Dragon's Gate are ineffective against you? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Shun, you can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his hand. Boom! Ao Shun was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun's slap, crashing into a large mountain with a loud bang. This was the difference between those with spiritual power and those without. Moreover, Ao Shun had obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance, and his cultivation had increased by a lot. Pooh! Ao Shun! Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin were being suppressed by Gu Hai. They also saw Ao Shun making his move. When they saw that Ao Shun could use his full cultivation, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Ao Shun's appearance completely broke the balance. Today, it seemed impossible to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon's Gate. Sure enough, Ao Shun suddenly turned his head in the distance. Both of their faces sank. Go! Takashi Ryushin roared. You want to leave now? Humph! Gu Hai's face turned cold, and he swung his hand. Boom! Boom! A powerful force slammed into the backs of the two retreating figures. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing Gu Hai's strength, they shot out of the Dragon's Gate like arrows. Gu Hai, let's see if you'll come out or not. Humph! Takashi Ryushin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with resentment, Stop! Ao Shun glared and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the Dragon's Gate. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted and turned his hand to face the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Shinwu was blasted away. However, that palm strike from his powerful physical body still shattered the surrounding mountains and caused the water to surge into the sky. Dragon's Gate forbidden spell. Ao Shun, I don't believe that you won't come out. Ao Shun also rushed out of the Dragon's Gate and roared. Phew! Sakura and Takashi Ryushin quickly stepped out of the Dragon's Gate. Once they were out of the Dragon's Gate, both of them emitted a flaming aura, and the surrounding seawater was forced to disperse. Surround the Dragon's Gate. No one can leave. Sakura glared. At this moment, Ao Shun was also incomparably angry. He originally wanted to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate district, but what could he do? What could he do when Ao Shun was no longer using the forbidden spell? How could he fight again? Meet force with force, fight with strength with strength. Wherever he lost, he would get it back in order to erase his inner demons. At the very least, he wouldn't be brooding over it in the future and find it difficult to advance in cultivation. Although they were defeated previously, Sakura and Takashi Ryushin didn't think that Gu Hai could kill them, so they kept pestering him. Now that Ao Shun had recovered his magic power, if they continued to be in a stalemate, they would only be courting death. Sakura's face was gloomy as he surrounded the Dragon Gate area with Takashi Ryushin. No one can leave. Outside, the dragons were roaring, but inside, the water was overflowing and the rocks were crumbling. Your Majesty, are you okay? A group of Great Wu's officials looked at Takashi Ryushin worriedly. Keep an eye on them. No one can leave. Takashi Ryushin ignored his subordinates and looked coldly at the Dragon Gate district. In the Dragon Gate district, the water was overflowing, and vaguely the figures of Gu Hai and the other three could no longer be seen. Where are they? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. See water, calm down. Sakura stretched out his hand and pressed. Buzz. The surrounding sea water suddenly calmed down, and even the sea water in the Dragon Gate district also calmed down. Now, the sea water in the Dragon Gate district was as high as 5 people, but Gu Hai, Ao Shun, Changming, and Shang Wenhen had all disappeared. Hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. Ao Shun glared. The Dragon Gate district was completely sealed off. If someone came out, a group of strong people would definitely find out. Even the water was sealed off, but there was no movement. Where's Gu Hai? Sakura and Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with irritation as they waited patiently, but they didn't know that at this moment There were 4 carps that had already drifted out of the Dragon Gate district. Following the direction of the water, they rushed towards the broken barrier, swimming against the water. The 4 carps rushed out of the barrier through the water column. Shangguan Hen is weak. I will bring him. You guys go first and split up. Gather at the place we agreed on last time. One of the golden carps said solemnly, Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 carps immediately split up and shot in 2 different directions. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down. The white carp looked at the golden carp and smiled bitterly. You got injured because of me. How are you a burden? It's a pity that I can't help you reconstruct your corporeal body with my cultivation. Sigh, let's leave this place first. The golden carp sighed slightly. The white carp swam slowly, and the golden carp accompanied him. The 2 carps swam towards the sea surface, and as they swam, they suddenly saw rays of golden light blooming on the sea surface. Not good. People from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, they are waiting to reap the benefits. The white carp's expression changed. Go around. The golden carp said solemnly. The 2 carps swam away in circles. At this moment, suddenly, a ray of golden light rushed over and shrouded the 2 carps like a searchlight. Ha 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 ha. Guhai, you think you can escape from my old son's discerning eyes after becoming a carp? Buddha, Guhai is there. That golden carp is Guhai? A loud shout came from the sea surface. Chapter 756. Ha 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 ha. Guhai, do you think you can escape from old son's eyes of fire and gold just because you turned into a carp? Buddha, Guhai is over there. That golden carp is Guhai. A loud shout came from the sea. A shout came from the sea, and Guhai's expression changed. He instantly understood what light beam was shining on him. Sun Wukong? Eyes of fire and gold? That monkey? Guhai's expression changed. He knew that Sun Wukong had discovered him. Without hesitation, his figure flashed. Wang. Guhai and Shangguan Hen turned into their human forms. Guhai pulled Shangguan Hen and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A majestic shout came from the sea, following which a strong suction force rushed towards where Guhai and Shangguan Hen were. Your Majesty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Walla lala. The surrounding seawater was quickly sucked up into the sky. Guhai wanted to break free, but the force was too strong. Together with the sea, he was sucked up into the sky. As he was pulled up into the sky, Guhai saw the scene on the sea clearly. Above a huge cloud, there was a large number of monks shining with golden radiance standing there. The 4 leading them were the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Longnu, and Sun Wukong. At this moment, the present Buddha was holding an alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl produced a strong suction force that sucked in all the seawater, including Guhai and Shangguan Hen. The alms bowl's suction force was so strong that no matter how Guhai struggled, he could not break free. A golden light entered Guhai and Shangguan Hen's bodies. The 6th of the 16 great magic treasures in history, the reincarnation pool. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. That alms bowl is the reincarnation pool. Guhai's expression darkened. Rumble! The alms bowl was like a bottomless pit. The water gushed in, but it couldn't be filled. Within the alms bowl, there seemed to be a world of its own. Guhai and Shangguan Hen were instantly sucked into it. Furthermore, the golden light on their bodies grew brighter and brighter. Guhai's expression darkened. As the golden light entered his body, Guhai felt as if his divine palaces and celestial palaces were sealed. This is the sealing technique of the current Buddha. Your Majesty, I have indeed implicated you. If you had left first, you wouldn't have. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. All right, I don't blame you. Inside the alms bowl, Gu Hai stood in the middle of the swirling water, coldly looking at everyone outside the alms bowl. His cultivation had been sealed, and he had been trapped in the reincarnation pool. At this moment, it was even worse than before. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha's mouth was closed, but his body was surrounded by a majestic voice. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, to think that you would have such a day. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. The victorious fighting Buddha, humph, the current Buddha is Tathagata. After being bullied by Tathagata, you have become his lackey? To think that I have always admired the arrogance of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. So, that's all there is to it. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed. When Gu Hai said that, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Being bullied by Tathagata was referring to being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Wuji mountain in the past. Now, he was Tathagata's lackey. How could Sun Wukong take it? Gu Hai, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Sun Wukong glared angrily. Turning his head, Sun Wukong looked at the present Buddha. Present Buddha, leave these two people to me. I was the one who discovered him. Sun Wukong asked the present Buddha for the two people. The past Buddha shook his head and said, Please calm down, victorious fighting Buddha. This Gu Hai is fated to be with the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He will be detained for the time being. Leave him to me. I will lock him up too. Sun Wukong shouted. The present Buddha smiled slightly and shook his head. What are you doing? I was the one who found him. Ka ka ka. Sun Wukong said angrily. You found him well, but he was caught by the Buddha. Victorious fighting Buddha, calm down. The Buddha still has some things to ask Gu Hai. After everything is over, you can settle your grudges on your own. What do you think? The past Buddha said with a smile. Ka 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 ka, bastard, he is mine. Sun Wukong said anxiously. Whoosh. At the side, the southern dragoness held a suet jade bottle in her hand. She took out a willow branch from the jade bottle and gently swung it at Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong was immediately blocked. Victorious fighting Buddha. This Gu Hai is related to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Don't be rude. The southern dragoness shouted. You ka 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 ka, roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily, but he couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh. Sun Wukong turned his head and flew away angrily. Sun Wukong left, but the crowd ignored him and looked at the West Sea again. Don't move. The present Buddha said again. A white-robed monk stepped out from the group of monks behind him. Jiedong Bodhisattva had gone to the heavenly court with the future Buddha during the Thousand Saints Conference. There, he competed with Gu Hai to become the personal disciple of the present Buddha and learned the secret method of Mount Numinous sacred ground, silent motionless Zen. Unfortunately, Gaochen had broken his silent motionless Zen with a song. All his cultivation had gone down the drain. Jiedong Bodhisattva, you've recovered your cultivation? In the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jiedong Bodhisattva sneered. Thanks to Mr. Good, I've just recovered my lower heavenly palace. Buddha. Jiedong Bodhisattva looked at the present Buddha respectfully. Take Gu Hai to the future Buddha and ask him about the doubts in our hearts. We'll be there after dealing with the West Sea Dragon Palace. The present Buddha said calmly. Obviously, he was going to send Gu Hai to be tortured for interrogation. Yes, Jiedong Bodhisattva answered. Jiedong Bodhisattva was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He saw that the water in the reincarnation pool was spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a huge whirlpool and sucked Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and Jiedong Bodhisattva into it. Whoosh! Gu Hai felt that there was a huge passageway, and it spun for a while in the passageway. Whoosh! Suddenly, the three of them flew out of the passageway. They fell into a huge square. Oh, Guhai looked confused. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and there was snow in some places. This was a new small world. There were many palaces all around. A large number of ghostly soldiers were wandering around. Guhai looked up and saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the largest palace, there were the words Yama's Palace. There were three big words. Yama's Palace? The 10 Kings of Hell? This is the underworld. Guhai's expression changed, and he said, strangely, what underworld? Shangguan Hen looked confused. The underworld was the underworld. Shangguan Hen had never heard of the underworld. Guhai said that it was a name from Earth. Could it be that the 6 paths of immortality had a corresponding underworld? Guhai, you even know about the underworld and the 10 Kings of Hell? Have you been to the secret realm of the Hell Path before? Jiedong Bodhisattva raised his eyebrows. This is the secret realm of the Hell Path. Guhai's expression changed. Oh, you've never been here before. How do you know about the 10 Kings of Hell? Jiedong Bodhisattva was confused. At this moment, a group of ghost officials wearing official robes ran toward them from the Yama's palace. Greetings, emissary of Spiritual Mountain. The leader of the group, a ghost king in a black robe, said respectfully, King Yama. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Jiedong Bodhisattva was even more curious. You know him? Jiedong Bodhisattva was surprised. Guhai sneered, but did not answer. Jiedong Bodhisattva looked at King Yama. No, I've never seen him before. King Yama shook his head vigorously. Jiedong Bodhisattva looked at Guhai and felt even more confused. Is the future Buddha here? Jiedong Bodhisattva asked. The future Buddha should be with D. Ting Bodhisattva, but 2 hours ago, I heard that the future Buddha was going to the 15th level of hell to check on the fierce demon Kong Xian. I don't know if he's back or not. King Yama shook his head. Kong Xian? Humph, he's really stubborn. The Buddha has captured him for so long, but he's still so arrogant. The Buddha named him Mahamayuri, but he doesn't care. He's been imprisoned in hell, and he still doesn't repent. Jiedong Bodhisattva frowned. Yeah, the 15th level of hell is really scary. I only dare to go to the 3rd level of hell. The last time I went there, I almost went crazy. It's too scary. King Yama said in fear. Is it the 18th level of hell? Guhai asked curiously. Jiedong Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Guhai coldly. Oh, right, I didn't make it clear just now. How do you know about the 10 Yama Kings? How much do you know about the Naraka path? It's your first time here. So, the future Buddha isn't around? Guhai suddenly laughed. Guhai did not seem nervous at all, which made Jiedong Bodhisattva feel uncomfortable. Jiedong Bodhisattva sneered. Guhai, do you think this is still the Deqian, Celestial Empire? The Long Zhangguo of the past is already dead. You're now a prisoner of the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual Mountain. Don't you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Awareness? What awareness do you need? Guhai suddenly smiled. Humph, since the future Buddha is not here, I'll judge you first. Humph, Jiedong Bodhisattva suddenly said coldly. Come, bring my judgment platform to me. Quick, 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 King Yama said, fawningly. Immediately, a large number of ghosts went to move the platform. Guhai smiled coldly and ignored them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? A prisoner should act like one. Kneel, Jiedong Bodhisattva shouted and slammed his right hand toward Guhai. Boom. There was a loud noise. Jiedong Bodhisattva's hand stopped in the air. Guhai turned his head and held Jiedong Bodhisattva's right arm in place with his right hand. He looked at Gyerong Bodhisattva coldly. How? How is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed by Master? Why isn't your cultivation sealed? Gyerong Bodhisattva was shocked. The seal of Mahakasyapa. I happen to know how to undo it, Guhai said calmly. The seal of Mahakasyapa was something Guhai had learned from the Gautama Buddha when he was on earth from a group of deities and Buddhas. Guhai had thought there would be some differences when the Buddhas performed the seal, but the result was exactly the same. Therefore, Guhai had already undone most of the seal on his own when he was still in the reincarnation pool. By the time he was transported to the secret realm of hell, he had completely undone the seal. Impossible! The seal of Mahakasyapa is unique to Master. No one can undo it, Gyerong Bodhisattva exclaimed. Boom! Guhai slapped Gyerong Bodhisattva to the ground. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind teaching you how to undo the seal of Mahakasyapa. Guhai shouted. Yes. Huh. Gyerong Bodhisattva was stunned. Was it true? Chapter 757. After Guhai released the seal on Shangguan Hen, Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai strangely. Shanghai Hen had followed Guhai for a long time. Back then, Guhai had just entered the innate realm. He knew Guhai very well, but he couldn't understand how Guhai could release the seal on the present Buddha. That didn't make sense. Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai, feeling that Guhai was becoming more and more mysterious. Shanghai Hen stood to the side, and Guhai began to interrogate the Gyerong Bodhisattva. The surrounding ghost kings and ghost soldiers wanted to resist, but Guhai waved his hand and a large amount of true samadhi fire appeared, trapping the ghost soldiers. Shanghai Hen grabbed the true fire gourd and held the ghost soldiers hostage. Some of the ghost soldiers resisted, but they were burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. Gyerong Bodhisattva would rather die, but Guhai heavily injured him. The group of ghosts trembled and told Guhai what he wanted to know. Path of Hell? It's divided into 18 levels of hell. We're in the first level. Guhai frowned. Yes, Senior. This is the first level of hell. Over there, that's the entrance to the second level of hell. You see that entrance? King Yenluo pointed at a huge circular entrance in the distance. Guhai turned to look. Indeed, there was a large amount of lightning flashing between the mountains. In the middle of the lightning, there was an entrance to the void that seemed to lead to somewhere else. There's an entrance to every level of hell. How do we get out? Guhai asked solemnly. Get out? No, there's no way out. Only the reincarnation pool can be accessed. The other entrances seem to have been sealed by the heavens. There's no exit. King Yenluo explained. 18 levels of hell? What's the 18 levels of hell? Guhai was puzzled. The 18 levels of hell are a place of suffering for the evildoers of the world. They have committed countless crimes in their lives and suffer in hell. We're in the lightest level. Every level down, there will be a level of irritation and violence. The evil ghosts will want to kill each other, but they won't die. King Yenluo explained. Won't die. Guhai frowned. Senior, look at those ghost soldiers burned by the fire. King Yenluo pointed at the square not far away. Hundreds of ghost soldiers had been burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. However, during this short period of time, wisps of soul power began to gather over there. Slowly, those souls began to recover in a peculiar manner, and the ghostly soldiers' souls began to slowly come back to life. However, when they came back to life, when they were alive, they looked, an inexplicable fear. They came back to life. Guhai was puzzled. Yes, that's why evil ghosts are most afraid of entering hell. Once they enter hell, they will be killed endlessly. When they are alive, they will kill other ghosts, but they won't die. Their violent and irritable emotions will cause them to kill Kill, but they won't die. This is a kind of spiritual disaster. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. Why? Guhai was puzzled. No, I don't know. We've always heard that the spiritual mountain Holy Ground sent some extremely evil people to the depths of hell. King Yenluo said carefully, Your Majesty, I seem to have heard of it before. Shanghai Hen said after a moment of silence. Oh, for energy. Evil ghosts kill each other, and killing each other requires energy. When they come back to life as a soul, the soul restores their energy. After they die, their energy is absorbed by hell. The energy consumed when the soul was alive and the energy scattered after the soul died is actually in this hell. This should be a world that collects energy. The entire hell is collecting the drifting energy for the immortal of the six paths. There is no one's mark on it, so it is hidden in this world, Shangguan Hen analyzed. That's right. Energy. Guhai looked around. Energy can't be seen or touched. Although there are countless energy around, it can't be absorbed. Shanghai Hen smiled bitterly. 18 levels of hell. The lower one goes, the more irritable and bloodthirsty the soul is. So there are countless ghosts in every level. Guhai looked at King Yenluo. No, there aren't many ghosts in the 5th level and below. King Yenluo said, with a tremble. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The Buddha's pool of samsara can only lead to the hell-down mystic realm for 2 hours a day. The other 24 hours can't be entered, because using the time of the divine continent, the 18 levels of hell can only be opened once a day. Each time, it can only be opened for 2 hours. King Yenluo said with a trace of fear. Open once a day? Wait, you said the time of the divine continent. What does that mean? Guhai was puzzled. Because a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level of hell. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. A day in the outside world is 1,000 years in here. Shanghai Hen was shocked. You mean the 1st level? Aren't the other levels the same? Guhai frowned. Time was not symmetrical, but Guhai had seen it on Earth. Back then, a day on Earth was a year in the immortal world. But here it was 1,000 years. Yes, Senior is wise. You saw it with one look. King Yenluo said, immediately, cut the crap. Speak. Guhai said, solemnly, yes, the 18 levels of hell. According to the multiplier, a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level. The 2nd level is 2,000 years. The 3rd level is 4,000 years. The 4th level is 8,000 years. The 5th level is 16,000 years. And so on. King Yenluo said, fearfully, more than 10,000 years? Indeed, there are no ghosts that can live for more than 10,000 years without going through reincarnation. The 5th level is indeed the limit. Shanghai Hen frowned. No, Senior is wrong. In hell, there is no such thing as lifespan. Everyone's age stops the moment they enter. Or rather, it is according to the time of the divine continent. The 5th level, that is because once the exit is closed, one has to stay in there for 10,000 years. 10,000 years in a state of irritation and bloodlust. 10,000 years of killing ghosts, being killed, resurrecting, and killing. As King Yenluo spoke, his heart was filled with horror. Being killed for 10,000 years, Shanghai Hen shuddered. Hell was indeed the most terrifying place. Ordinary people would have been driven mad long ago. You just said that Kong Xian was sent to the 15th level of hell. Guhai's face darkened. That's right. We also find it hard to believe. How could Kong Xian's will be so tenacious? Or perhaps he has tempered his vicious heart in hell. I heard that not only did he not go crazy, he became even more arrogant. This hell is divided into 8 levels of hell. cold hell, and 8 levels of hell, hot hell. After the exchange of cold and hot, the 17th level of hell, loneliness, extreme loneliness, being locked up once. Almost everything is worn away by the years of loneliness. As for the 18th level of hell, it is like being locked up forever. No one can go down. It is too terrifying, King Yenluo said with a chill in his heart. How long has Kong Xian been locked up? Guhai asked solemnly. In terms of the outside world, it should be half a month. But inside, on the first day, he was locked up in the first level. On the second day, he was locked up in the second level. On the third day, he was locked up in the third level, all the way until he reached the 15th level. It should be around 32 million years. King Yenluo calculated and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, at first, the Buddhist ancestors thought that Kong Xian would be worn away by this period of time. However, Kong Xian has always been alive and well. Moreover, as time passed, the devil qi around Kong Xian became more and more monstrous. Fierce flames radiated in all directions, and hatred soared to the sky. This kind of tempering was not something the Buddhist ancestors could endure. Therefore, it is said that the Buddhist ancestors value Kong Xian more and more. Now, it seems that they are willing to pay any price to pull Kong Xian into the spiritual mountain, holy ground. Not only are they going to confer the title of Bodhisattva, they are going to confer the title of Buddha and even give him a higher status. King Yenluo explained. 32 million years. Hiss. Guhai and Shangguanhen sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 million years without being disturbed by the slaughter attribute of hell. His heart must have been tempered to be incomparably strong. The future Buddha went to persuade Kong Xian? Guhai asked solemnly. That's right. It's been 32 million years. If Kong Xian doesn't agree, he's going to be sealed in the 16th level of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. He will go crazy sooner or later. He will not be able to accept the compromise. King Yenluo explained. The great Myojin, what a strong will. Guhai's eyes flashed with a profound light. Your Majesty, it seems that the timing of the 18 levels of hell is not symmetrical. The future Buddha will not be able to return in a short time. Shangguanhen explained. Guhai nodded. It seems that the future Buddha sent us here for a reason. One day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of hell. If we are tortured for 1,000 years, no matter how many secrets we have, we will be forced to reveal them. Shangguanhen's face showed a hint of hatred. Guhai took a deep breath, and his face darkened. Tell me, is there a way to get out? Guhai looked at King Yenluo. No, other than the reincarnation pool, the heavens can open an exit. Otherwise, there is no way out. All the paths have been sealed by the heavens. King Yenluo shook his head. Guhai had no choice but to look at the severely injured Jiedong Bodhisattva. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai, kill me if you can. Jiedong Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Kill you? You can't die in the 18th level of hell. I'm thinking if I should throw you into the 18th level of hell and let you enjoy the long years. Perhaps the future Buddha will come looking for you in a day. Guhai sneered. Throw him into the 18th level of hell for a day. No, that's 130 million years. Jiedong Bodhisattva shuddered at the thought. You dare? The future Buddha is in the 15th level of hell. You can't do it. Jiedong Bodhisattva was shocked. Jiedong Bodhisattva firmly believed that if he was in there, he would have gone crazy and turned into a pile of stone without any thoughts. That depends on your cooperation. Tell me, how do we get out? Guhai glared at him. We can't get out. There is no exit. There is really no exit. Jiedong Bodhisattva said with some fear. Roar. At that moment, a loud sound came from behind Gu Hai. A huge ferocious beast claw slapped towards Gu Hai's head. Diding Bodhisattva, King Yenluo immediately knelt in fear. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai caught Diding Bodhisattva's claw like how he caught Jiedong Bodhisattva. Ha! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Only now did a brat inform you. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at the ferocious-looking beast. The giant beast tried to move its arm, but Gu Hai's grip was too tight. The third level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Get down. Gu Hai extended his hand and threw. Boom. Truth Listener was immediately flung to the ground, causing the ground around it to tremble. Chapter 758. In the first layer of hell. In a large hall in the depths of hell, the two little ghosts hurried over. Diding Bodhisattva, save us! Save us! The two ghosts shouted in horror. Stop! The ghost soldiers at the door immediately stopped the two ghosts calling for help. Quick! 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 Report to Diding Bodhisattva. Someone is causing trouble in the underworld and even injured Jiedong Bodhisattva, burning countless ghost soldiers to death. Diding Bodhisattva, please uphold justice. The two ghosts said anxiously. What? The expressions of the ghost soldiers at the door changed. Quickly inform the Bodhisattva, one of the guards said anxiously. No, the Bodhisattva is currently interrogating that person. He is not to be disturbed. Look at the situation already. Hurry up. If something happens to Jiedong Bodhisattva, can you bear the responsibility? Jiedong Bodhisattva is the Buddha ancestor's personal disciple. The ghost soldiers argued for a while. Finally, they charged into the hall regardless of the consequences. Inside the hall, at this moment, a huge ferocious beast circled a monk wearing a kasaya, pacing back and forth. That monk was covered in blood. His bones were chained up and hung in the hall. His eyes were sunken in, and sticky pus flowed out of them. He looked neither human nor ghost, looking extremely miserable. The ferocious beast was none other than Diding. Roar. The Harken let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the entire hall. It was extremely shocking. Old thing, speak up and avoid physical pain. What's the point of persisting? You have already been locked up for 3 months, which is 90,000 years in the first layer of hell. How much longer are you going to persist? Diding said with a ferocious expression. Amateus. Ha 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 ha. Diding, you evil creature, you found me. However, that's all you can find. Interrogate me? Hell, it's not like I haven't been here before. That bastard, the future Buddha, can't interrogate me. You? Just you? Ha 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 ha. The monk laughed bitterly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Humph. The Buddha ancestor took pity on you and did not kill you. However, you want to destroy the Buddha ancestor? Humph. The future Buddha ancestor already said that if you don't speak, you will be like Kong Xian and continue to fight your way down. Diding said coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng? If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this monk as the monk that Gu Hai met when he entered the innate puzzle world. This monk explained the differences between the 3 souls to Gu Hai. At the same time, he took in Gu Hai's second son, Gu Han, as his disciple and brought him to the West. Banished to the lower levels of hell? Ha! Ha ha ha! The future Buddha? Back then, if it wasn't for my support, would he have become the future Buddha? Did they get what they wanted? You threw me out alone. Humph, humph, humph. Dream, wait, what I lost will definitely come back. I have a disciple. He will take revenge for me soon. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng laughed in grief and indignation. Humph, what a stubborn donkey. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? The Harken said coldly. Kill me then. It's better if you kill me. Ha ha ha. If you kill me, you'll never know the whereabouts of my disciple. Samsara Buddha? Ha ha ha. The Buddha of the 3 lives will forever live in fear. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a ferocious expression. You roar. The Harken roared furiously. As the Harken roared, the doors suddenly opened. Bodhisattva! Ah! The Harken's roar instantly scattered the souls of the ghost soldiers that just charged in. Whoosh! The Harken turned its head and looked at the doors. Who let you in without this seat's permission? The Harken demanded coldly. The ghost soldiers outside trembled in fear. Bodhisattva, evil people came to the entrance of Yama Palace and severely injured Bodhisattva Jedong. They even killed many ghost soldiers. The little ghost who came to report said in horror, Oh! The Harken's face sank. The Harken turned its head and looked at the miserable Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Humph! Think about it again. I will be back soon. The Harken said coldly. Boom! The doors closed and the Harken left. Now, only Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained in the hall. Huh! You want to force me to say it? Ha 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 ha. If I say it, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Only when I'm in hiding will you feel fear and panic. Ha 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 ha. Now, Buddha, just you wait. Just you wait. One day, someone will take back everything you have. Everything. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a ferocious expression amid grief and indignation. After the grief and indignation, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng suddenly went limp. He felt somewhat tired and bitter. Some liquid flowed out of his sunken eyes. It was unknown whether it was pus or tears. The hall fell silent. Even Bodhisattva Lien Sheng fell silent. After some time, creak, the doors to the hall suddenly opened. Here again, huh, is it the Harken? Or is it the future Buddha? Why do you kill me? It will be fine if I die. I might as well die. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said, hatefully. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, why are you like this? Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to the Harken or the future Buddha rang out. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned, as though he could not remember who it was. Humph! You blinded me, and now you want to trick me by pretending to be someone else? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you where my disciple is. Go and find him yourselves. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng no longer trusted anyone. The one who opened the doors to the hall was Gu Hai. Truth listener attacked, a middle stage, 3rd layer, heavenly palace. Although his cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hai's, how terrifyingly sturdy was Gu Hai's foundation. When Gu Hai was in the lower heavenly palace, he could already chop down a middle stage, heavenly palace. What more now? Soon, Xiao Chun subdued Truth Listener and interrogated him. When it came to the people close to Buddha, Xiao Chun found them extremely familiar. Gu Hai had heard Bodhisattva Lien Sheng mention them in the past. 1,200 years ago, 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's Mahavira Hall to question the Buddha, causing a huge commotion in the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Those 3 monks were the people close to Buddha. More importantly, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was a person close to Buddha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng even said that his second son, Gu Han, was also the reincarnation of a person close to Buddha. 1,000-odd years ago, the emperor and officials of the former Day-1 imperial dynasty also went to the west. At that time, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, obtained the closed eyes world purifying Zen cultivation technique during that huge commotion. It was more like he obtained a jade green bamboo staff. Indeed, Gu Hai immediately found out that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was here. Gu Hai immediately rushed over. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is blind. He should have suffered very miserable torture. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Boom, boom, boom. The life-punishing saber chopped down, shattering all the chains binding Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Plop! Bodhisattva Lien Sheng fell to the ground. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not feel grateful. After suffering so much torture, he no longer trusted anyone. Humph! Bodhisattva Lien Sheng snorted coldly. With his cultivation sealed, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng could not resist. He felt the other party press his hand to his eyes. My eyes are already so blind, and you still want to continue? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, a warm energy entered Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes. His eyes felt itchy, and a comfortable feeling surged into his heart. What? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something, but found it unbelievable. After a while, that hand finally moved away from his eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes felt itchy. The pain from before was gone. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, try opening your eyes. Guhai said softly. Eyes? Didn't he gouge out my eyes? Feeling confused, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng tried moving his eyelids. Buzz! Immediately, a large amount of light pierced into his eyes from all directions. Huh, am my eyes? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in disbelief. As Bodhisattva Lien Sheng slowly adapted to the light, he could see clearly. Ha ha ha! I can see it again. Tears welled up in Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, let me take a look at your seal. Guhai extended his hand and grabbed Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's pulse. Then energy entered his body. Guhai, it's you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in disbelief. The last time Bodhisattva Lien Sheng saw Guhai was on 9-5 Island. At that time, Guhai was only in the innate realm. It had only been 10-odd years, right? Why is Guhai here? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng found this somewhat unbelievable. He checked again. Is this really Guhai? Guhai checked his seal. It's useless. This is the future Buddha's special technique. Aside from him, no one can undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. The Maitreya heart-pushing seal. Guhai felt slightly stunned. Back on Earth, the Maitreya Buddha had taught him some of his best sealing techniques. This was one of them. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, bear with it. It hurts a little. Guhai said, buzz. A strange energy pulse immediately surged into Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's body. I'm not afraid of pain. However, it's useless. Even the current Buddha cannot undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a bitter smile. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's body. It sounded like some kind of shackle had burst open. Surging energy surged out of Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's divine palace and heavenly palace like a wild horse, instantly filling his entire body. Ah, it's undone. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Guhai in disbelief. It's undone. Guhai smiled faintly. Boom. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng struggled, and some of the shackles in his body shot out. These shackles tore large holes in the surroundings of the hall. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stood up, and his tattered kasaya fluttered despite the lack of wind. Ha ha ha. It's really undone. Mr. Good, many thanks. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng suddenly bowed to Guhai in excitement. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is too polite. You are Little Dog's master and are no longer an outsider. How is my son, Guhan? Guhai asked worriedly. Guhan's father? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng immediately reacted. Then he smiled and said, Mr. Good, don't worry. He is now in a safe place. I was captured for so long precisely so that I could interrogate him for his whereabouts. It is inconvenient to talk about it here, in case the walls have ears. Right now, the spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture him. Oh, he is safe? That's good, then. Guhai nodded. Then Guhai frowned again. The spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture Guhan? Why? Because the current Buddha is worried that Guhan will snatch his position one day. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sneered. What do you mean? Guhan is snatching the current Buddha's position? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That's right. That position belonged to Guhan in the first place. He will return sooner or later. Guhan is the true current Buddha's reincarnation. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said, after a deep breath. I don't understand. Didn't you say that Guhan was one of the people close to Buddha? Guhai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng glanced at Guhai and remained silent for a while. Sorry, I did not tell you the truth back then. Actually, 1,200 years ago, the current Buddha was the one close to Buddha. He challenged the then current Buddha and succeeded. The current Buddha fell and reincarnated into Guhan. What? Is the current present Buddha fake? Who is he? How could he replace the current Buddha? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Because of Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan? Dian? His Holiness? What do you mean? What does this have to do with the Dian dynasty? Guhai asked, feeling confused. The current Buddha's surname is Jiang. He is Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Ruai, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said hatefully. Chapter 759. Jiang Ruai? Jiang Lianshan's son? Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Guhai had been to the Dian dynasty's divine farmer city in the past. However, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan did not have a crown prince. Jiang Ruai? The present Buddha is called Jiang Ruai? How can that be? Since he is the fake present Buddha, why can't the others of the Spirit Mountain's holy land tell? Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Shangguan Hen, you have obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, right? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked solemnly. Oh, that's right. Now, the entire world knows about it, Shangguan Hen said, feeling confused. Since you obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, you should have heard of the present Buddha's former name. 800,000 years ago, do you remember what the present Buddha was called? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked. Gautama, heavenly demon? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Why was he called Gautama, heavenly demon? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked with a bitter smile. Legend has it that 800,000 years ago, the present Buddha was benevolent and demonic. He saved one and killed another. He was half good and half evil, moving unhindered in the West, Shangguan Hen recalled through the deity Xuanwu. That's right. Do you know why? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked. Why? Because the present Buddha has two thoughts. One is good, and the other is evil. It is like two people living in the same body. One is the good one, and the other is the evil one, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a sigh. Oh, dual personalities? Guhai's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Mr. Good's explanation is similar. In that case, it is somewhat similar to Shangguan Hen's past. One body and two souls? One is prime Fengyu? Guhai asked as he looked at Shangguan Hen. However, Shangguan Hen stared at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. What happened after that? Tathagata is the heavenly devil, kindness is the Buddha saint, and evil is the fiendish devil. Back then, when the immortal of the six paths defied the heavens, It was the evil rulership's body that led the spiritual mountain's holy lands to assist the immortal of the six paths, achieving great merit. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. Evil Tathagata, Guhai asked solemnly. That's right. One thought is good, and the other is evil. They can be twins. Later on, the two seemed to diverge more and more. In the end, the good Tathagata used a great method to sever the evil Tathagata from his body. It was just like how Xuanwu Supreme had severed the evil Tathagata from his body. The evil Tathagata was beheaded. The holy land of the spiritual mountain became even more solemn and merciful. The evil Tathagata and the good Tathagata were twins, and they were not killed either. They were merely suppressed until the great nirvana of the Buddha in the past. The evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son. Bodhisattva Liansheng explained. Reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son? Guhai asked with a frown. Yes, perhaps Jiang Lianshan did it on purpose, or perhaps the evil Tathagata did it on purpose. Perhaps the two conspired together. In any case, the evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Rulai and became Jiang Lianshan's son, obtaining Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. What happened after that? Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. After Jiang Rulai grew strong, he came to find me. He worked with another person to head to the spiritual mountain's holy land to seek enlightenment and seize the sect. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a bitter smile. He came to find you? Why? Which temple did Bodhisattva Lien Sheng belong to in the past? Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. That is Nalanda Temple. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng replied solemnly. Oh, the spiritual mountain's former main sect. Shangguan Hen said in shock. That is Nalanda Temple. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. The Tathagata heavenly demon was a monk who left Nalanda Temple in the past. He was also my senior brother. Later, Nalanda Temple declined, and I guarded it. However, the spiritual mountain's holy land was opened by the Tathagata heavenly demon, becoming the largest land for monks and Buddhas in the world. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng explained. 3 Buddha inquirers, you, Jiang Rulai, and the other one is the current future Buddha? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That's right. 1,200 years ago in the divine continent, the 3 of us agreed to reunite. The 3 of us agreed to reform the 3 generations of Buddhas, replacing the Spirit Mountain's holy land's 3 generations of Buddhas. That time, it was very miserable. Blood flowed like rivers, and cries shook the sky. In the end, the good Buddha's Buddhist heart was damaged, and the great nirvana vanished. From then on, the Spirit Mountain was replaced by Jiang Rulai. The former future Buddha's body and soul were destroyed. What about the past Buddha? You should be aiming for the past Buddha's seat, right? Guhai asked with a frown. The past Buddha, he betrayed us, which led to the future Buddha's miserable death. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled bitterly. That is to say, the past Buddha betrayed the good Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai and the future Buddha betrayed you? The 3 of them went to Buddha Inquirer together, and the 2 of them snatched the seat while you were excluded? Guhai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly and nodded. You harbored resentment and went to find my son, Guhan. When you discovered that he was the good Tathagata's reincarnation, you wanted to use him to take revenge. Guhai asked coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded bitterly. Indeed, originally, Guhan and I started to rebuild Nalanda Temple, but Guhai stared at Bodhisattva Liansheng for a while before letting out a long breath. Guhan is safe. Yes, Mr. Good. Sorry. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng bowed to Guhai with a bitter expression. Never mind. If Guhan is really the good Tathagata's reincarnation, even if you did not bring him away, he would be taken away by another monk sooner or later. No wonder all the bodhisattvas, arhats, and protectors did not complain when Jiang Rulai was in charge of the Spirit Mountain's holy land. It turns out that Jiang Rulai and the good Tathagata were the same person in the first place. It was just the difference between good and evil. Guhai sighed softly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Mr. Good, we had better leave quickly. Not long ago, I gave Guhan the power of enlightenment. Right now, my cultivation is only at the middle heavenly palace. If the future Buddha returns, we won't be able to leave. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said. Leave? You know how to leave? I heard that one can only leave through the cycle pool. Guhai asked, feeling confused. The cycle pool? Huh. That was Nalanda Temple's cornerstone treasure in the past. Now, it is in Jiang Rulai's hands. However, I have a way to get out. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. Oh, Xiao Chun saw Bodhisattva Lien Sheng take out a white jade bottle and gently uncorked it. Beams of rainbow light immediately came out of the bottle. Guhai looked down and saw a rainbow lotus flower in the bottle. There was also a rainbow lotus bud in the bottle. It was nourished in a bottle of liquid. This is? Guhai asked, feeling confused. The water in this bottle is the cycle pool's source water. This rainbow lotus flower grew in the cycle pool in the past, as well, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng explained. Oh, as long as you pluck this cycle lotus flower and let it wither, you will be able to open the entrance to the cycle mystic realm and leave. The exit will be random. You won't know where it is, but you can get out. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. The cycle lotus flower? Get out. Guhai asked, feeling confused. Then, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng reached out and plucked it. Clack! The rhizome that was plucked instantly withered and disappeared. However, the plucked cycle lotus flower trembled slightly and shot out a beam of rainbow light. Ripples appeared in space as the rainbow light enveloped the place. Then a huge entrance appeared. It looked like a passageway. The lotus flower floated in the air, but it quickly withered. Mr. Good, there is only 1 incense stick's worth of time. Let's leave quickly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng invited. Guhai looked at the mysterious entrance before him, and his expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, I still have a friend in hell. Is that possible? Huh. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression froze. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you are too late. There is only 1 incense stick's worth of time left. Once the cycle lotus flower withers, everything will be too late. Do you have enough time to call for your friend? There's no time. I don't know where he is for now, Guhai said bitterly. In that case, there is no other way. Mr. Good, let's go first. We will come back in the future. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. However, I see that there is still a flower bud in your bottle. Guhai asked, feeling confused. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at the 7-colored flower bud and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I don't know how long I have to wait for it to bloom. Oh, back then, when this cycle lotus flower was moved from the cycle pool to this bottle, it was also a flower bud. Furthermore, it was twice as large as the one in the bottle. That was 800,000 years ago, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. What? This cycle lotus flower bloomed after 800,000 years. Shangguanhen's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Hence, it will take even longer to wait for this flower bud to bloom. 800,000 years. No, it might not even open after 1,800,000 years. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. Thud. At this moment, a petal fell. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. Mr. Good, quickly come with me. Otherwise, it will be too late. Immortal 6 paths sealed off the 18 layers of hell. There is no other way out. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, can you give this flower bud to me? Ha! You're not leaving? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. I want to continue searching. Furthermore, time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, right? Gu Hai smiled. Even so, you have to endure it. Can you endure it? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked in shock. I want to try, Gu Hai said solemnly. Naturally, it is fine to give it to you. However, once the future Buddha returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. How can you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said worriedly. There is always a way, right? Gu Hai smiled. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained silent as he looked at Gu Hai strangely. All right, then. This white jade bottle is for you. I wish you good luck, Mr. Good. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Gu Hai received the bottle gratefully. Ha ha, Mr. Good, there is no need for me to stand on ceremony. You are the one who saved me. Ha, never mind. Take care. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, when you go back, please help me pass a message to Gu Han. Just say, do not be pleased by external gains or grieved by personal losses. Even after losing the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, you are still the second crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he nodded. I will pass the message. Take care. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stepped into the exit and vanished from Gu Hai's sight. Your Majesty, are we not leaving? Shangguan Hen asked worriedly. We are not leaving. You don't need to leave either. The 18 layers of hell are a blessed land. We can help you recover your cultivation, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded. Sure enough, in the time for an incense stick to burn, the reincarnation lotus had completely withered and transformed into ash, and the passageway had suddenly vanished as well. Let's go. Gu Hai turned his head and led Shangguan Hen out of the hall. Chapter 760. Your Majesty, who are we looking for? Shangguan Hen asked curiously. Kong Xian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kong Xian? I remember that Kong Xian has tried to harm your Majesty several times. Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. Yes, it's all in the past. Now, Kong Xian owes me a life. Gu Hai said suddenly with a smile. Oh. Shangguan Hen was slightly surprised. In the past, in the heaven realm, Kong Xian's most beloved Eastern Emperor Tai Yi wanted to kill him and take his celestial force. I ruined Tai Yi's plan. Gu Hai said with a smile. But Kong Xian is too arrogant. Will he? Shangguan Hen asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Gu Hai said confidently. That's right. A day in the outside world is at least 1,000 years in here. Shangguan Hen nodded. But I need you to accompany me. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about my original body? Shangguan Hen asked with a smile. Oh, black tortoise? Art of tortoise breathing? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, I have the art of tortoise breathing. This is my innate ability. It's not a big deal to me. I can sleep for 1,000 years. Shangguan Hen shook his head. That's great. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and rolled. Whoosh. He wrapped Shangguan Hen and flew toward the entrance to the second level of hell. The entrance to the second level was in the sky above a huge thundercloud. Below it was a vast world, and directly below it was a battlefield. Countless ghosts were killing each other. It was a tragic scene. The air was filled with an irritable aura. The ghost soldiers were full of hatred. There were volcanoes erupting everywhere. What a violent aura! Your Majesty, I feel very irritated. Shangguan frowned. The feeling of slaughter? It's because you haven't been to the Azura realm before. There's a lot of killing there, and it's easier to get lost than here. Last time, I passed you the Book of Taoism. Recite the Book of Taoism, and you should feel better. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Yes. Shangguan nodded. Sure enough, as he recited the sutra, the irritation disappeared. The time here is twice as long as above. Let's go. The entrance to the third level is over there. Gu Hai said, solemnly. As he spoke, he flew towards the entrance of another giant cloud. The two of them stepped inside. The third layer of hell. This place was infinitely colder than the first layer of hell. Snow was falling, and the chill was bone-piercing. The irritable feeling of wanting to kill was even stronger. Shangguan could also tolerate it if he recited the Tao Te Ching. There were still countless ghosts fighting each other in all directions, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Keep going, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The two of them rushed straight to the fourth level of hell, the fifth level of hell. The further down they went, the harsher the environment became. Cold and hot alternated, and the interference of hell on one's emotions became greater and greater. If not for the suppression of the Tao Te Ching, Shangguan would have been unable to take it. On the fifth level, King Yama did not dare to come down. However, on the fifth level, there were still a large number of evil spirits fighting each other. On the sixth level, on the huge volcanoes, countless evil spirits were cruelly roasting other evil spirits. On the seventh level, the evil spirits were killing each other more and more crazily. On the eighth level, the evil spirits' eyes were bloodshot. They no longer had any consciousness. They only knew kill, 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 kill. On the ninth level, the 10th level, all the way to the 12th level, the evil spirits finally decreased. On the 13th level, the evil spirits had all turned into stones. It was as if too much time had passed, and they had already forgotten that they were living beings. He stood there motionless. On the 14th level, there were no evil spirits, only stones. On the 15th level, there were no evil spirits. At this moment, Shangguan couldn't take it anymore. As long as he opened his eyes, he wanted to kill, kill, kill. Recite the Tao Te Ching and use the turtle breath technique until you can withstand this evil chi. Then wake up. Gu Hai said. Shangguan fainted. Gu Hai took out a coffin and brought him along. 15th level, between heaven and earth, everything was frozen. It was like the ice age that Gu Hai had seen on TV in the past. The earth was frozen, and the sky was covered in snow. The visibility was extremely pitiful. Gu Hai quickly shuttled through the interior, searching for the place where Kong Xian was sealed. Something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. He saw a huge crater in the distance. In the crater, there seemed to be a huge group of icebergs. Now, it was uprooted. Along the way, there were even some small icebergs. Not icebergs, but fragments of icebergs. Gu Hai followed these fragments and quickly came to another entrance. Kong Xian has been brought to the 16th level of hell. Gu Hai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Boom. Then, boundless flames soared into the air and instantly surged towards Gu Hai. As soon as the true fire gourd appeared, it instantly absorbed the fire around him. Only then did Gu Hai see the appearance of the 16th level of hell. Magma, an endless amount of magma. In the sky, there were even more enormous fireballs falling one after another. It was an extremely disastrous world. The temperature of the flames was too high. If Gu Hai didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he couldn't suppress this terrifying fire. The 16th level of hell, what a terrible environment. Gu Hai's face darkened. Shang Guanhen had been unable to bear it for a long time, but Gu Hai had been able to resist it. That was because Gu Hai had inherited Laozi's teachings and had a very deep understanding of the Tao Te Ching, so he could suppress this irritation. However, at this point, even the Tao Te Ching couldn't hold on. Gu Hai started to look around. From afar, he saw 5 huge black stone mountains erected on the sea of magma. From afar, he could hear the sound of chains clanging. Swish! Gu Hai stepped forward and flew towards the 5 enormous mountains. Magma filled the sky and rushed to the center of the 5 huge mountains like a tsunami. The 5 huge mountains were like a palm, slightly holding a huge bird in the center. It was a super huge peacock that was 3,000 feet long. On the peacock's legs and back, there was a huge chain that connected to the 5 huge mountains. It locked the peacock and didn't let it leave. The 5 huge mountains seemed to be in the shape of a hand, forming a golden phantom of a huge mountain in the void and suppressing the peacock's back. What a great ceiling formation! It's even more powerful than the 5-finger mountains. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise. The tsunami of magma hit the peacock repeatedly, and the rain of fire burned the peacock continuously. However, the peacock closed its eyes and didn't move. Until Gu Hai spoke, the peacock suddenly opened its eyes. The peacock's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous, murderous aura burst out of its eyes. This murderous aura was similar to that of Tai's eyes in the past. At that time, Kong Xian was much weaker than Tai. Gu Hai, why are you here? The peacock retracted its murderous aura and asked in surprise, Great Myojin, Kong Xian, long time no see. You've become stronger again. Gu Hai said solemnly, It's been a long time, more than 30 million years. Ha ha ha, I almost didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly, It seems that you've been sealed by the future Buddha from the 15th level of hell. Gu Hai said in a low voice, So what if I am? What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly, Do you want me to undo the seal on you? Gu Hai said in a low voice, Undo? Ha ha ha, you won't be able to undo it. This is formed by the 9th grade golden lotus. Only the present Buddha can undo it. Besides, did I ask you to undo it? Kong Xian said coldly, Oh, I'm going to undo it for you, but you're not willing? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression, Gu Hai, I know you the best. Why would you be so kind? Help me undo the seal? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai coldly. Great Myojin, you're quite clear-headed. All right, I'll be frank. When I heard about your whereabouts in the 1st level of hell, I had a plan. I'm here to save the great Myojin, so I naturally have a plan. Gu Hai said in a low voice, Oh. Kong Xian said coldly, I want to invite the great Myojin to join my Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said with a firm expression, Join your Dahan imperial dynasty? Be your subject? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, I know that you saved me in the heavenly realm back then. However, do you think that I'll be grateful just because you saved me? That I'll submit to you? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. I was loyal to Tai in the past. Although he betrayed me, in the end, I submit to him. I only submit to him. What about you? You're not worthy. You're not worthy for me to submit to you. Kong Xian said with incomparable arrogance. Why? Is it because of your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Cultivation? No, I don't care about your cultivation. If you want me to submit, you have to be stronger than me. Are you stronger than me? Heh, that's right. You're smarter than me. However, I don't believe in brains. I believe in willpower. The 3 lifetime Buddhas want me to submit. I don't, because they're not worthy. They're not worthy either. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Then, how can I be worthy? Guhai asked in a low voice. I've been sealed here for 32 million years. Do you dare? The future Buddha doesn't dare. The past Buddha doesn't dare. And the present Buddha doesn't dare. You want me to submit? Dream on. I, Kong Xian, will only submit to those who are stronger than me. Kong Xian said coldly, 32 million years? That's true. It's really been a long time. Guhai frowned. Are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you to save me. Humph, wait for me to recuperate for countless years. With my willpower, I'll be able to break through this rank 9 golden lotus seal. I'll be able to break through everything myself. Kong Xian scolded. What if I'm stronger than you? Guhai smiled. Kong Xian looked at Guhai with a solemn expression. Great Myojin, just treat it as me forcing you to repay me. After all, I've saved you before. I'm the one who saved your life. I don't expect much from you. 50 years. If you prove that I'm stronger than you, as long as you perform your duties in the Dahan imperial dynasty for 50 years, it's up to you whether you stay or leave after 50 years. What do you think? Guhai said in a low voice. Ha! How are you going to prove it? Fine, you've saved me before. I'll give you a chance. I'll do as you say. However, how are you going to prove it? Kong Xian said coldly. Just as Kong Xian was looking at Guhai with a cold smile, a monk flew out from the entrance to the 15th layer of hell in the distance. Then he saw Guhai carrying a coffin. Guhai is here. Buddha, Guhai is here. The monk turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell excitedly. Prove it? I'm in the lower layer of hell. What do you think? 1 day in here is 32 million years. 1 day in the 17th layer is 65 million years. It's the same as your time. Am I right? Guhai smiled. What? You want to enter the 17th layer of hell? Kong Xian's face darkened. Guhai smiled and flew into the entrance of the 17th layer of hell with Shangguan Hen's coffin in tow. What? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Guhai really went in? Soon, the 18th layer of hell would be sealed. At that time, he wouldn't be able to come out even if he wanted to. Just as Kong Xian was frowning, whoosh, a ray of light flew in from the entrance of the 15th layer of hell. It was the future Buddha, who suddenly appeared not far from Kong Xian. Where is he? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Chapter 761. The entrance to the first and second layers of hell. The future Buddha led the group of monks out of the second layer. That peacock is really stubborn. Humph. The Buddha already spoke to him properly, even giving him the title of Buddha. However, he refused. Humph. He brought this upon himself. The Buddha suppressed him to the 16th layer of hell. 1 day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. Let's see how long he can last. Will he eventually lose heart and turn to stone? That won't happen. If he loses heart, he might as well join the spiritual mountain's holy land in advance. The Buddha is trying to wear down his pride. He is too arrogant. The group of monks started talking at the same time, all of them feeling indignant. All right, quickly go out. The passageway to the 18th layer of hell will close soon. The future Buddha said. Yes, the group answered. The group followed the future Buddha into the first layer of hell. Something's wrong? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the entrance of Yama Palace. Buddha, what's wrong? The monks behind rushed over. They saw the Jedong Bodhisattva, the Truth Listener Bodhisattva, and countless ghostly soldiers and ghostly kings tied up at the entrance of Yama Palace. They looked severely injured. Fortunately, this place had a recovery function. The heavy injuries slowly healed. However, everyone was tied up and could not move. What's going on? The future Buddha asked. Although the future Buddha's eyes were closed, he could use his mind's eye to see. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. It's Guhai! Buddha, it's Guhai! The Jedong Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Guhai? The future Buddha frowned slightly. Yes, my master captured Guhai and sent me to escort him over for you to interrogate. However, Buddha, quick! He seems to be heading for the Buddhists. I don't know. The Jedong Bodhisattva said worriedly. The Buddhists? Lien Sheng? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he arrived at the large hall where Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was imprisoned. The large hall was in tatters, but Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was gone. Where is he? The future Buddha suddenly said anxiously. Who saw it? Come out! The future Buddha suddenly roared. Soon after, a group of ghost soldiers were gathered. In the end, there were still some who saw it. Buddha, Buddha, I saw the two of them enter the second layer of hell. A little ghost whispered, Oh, 2, not 3. The future Buddha's expression darkened. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I only saw 2, maybe 3. The little ghost said. The future Buddha frowned and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, Kongxian? The future Buddha's expression darkened. Everyone, follow me into hell, the future Buddha roared. Search every level. Find Guhai. Buddha, the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to close. At this time, the monks said in fear. Find him for me. The future Buddha roared. Why, yes. The monks braced themselves and followed the future Buddha into the lower levels of hell. Guhai might not know where Kongxian is. Search every level. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was the master of the virtuous Rulai. If the virtuous Rulai was not eliminated, the future Buddha would never be at ease. He had to find him. That Guhai was truly a scourge. The group searched the floors one by one. However, it was too slow. Spread out and search, the future Buddha said anxiously. Boom! The monks immediately spread out and rushed to the various levels of hell in the 18th layer of hell. Soon, a monk reached the 16th layer of hell. Lava surged into the sky. That monk quickly adapted to this place. He looked at the place where Kongxian sealed and suddenly saw Guhai standing in the air, dragging a coffin. Guhai! That monk immediately showed joy on his face. Guhai is here. Buddha, Guhai is here. That monk excitedly turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell. That monk did not clash head-on with Guhai. After all, Guhai already killed the Jedong Bodhisattva and the Truth Listener Bodhisattva. There was no need for him to take the risk. When he shouted, another monk at the entrance of the 15th layer of hell immediately flew to the 14th layer of hell and shouted. Soon, they reached the future Buddha's place. Indeed, he is in the 16th layer of hell. The future Buddha's face suddenly sank. Whoosh! The future Buddha immediately turned into a beam of light and traveled through the layers of hell. Soon, he arrived at Kongxian's place. Where is he? The future Buddha asked. Kongxian looked coldly at the future Buddha and scoffed. Ha! Kongxian, where is Guhai? The future Buddha asked anxiously. Look for him yourself. Kongxian said coldly, ignoring the future Buddha. Buddha, it's almost time. A group of monks flew over and said anxiously, "No, we have to catch Guhai before we leave. You guys search the 16th layer of hell. I'll go to the 17th. The future Buddha's face darkened. Whoosh! In an instant, the future Buddha flew into the 17th layer of hell. The 17th layer of hell, the hell of solitude. As soon as Guhai entered, he looked at this hell in confusion. It was neither hot nor cold, just a vast land. However, there was no source of light, only darkness. The only light was from two entrances. Once the entrances are sealed, you will be imprisoned here for more than 60 million years, accompanied by darkness. More than 60 million years? It's really lonely. Guhai's eyes flashed with horror. He used the true samadhi fire to illuminate the surroundings and immediately saw the ground below. At this moment, there were statues standing there. They were the statues of people who had been imprisoned here in the past. In the end, they died of loneliness and became fossils. The future Buddha is coming? Am I going to stay in the 17th layer of hell for a while? Guhai smiled bitterly. He could not hide. This place was too clear. As long as there was a source of light, he could see everything clearly. As long as the future Buddha arrived, he would have nowhere to hide. The 18th layer of hell, after a moment of silence, Guhai stepped forward and entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell was boundless. This place was like a universe of stars, boundless and without end. There were countless planets and some stars. The stars provided light, and the planets provided places to hide. Whoosh! Guhai instantly flew behind a planet and hid. At the same time, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th layer of hell. The future Buddha did not need a source of light to find someone. He looked with his heart and could see more clearly. He scanned with his heart's eye, but found no trace of anyone. Impossible. Guhai went to the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Even the future Buddha did not dare to enter the 18th layer of hell casually. He could still see through the 17th layer of hell with his heart's eye. However, the 18th layer was boundless. Even the heart's eye could not see through it. After a moment of silence, the future Buddha stepped into the 18th layer of hell. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. He saw boundless with his heart's eye and could not find Guhai at all. In fact, the future Buddha did not dare to enter, fearing that he would get lost and not be able to return. Rumble! Suddenly, the entrances of the 17th and 18th layers trembled and shrank slightly. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha turned around and flew back to the 17th layer, then back to the 16th layer. At this moment, the monks on the 16th layer were also extremely anxious. Not good, not good, it's going to close. What should we do? The monks were anxious. Whoosh! The future Buddha suddenly appeared. Buddha, it's great that you're back. Have you found Guhai? The monks asked anxiously. Are you sure you saw Guhai just now? The future Buddha asked solemnly. Yes, he must have entered the 17th layer of hell. The monk said with certainty, he didn't enter the 17th layer. A monk said blankly. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression, he has entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer? Not far away, Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The entrance is closing now. What should we do? The monks asked anxiously. Return to the first layer of hell first. Hurry! The future Buddha flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! The monks were swept up by the future Buddha and instantly turned into a stream of light that shot out. They quickly passed through the layers of hell and entered the first layer of hell. Boom! The moment the future Buddha flew into the first layer, the entrance from the first layer to the second layer suddenly closed. Bam! The future Buddha landed at the entrance of the Yama Palace. At this moment, Daiding Bodhisattva and Jedong Bodhisattva had both recovered. Buddha, did you find that thief Gu Hai? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Gu Hai has entered the 18th layer of hell, the future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. That can't be, right? He has a death wish. Everyone was shocked. Every time it's sealed, it'll be 130 million years. Jedong Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Won't he turn into a fossil the next time the entrance opens? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Stand guard. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes, the 16th layer of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the entrance disappear. The 18th layer of hell? Ha, Gu Hai, you're really daring. 130 million years. Ha 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 ha, you're dead meat. No one will survive. Kong Xian sneered sinisterly. Rumble. Kong Xian flapped his wings and slowly closed his eyes. He cultivated his energy and allowed himself to grow. Kong Xian's cultivation did not decrease in the 32 million years he was sealed. Instead, it increased because of the accumulation of time and energy. The Middle Heaven Palace cultivated essence, while the Upper Heaven Palace cultivated qi. The accumulation of essence could be refined into qi to increase the power of the Upper Heaven Palace. Although it was a good place for cultivation, it was also the place with the heaviest hostility. Only a ferocious person like Kong Xian could barely suppress the irritability in his heart. Being sealed and cultivating, the irritability of killing was accumulating, causing Kong Xian's demonic nature to become stronger and stronger. His body slowly emitted a monstrous black aura. Kong Xian waited patiently. In the 18th layer of hell, Gu Hai looked at the closed entrance in the distance and sighed softly. One day outside the 18th layer of hell is equivalent to 130 million years inside. Ha, I hope I'm right. Don't be driven crazy, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Chapter 762. Gu Hai shaved off a mountain peak and took out a huge palace from his storage bracelet. Then he squared it down. The baleful aura had already reached its peak. However, Gu Hai could suppress this hellish, baleful aura. Not to mention the sacred text of Taoism. Back on Earth, Gu Hai had learned some methods to suppress heart demons from many immortals. The murderous aura could not affect Gu Hai. This place was like Earth in the past. However, there were no animals or plants here. It was a barren, dead world. There were stars all around, but there was no life. It was boundless. The next time the entrance to this world opened would be 100 million years later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. One day outside was 130 million years here. Would he be able to take it? Shangguan Hen was still suppressing the irritation in his heart. He was lying in the coffin, using the tortoise breathing technique. No one knew when he would wake up. Gu Hai took out many jade slips. The jade slips recorded the secret techniques of countless gods and Buddhas on Earth. Gu Hai needed to study them carefully because the Tao of cultivation was different. Unless one started from scratch, they could not be cultivated. However, it did not mean that they could not be used as references. They could be studied slowly. He sorted out the techniques. Gu Hai organized them into a book so that he would not be too bored in the following time. Then, Gu Hai took out the Earth Spirit Book. Earth Spirit Book. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the following time, it can help me absorb energy to cultivate the heavenly palace. Therefore, the first step is to refine the Earth Spirit Book, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Earth Spirit Book was held in the hands of the Earth Spirit Book to be refined slowly. In addition to these techniques, there is also the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai took out the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. This was the map of the Thousand Islands Sea. It was not easy to see the 33 heavens and earth chess game through this map because the Thousand Islands Sea could not tell who was the white piece and who was the black piece. There were countless changes. Guhai needed to figure it out slowly. However, to Guhai, what he didn't lack the most now was time. In the 18 layers of hell, one could be resurrected after death. Exhausted stamina and soul power would be slowly replenished. So Guhai wasn't worried that he would die from exhaustion. Shangguan Hen used the great tortoise breathing technique and recited the classic of Taoism. After 100 years, he finally woke up. After waking up, Shangguan Hen still couldn't take it. He lay in the decaying coffin for a long time before he could catch his breath. Slowly, Shangguan Hen sat up. This was a huge square, and the coffin he was lying in was in the center of the square. In the distance, the sun was rather dazzling. There were close to 1,000 planets orbiting around it, rotating slowly. The arrangement of the Thousand Islands Sea's islands. Shangguan Hen was slightly taken aback. After all, Shangguan Hen had lived there for too long. At this moment, 1,000 stars were arranged to form the Thousand Islands map. Shangguan Hen instantly understood that it was done by Guhai. "Your Majesty?" Shangguan Hen called out curiously. Turning his head, he happened to see a large rock not far away. On the rock, there was a white-haired old man in white sitting cross-legged. The old man raised his head and sat quietly looking at the arrangement of the stars in the distant starry sky. Your Majesty? Is that you?" Shangguan Hen was stunned, revealing a look of shock. The white-haired old man's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was slowly waking up. "Shangguan Hen, you're finally awake." The old man smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, what happened to you? How did you become like this?" Shangguan Hen immediately asked worriedly. "It's fine. I'm just a little mentally and physically exhausted. I'll be able to recover after 10 days of rest." The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The white-haired old man was Guhai. In order to study this chess game, Guhai could be said to have racked his brains, mentally and physically exhausted. However, Guhai was not worried. The 18 levels of hell had their own recovery ability. As long as he stopped using his brain like this, he would be able to recover quickly. Is that so? Your Majesty, how long have I been sleeping?" Shangguan Hen walked out of the coffin and asked. "The orbit of this star is about the same as the orbit of the outside world. It's been 100 years. Guhai looked at the 100 small stone marks beside him and said with a smile. Sure enough, in this short period of time, a few strands of Guhai's white hair slowly turned black. 100 years? Shangguan Hen was slightly stunned. "How do you feel now?" Guhai asked. "Much better, but this irritating feeling is still there," Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. "This is a good thing. It will help you temper your temperament," Guhai said with a smile. Yes," Shangguan Hen nodded. "You have lost all your cultivation?" Guhai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen nodded. "Yes, but I'm satisfied that I'm still alive. It's good that you have lost all your cultivation." Guhai nodded. It seemed that the heaven-mending power in the past was still insufficient and could not be completely restored. It could only be seen on the surface, but not the essence. During this period of time, I have chosen a cultivation method for you. In the following time, you should practice it well," Guhai said in a deep voice. "Oh," Guhai handed over a jade scroll. Shangguan Hen immediately took it and read it. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. It is a cultivation method that specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and has the strongest defense. It is a fusion of various cultivation methods of shaman, Buddhism, Taoism, devil, ghost, and monster. It is a divine cultivation method that was jointly developed by a group of Buddhists, Taoists, monsters, and devils in the past, Gu Hai said solemnly. Shangguan Hen glanced at it and immediately revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, is this Sun Wukong's cultivation method? Shangguan Hen asked in surprise. That's right, Gu Hai said with a smile. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. 8, 9, and 72 changes. How many levels has Sun Wukong cultivated? Shangguan Hen asked curiously. I heard that he has cultivated to the 54th level, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 54th level? Is he that powerful? Shangguan Hen asked in confusion. Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Monkey's temperament is too impatient. He was born as a stone monkey and has extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In just 7 years, he has cultivated to the 50th level. Unfortunately, the following cultivation requires a strong temperament. He is extremely intelligent, but he is also impatient. It is difficult for him to improve further. Even so, he is very powerful. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, don't worry. This subject will cultivate well. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen and nodded. Your talent is not as good as Sun Wukong's, but you have perseverance. The 18 levels of hell will help you sharpen your will. If he takes 7 years, you can take 70, 700, 7,000, or even 70,000 years. It doesn't matter. You have all the time in the world. This is the 18 levels of hell. Shangguan Hen's expression froze. Why? Are you scared? Gu Hai asked with a smile. No, as long as Your Majesty is here, it will be fine. If I really can't stand it, I will stop. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. When Sun Wukong finished his apprenticeship, he only cultivated to the 50th level. Every 9 levels is a qualitative leap. Back then, Sun Wukong ate countless peaches of immortality and golden cores and refined them in the 8 trigrams furnace for a long time before he broke through to the 60th and 9th level. If you want to reach the 80th and 9th level, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will work hard. However, the 18 levels of hell don't seem to have much spiritual energy. Shangguan Hen said worriedly as he hugged the cultivation technique. That is why I chose this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique focuses on cultivating the physical body and does not have a high demand for spiritual energy. I have the immeasurable spirit stones here. They can provide you with spiritual energy. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen replied. The lower celestial palace cultivates the spirit. You are the supreme Xuanwu, and you have the god Xuanwu. It can help you, so you don't need to worry. The middle celestial palace cultivates the essence. The 18 levels of hell are a place to collect energy. In the next few years, won't you have enough energy? As for the upper celestial palace, cultivates the qi. It doesn't matter if you don't have qi. You can cultivate the essence into qi, which is purer and more beneficial to the cultivation of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Gu Hai analyzed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen hugged the cultivation technique happily. In the next few days, Gu Hai taught Shangguan Hen the cultivation method of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. The old Gu Hai also quickly regained his youth. His white hair and wrinkles were restored. Gradually, he was back to normal. Here are 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Use them first. Gu Hai handed over a storage bracelet. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded gratefully. Gu Hai nodded and no longer paid attention to Shangguan Hen. He was busy with his own business. Gu Hai used a year to analyze the chess game of the 33 heavens and earth. However, the next game was the most terrifying. This game of chess was indeed very difficult. Even with Gu Hai's 32 points of chess skill, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce it. As a result, he had not been able to deduce it completely after 100 years. No wonder the game between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths is so complicated. Could it be that this is the limit? Gu Hai frowned. After 100 years of research, Gu Hai decided to take a break. He sank his mind into his body. In the middle celestial palace, although he had accumulated a lot of energy compared to the huge earth soul, it was pitifully little. It was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not help. The middle celestial palace. As expected, if I only rely on normal cultivation methods, I wonder how long it will take to reach the upper celestial palace. No, perhaps I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Gu Hai had refined the Earth Soul Book. The Earth Soul Book absorbed the wandering energy of heaven and earth. When it reached the 18th level of hell, it seemed to have a sudden reaction. The suction force suddenly increased by several times, or even 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Others could not see it, but Gu Hai could. There seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the Earth Soul Book. It was crazily sucking in the energy of the entire Hell Path mystic realm. The billowing energy was pouring into the Earth Soul Book. In a short 100 years, it had reached the state of the Earth Soul Book when Gu Hai saw it last time, which was 800,000 years. Losing it last time was nothing. You got it back here? You have 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Gu Hai smiled. Wung. The Earth Soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the energy. Gu Hai waited for the breakthrough. However, after a while, Gu Hai was stunned. Ordinary talented people can't break through one level even after 800,000 years of accumulated energy. Gu Hai was stunned. The first level of the Middle Celestial Palace was still the first level of the Middle Celestial Palace. Not enough energy. Gu Hai was speechless. Smiling bitterly, Gu Hai was helpless. Forget it. I'll take it slow. Is it so difficult to cultivate the Earth Soul? Fortunately, there is still time. Sighing slightly, Gu Hai took out the cultivation methods of the Earth Immortals and studied them carefully. Chapter 763. 5 million years later. 18 layers of hell. Roar. A deafening roar resounded. Shangguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he punched a huge planet. Hung. Before Shangguan Hen's dazzling golden fist, that planet exploded. I can't take it anymore. Roar. I can't take it anymore. Shangguan Hen roared in frustration. Boom, boom, boom. Shangguan Hen punched the surrounding stars crazily, and his eyes turned red. The loud noise seemed to have awakened Gu Hai on the distant planet. Gu Hai's hair turned white again, and his face was full of wrinkles. Stopping looking at the arranged stars, Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen! Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Shangguan Hen shuddered and woke up. Swish! Shangguan Hen flew to the square where Gu Hai was. Bang! When he landed, he stomped on several stones in frustration. How's your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I've already reached the 6th or 9th level, the 54th level. However, I can't break through anymore. In the past 1 million years, I haven't broken through a single level. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. 54th level? That means you're the same as Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong trained in the 8 trigrams furnace, and I let you train in the True Fire Gourd. Is that the limit? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, I'm so frustrated. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Forget it. It's been 5 million years. It's understandable that you can't take it. Go to sleep first. Sleep for a while with the tortoise breathing technique. Maybe you'll feel better after that. At that time, I'll use the immortal slaying gourd to kill you. I'll help you continue to train the indestructible golden body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. 5 million years, as boring as a day of cultivation. What kind of torment was this? Back then, when he first started cultivating the 8 and 9 mysteries art, he was full of enthusiasm. But now, when he started cultivating again, he felt like puking. However, Gu Hai did not allow him to sleep forever. Shangwan Hen knew that this was for his own good, but it was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he could finally sleep. Shangwan Hen suddenly realized that sleeping forever was the most blissful thing. Shangwan Hen quickly chiseled a coffin and lay in it. Then he fell asleep. Looking at Shangwan Hen sleeping, Gu Hai smiled wryly. This is just the 6 Tao Immortal Dome's 18 levels of hell. Do you know how terrifying the 30 Tao Immortal Dome's 18 levels are? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The arrangement of the 1,000 planets changed again. 33? It is indeed complicated. Is this also the limit of my ghost skills? No, we will definitely figure it out. There are still over 100 million years. We have an immeasurable amount of time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, Gu Hai sensed his own body. The Earth Spirit Book absorbed a large amount of energy and another batch was harvested. Wang. The Earth Spirit Book trembled, then calmed down. Gu Hai was speechless. The first level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit Book has been absorbing for 5 million years. Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned suddenly. Something happened to the transformation pool and the heaven mending pool. Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were originally back to back, but now they were eerily separated. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God. Could it be? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. The Spirit Mother God instinctively felt a huge threat. However, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool were refined by Gu Hai himself. How could they be a threat? Gu Hai suppressed the shock in his heart and allowed the transformation pool and heaven mending pool to fly towards the Spirit Mother God. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. The two pools gradually became smaller, and smaller as they flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. A majestic power rushed straight for the Spirit Mother Divine King with a loud rumble. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. The Spirit Mother God was in even more pain. The transformation pool, heaven mending pool, and Spirit Mother God seemed to be melting rapidly. Even Gu Hai felt unbearable pain. One had to know that Gu Hai's endurance was incomparably strong, but even so, he still screamed in pain. Pain, 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 pain. If it was anyone else's nascent soul, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Gu Hai's Spirit, Mother God, had such great endurance. In the world, there were only a few nascent souls as strong as the Spirit Mother God. The Spirit Mother God was definitely the pinnacle of nascent souls. Even the pinnacle Spirit, Mother God, was almost unable to bear it. However, it was just at that limit. The Spirit Mother God trembled a few times, but did not shatter. However, the transformation pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's right eye, and the heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's left eye. Wang. The Spirit Mother God trembled violently. Ah! Gu Hai also screamed in pain. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled violently. This pain was tormented for nearly a month before it slowly subsided. The spirit mother god seemed to wither in an instant. After a long time, almost a year, the spirit mother god regained her vitality. At this moment, the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool turned into the spirit mother god's two eyes. The spirit mother god's left eye emitted a gentle white light, while the spirit mother god's right eye emitted a gentle black light. Great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Third heaven, life and death eye? Guhai said with a shiver. The reason why the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were formed in the Dantian was so that they could merge into the nascent soul's eyes one day. Now, they merged into the third heaven. This was also the result of endless accumulation. Fortunately, I cultivated the spirit mother god. If not for the spirit mother god, I wouldn't have been able to survive the third heaven of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. So close, so painful, I almost exploded my nascent soul. Great compassion poem of heaven and earth? What kind of cultivation technique is it? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Ninth heaven? He had only cultivated to the third heaven. In the past, I also investigated the heaven mending sect. Only the sect master of the heaven mending sect cultivated to the second heaven. The effect should be the second heaven, but no one has ever cultivated to the third heaven. Third heaven? Because they don't have the spirit mother god. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Third heaven, life and death eye? I wonder how the effect is, Guhai said in a low voice. His mind sank into the spirit mother god's eyes. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. It was the eyes of the spirit mother god. What he saw was actually different from what normal people saw. What he saw were countless transparent black and white lines. His left eye had thin white lines, and his right eye had thin black lines. They were densely packed and endless. This is... Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. He opened his mouth and swallowed a broken longsword, sending it into his dantian. First, he closed his right eye and looked with his left eye. Suddenly, in the center of the countless thin lines, a sword-shaped object appeared. This object was also formed by countless thin lines. Vaguely, he could see that some of the broken ends of the thin lines seemed to be able to be repaired. A ray of 9-colored light shot out from his right eye. It was the heaven-mending power pouring into the broken ends. The broken ends were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was completely repaired. This magical sword is a broken magical sword. The heaven-mending power connected those thin white lines and repaired it. The broken ends of the thin lines are the broken parts. In that case, the left eye, life eye, can see the essence of the object and the trajectory of existence, just like the genetic strands. It can see the genetic strands clearly and repair them. Guhai's expression changed. He closed his left eye again and opened his right eye. Wong. This time, he also saw the sword-shaped object, which was also formed by countless thin black lines. However, there were many fewer thin lines this time. The right eye, death eye, only sees a part of the life eye, but it's displayed in black. The death eye doesn't see everything. Guhai was slightly startled. The divine king was slightly curious. He pointed his finger and released a thin beam of energy, but it cut off one of the black lines. Bang! It was just a single black line, but the long sword was shattered into pieces with a loud bang, completely shattering into pieces. It's all shattered? How can this be? Guhai was slightly startled. He quickly used the heaven-mending power to repair it. This time, only one black line was cut off, but it consumed more heaven-mending power than before to repair it. What is this black line? Guhai was slightly startled. Once again, he cut off a white line that the deaf eye could not see. Pa! The white line was broken, but the long sword was still as before, as if it was not damaged at all. Guhai fell into deep thought. After many attempts, Guhai finally understood what was going on. The deaf eye can see the vital point of an object with a single glance. Once the vital point is broken, it will damage its foundation and almost destroy it. The life eye can see the whole picture of an object, the trajectory of all existences. Can it see everything clearly? Guhai frowned. Right, Xianxiong? Guhai's expression changed. It was the Warring States Xianxiong that had been thrown into the heaven-mending pool to repair. At this moment, Guhai used the life eye to look. Immediately, he saw that the Warring States Xianxiong was densely packed with thin lines. There were too many, so many that Guhai was dazzled. The broken parts were also densely packed. The heaven-mending power was slowly repairing it. However, the repair was still quite slow. He threw the Xianxiong into the death eye. Immediately, only a huge black frame was left. Although there were many broken black lines, too many were missing. Repair these vital black lines first. Guhai's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, a large amount of heaven-mending power repaired those black lines first. At the same time, in the Warring States Xianxiong, which used to repair all sides, suddenly repaired the important elements. Boom! The broken sun suddenly pieced back together. The sun pieced back together. It was as if there was a demand for heat. Guhai immediately flew towards a star. Wang! The surging power of the sun was quickly absorbed into the Warring States Xianxiong. The sun of the Warring States Xianxiong was repaired. At the same time, the life eye saw that many broken white lines did not need the heaven-mending power and were actually repairing themselves. I understand now. Ha ha ha. As long as the main frame and vital points are repaired, the minor parts can slowly recover on their own. There is no need to consume too much heaven-mending power. Guhai's eyes lit up. Chapter 764. Immortal Dome. This was what Guhai was looking forward to the most. As he refined it, he mended the black lines. Finally, 10 years later, buzz! A bubble suddenly appeared in Guhai's palm. Immortal Dome? This is my Immortal Dome. Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not difficult to refine the Immortal Dome. The difficult part was repairing it. Fortunately, the 3,000 black lines had been repaired. Although there were countless holes on the bubble, the minor parts had not been repaired. However, the Immortal Dome bubble did not burst. Those minor elements could be repaired on their own. Go! Guhai extended his hand and tossed. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly flew into another planet. The countless holes were like countless small black holes, crazily absorbing the surrounding dust, stones, and light of the sun and moon. Guhai had a connection with the Immortal Dome. Now that he had refined it, he could make the little Immortal Dome return with a thought. However, Guhai did not do so. His vital parts were restored. Next, he would let it recover on its own. Eye of Life and Death. The spiritual Mother Divine King immediately emitted a gentle light that merged with Guhai's body. Buzz! Guhai's eyes suddenly emitted black and white light. The Eye of Life and Death seemed to have reached the eyes of his physical body in an instant, but it consumed a lot of the spiritual Mother Divine King's power. He looked up at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In an instant, in Guhai's left eye, the 33 great arrays turned into countless white lines. They were densely packed. As for his right eye, there were many fewer black lines. What was the overall situation of the array? Where were the vital parts? In an instant, he saw everything clearly. So that's how it is. In this way, it can help me avoid countless detours. Guhai's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Guhai sat cross-legged again and looked at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In the 10 millionth year, buzz, in between his eyebrows, out of the 100 small chessboards, 80 of them suddenly merged together in 4 directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 20 large chessboards merged into one. The chessboard didn't last long, only a year. Ka. The large chessboard quickly shrank, removing the pieces that could be replaced. Once again, it turned into a small chessboard with 19 paths. Together with the original 20, the most complicated chessboard. Now, there were only 40 small chessboards left. The heavenly cycle saber art could slash out the 8 heavenly cycles due to these chess puzzles. Unfortunately, that was only an ideal situation. Gu Hai's current strength was far from enough. 33? It's really complicated. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It was only because of the Eye of Life and Death that he was able to gain a preliminary understanding of the 33 great formations. How long had it been? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Is that old man Guanxi really that talented? He has lived for thousands of years, yet he was able to comprehend such chess skills. Just as Gu Hai was mocking himself, the energy gathered by the Earth Spirit book in his body paused, and the Earth Spirit trembled. Gu Hai's expression suddenly froze. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, a strong air current surged out from his body. A breakthrough! Gu Hai was stunned. At this moment, he did not know whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations, Your Majesty! You have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Shangguan Hen, who was in a coffin not far away, woke up and said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Yes, I have a breakthrough. The 2nd level of the Central Heaven Palace. Huh. Shangguan Hen's expression froze. I have been sleeping and waking up nonstop. It has been almost 10 million years, right? Your Majesty, you have a breakthrough? Shangguan Hen said blankly. 10 million years of energy was only enough for you to advance by 1 level. Gu Hai sighed slightly and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Shangguan Hen that he had borrowed the power of the Earth Spirit book. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Shangguan Hen's face twitched, but he did not dare to judge Gu Hai's cultivation. Since you are awake, continue cultivating. Now, you need to break through to the 7th or 9th level. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. There is still a lot to go. I am now at the 58th level. However, I have to cultivate when I wake up, cultivate when I sleep, cultivate when I wake up, cultivate again. I am about to throw up. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Right now, you are already stronger than Sun Wukong. He is only at the 54th layer. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Continue cultivating. How long has it been since you came down? Continue. Gu Hai said seriously. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Oh, right, Your Majesty. I wanted to ask last time. There seems to be a black hole in the distant star field, swallowing the surrounding stars. Do you want to investigate? Shangguan Hen asked. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a black hole in the shining stars, swallowing the surrounding stars. There is no need. That is a formation that I made. You can cultivate on your own. Yes, Shangguan Hen nodded with a trace of horror. That black hole was Gu Hai's immortal dome. After the immortal dome absorbed countless stars, it became bigger and bigger. The holes in it also became black holes. It was not one black hole, but 3,200 black holes, swallowing the stars and mending them. Shangguan Hen continued to cultivate. Gu Hai also continued to study the 33 Go formation. Gu Hai enjoyed his time, but Shangguan Hen was incomparably unbearable. He spent 60% of his time in the great tortoise breathing technique. Now, The great tortoise breathing technique was becoming more and more powerful. Just like that, more than 100 million years passed. The first level of hell, almost 1,000 years. The future Buddha looked coldly at the entrance to the second level. Everyone, listen up. Seal all the entrances to hell. No one is to come out. If you find Gu Hai, the Buddhists, and Shangguan Hen, report immediately. Yes. Everyone answered. Buddha, Gu Hai should have turned into a fossil by now, after going to the 18th level of hell, right? Zedong Bodhisattva laughed. Let's take a look first. Also, the Buddhists, search carefully. The future Buddha said in a low voice. Yes, the 16th level of hell. Almost 30 million years. Kong Xian exuded a monstrous demonic aura. On his back, the huge mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian shook, as if it could not suppress him anymore. Kong Xian's eyes were also spewing black gas, accumulating over time. The demonic aura had almost dyed half the sky black. With great difficulty, Kong Xian's pupils shrank. It's almost time. Is the entrance to the 18th level of hell going to open again? Kong Xian's consciousness returned. Looking at the entrance to the upper level, Kong Xian's face turned ferocious. Future Buddha? Present Buddha? Past Buddha? Your plan is going to fail. Wait until I get out. Watch me devour you. Roar. Walla lala. Kong Xian's vibrating chains shook violently, as if trying to break free from the huge imprisonment. However, suddenly, Kong Xian paused and looked at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Gu Hai? You've already turned into a fossil after entering the 18th level of hell, right? I'm not going to wait for you, Kong Xian said coldly. But in the next moment, Kong Xian paused, thinking of the bet he made with Gu Hai. There was a moment of silence. All right, I'll wait for you for a while. Anyway, I don't care about this time. Let's see if you can still survive after the 18th level of hell is unsealed, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian slowly calmed down. However, Kong Xian was extremely irritated at this moment. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the overflowing demonic aura. Although his energy had increased a lot, the demonic aura was distorting his mind. Although he was not lost, he would be affected in the long run. He could not stay in hell any longer. Just as Kong Xian was waiting. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge boom rang out as the entrance to the 18 hells opened. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, suddenly, a stream of light appeared from the first level of hell to the 16th level of hell. It was the future Buddha who had arrived immediately. In the 16th level of hell, endless demonic aura dyed the sky black for a moment. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a strong evil aura emanating from Kong Xian. The evil aura was so strong that the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Kong Xian, have you thought it through? The future Buddha said with an ugly expression. Future Buddha, why don't you try sending me to the 17th level of hell? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. No, the demonic aura in your body, I can see it. Ha ha ha, you can't take it anymore, right? You can't suppress the demonic aura in your heart, right? The future Buddha suddenly laughed. Kong Xian snorted coldly. He was indeed about to lose control, but he had not been driven crazy. Kong Xian, what's wrong with being the great bright Lord Buddha of Soul Mountain? The Buddha will not restrict your freedom now. The future Buddha persuaded. Get lost. You're not worthy. Kong Xian said coldly. Ha, 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 not worthy? Then you can continue to stay here. I can feel that you can't take it anymore. There's no need for the 17th level of hell. Let's see how long you can hold on here. The future Buddha swung his sleeves and snorted, turning his head. The future Buddha stepped into the 17th level of hell. At this moment, a large number of monks flew over. They also followed the future Buddha into the 17th level of hell. However, there was nothing in the 17th level of hell. The future Buddha stepped into the entrance of the 18th level of hell and looked inside. He did not dare to go deeper. Humph, it seems that Guhai has turned into a fossil. That's good. Humph. The future Buddha snorted coldly. He flew up to the 16th level of hell. He tried to persuade Kong Xian, but Kong Xian did not care at all. The future Buddha could only dejectedly lead the group of monks away. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha, leaving, and sneered, "Future Buddha? Just you wait. I'll break the seal of the 9th grade golden lotus and devour you." Kong Xian endured the demonic aura in his body and was about to break free from the chains. Whoosh! Not far away, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance of the 17th level. Kong Xian frowned. He turned his head to look. "Shangguan Hen, Prime Xuanwu, why are you here?" Kong Xian said in surprise. "The 18th level of hell. I can't take it anymore. His Majesty sent me to the 16th level of hell to accompany you." Shangguan Hen exhaled deeply. The surrounding flames burned Shangguan Hen, but they could not harm him at all. "Last time, you slept in Guhai's coffin. Did Guhai bring you in? Guhai is not dead," Kong Xian said in shock, his expression turning cold. "Indeed, His Majesty is still in the 18th level of hell. Earlier, the future Buddha was lucky that he did not go to investigate. Otherwise, he would have fallen into His Majesty's Go ritual array trap." Shangguan Hen sighed softly. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. "Is Guhai really not dead? Where is he?" Kong Xian said with a gloomy expression. Counting all the time, Kong Xian had been imprisoned in hell for more than 60 million years and could not hold on any longer. Guhai had been in the 18th level of hell for 130 million years, twice as long as him. Guhai was not crazy. He could not hold on any longer, but Guhai was still alive. Didn't that mean he had lost? His Majesty, he said that he was still a little short of maturity and wanted to stay in the 18th level of hell for one more round. "Please wait for His Majesty," Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Still a little short of maturity? Kong Xian looked blankly at Shangguan Hen. "Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated. Tell me, what do you mean by that? Does Guhai not want to come out?" "His Majesty does not want to leave the 18th level of hell for the time being. He is afraid that you can't wait. So, His Majesty said that if you are bored while waiting, I can talk to you," Shangguan Hen explained. Kong Xian. Chapter 765. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the demonic aura in his body and was ready to break free from the seal and escape. However, Shangguan Hen's words made Kong Xian completely stunned. His former pride seemed to have been severely challenged. One day, Guhai stayed for one day, which was equivalent to twice his time. He couldn't stand it, yet Guhai said it wasn't enough. Not enough. He wanted him to wait. Wait. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Fine. I'll wait for one more round," Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian's remaining pride made him unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't admit defeat, he still lost. Perhaps it was his pride that held him back. At first, he laughed complacently and despised Guhai. Now that Guhai had spent 4 times his time with him, how could he not dare? "That's good. Sigh, I had enough on the 18th floor. If it wasn't for His Majesty, But it's fine now. I'm on the 16th floor, so it's much better. Just bear with it, and it'll be over," Shangguan Hen said with lingering fear. "Humph." Kong Xian snorted gloomily. Guhai waited for one round. Shangguan Hen also waited for one round. Could it be that Shanghai Hen's endurance was better than his? During the wait, the future Buddha came several times. Kong Xian looked at him coldly and ignored him. His heart was full of resentment until a new round began. Boom! The entrance to the 18th floor closed again with a loud bang. Kong Xian looked coldly at Shangguan Hen, who was in the magma in the distance. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was wandering in the magma. The rolling flames surrounded his body, but he couldn't be harmed at all. Kong Xian, if you're bored, you can chat with me. I'll sleep for a while more. Shangguan Hen said, "Humph, tortoise breathing technique. So, you've been sleeping all this time?" Kong Xian showed a trace of disdain. "Yes, I've slept for most of my life, but I've also been awake for tens of millions of years. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. His Majesty gave me the Tao Te Ching, which can alleviate the baleful aura in hell. Do you want to learn it too?" Shangguan Hen smiled. "Humph, I don't need it. This baleful aura can temper me. Humph, sleep? Go to sleep. I thought you guys were so powerful." Kong Xian said coldly, "I sleep, but your Majesty has never slept before. His Majesty doesn't even have enough time for one round, so how could he sleep? If you don't want to admit it, just say so. Why do you have to slander His Majesty?" Shangguan Hen sneered. "Humph!" Kong Xian snorted and turned his head away. Shangguan Hen fell into a deep slumber once again. A new round began. Kong Xian's eyes were gradually bloodshot, and the demonic aura around him grew stronger. The demonic aura that had previously died, half the sky black, was now expanding at full force. Time passed slowly. The more time passed, the more unbearable Kong Xian became. The 18th layer of hell was not a place for humans. Even with Kong Xian's strong willpower, he could barely withstand it. Roar! Kong Xian let out a deafening roar, and the entire magma sea was filled with endless waves of fire. Shangguan Hen, who was in the depths of the magma sea, was awakened by the roar. He looked at Kong Xian's red eyes, as if he was about to lose himself. "Kong Xian!" Shangguan Hen shouted angrily. Boom! Kong Xian quivered and woke up. Was he about to turn into a demon? You lost your consciousness?" Shangguan Hen stared at him. "Roar, no." Kong Xian defended himself. "I'll teach you the Tao Te Ching." Shangguan Hen persuaded. "No need." Kong Xian stubbornly refused. After a few more times, Kong Xian finally admitted that if Shangguan Hen did not wake him up time and time again, he would have completely lost himself. At this moment, Kong Xian finally saw how abnormal Gu Hai was. His Majesty's one day is longer than yours, not to mention the baleful aura of the 18th layer is even more. Shangguan Hen bitterly smiled. "Humph." Kong Xian coldly snorted. "Do you want me to teach you the Tao Te Ching?" Shangguan Hen smiled. "No need. This round is about to end, and the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to open. You go and call Gu Hai out. If he doesn't want to go out, I'll go first. I'm not like you, who can sleep all the time." Kong Xian ferociously said. "Ha ha 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 ha, good." Shangguan Hen laughed. Kong Xian's words were very clear. At this moment, he finally lowered his head. The 18th layer of hell. Gu Hai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the dilapidated palace. His consciousness entered the central heavenly palace. The whirlpool-like suction force from the Earth Spirit Book had disappeared. The Earth Spirit Book can absorb the wandering energy of heaven and earth. Although hell is divided into 18 layers, it is still the Hell Tao secret realm. This is a whole. Therefore, the Earth Spirit Book absorbs the energy of the entire Hell Tao secret realm. But now, it can't absorb even a trace of it. Gu Hai bitterly said, "In that case, all the energy in the Hell Tao secret realm has been absorbed by the Earth Spirit Book. In other words, all the energy accumulated in the 18th layer of hell has been absorbed by me. It's useless for me to stay here any longer. But what about my cultivation? Guhai bitterly said. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace, even after absorbing all the energy in hell, he still couldn't complete the central heavenly palace. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace. Guhai felt uncomfortable all over. Continue to stay here? What a joke. If he continued to stay here, Guhai felt like he would turn into a fossil. He couldn't take it anymore. But what about his earth spirit? All the energy in the Hell Tao's secret realm had been absorbed, but it still couldn't fill up his earth spirit. The remaining ones would definitely be harder to cultivate. What would he do if he left the 18th layer of hell? In the past, the Long Zhangua had also told Guhai about his energy. The Long Zhangua had cultivated to the central heavenly palace. He used qi to return essence to the central heavenly palace. Then he used essence to return essence to the lower heavenly palace. He made the lower heavenly palace complete. Then, from the lower heavenly palace, he used essence to return essence to the upper heavenly palace. But Guhai wasn't like that. Instead, he rushed up one heavenly palace after another. He didn't have the Long Zhangua's cycle, but it was the most solid foundation. But this was the hardest to cultivate. The Earth Spirit grabbed the Earth Spirit book and sat back down in the palace with a gloomy expression. Guhai also returned to his body with a slightly bitter consciousness. Sigh, the 8th level of the central heavenly palace? Forget it. There's no point in staying any longer. It's about time. Guhai sighed softly. He got up and waved his hand. Boom. In the distant starry sky, a huge object suddenly floated over. It was as if it was dragging an entire galaxy towards Guhai. As it got closer, those galaxies slowly became smaller. It slowly shrank. Soon, it shrank into a bubble and returned to Guhai's right palm. A bubble. The bubble was faintly discernible, emitting gentle starlight. Immortal Dome? From today onwards, you'll be called the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Guhai took a deep breath and gave it a name. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients trembled slightly. It was as if it had given Guhai life from this moment on. Guhai waved his hand. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients disappeared. However, at this moment, only Guhai could see it. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was around him, right in front of him. Others couldn't see it, but it was there. Only he could see it. A world that only he could see. A world that belonged only to him. He took a step forward. Buzz. Guhai disappeared from his original spot, but stepped into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Once he entered the world, Guhai stepped on the air and looked down. The Immortal Dome of the warring states of the past had long changed, and everything had changed. At this moment, there was a vast land with countless starry skies. The common people were almost extinct, but they didn't completely disappear. After all, there were still some who survived. Human civilization was destroyed, and everything turned into nothing. Some humans had entered the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, just like the Stone Age that Guhai saw on Earth in the past. There were also some dinosaurs. Guhai raised his head and waved. Whoosh! The stars above his head immediately lined up, forming a 33 large array. The moment the array appeared, buzz! The array seemed to form a suction force that led to the outside world. Suddenly, spiritual qi surged into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Of course, this spiritual qi was pitifully little. After all, there wasn't much in the 18 levels of hell. However, Guhai believed that as long as he reached the divine continent, there would be endless spiritual qi gathering. When the Immortal Dome of the Ancients was repaired it integrated a trace of the attribute of the Hell Dao secret realm. The time inside is countless times faster than the outside world. I have spread the cultivation techniques of Earth in the past. I hope there will be some changes, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, on the ground of the immortal dome of the ancients, huge mountains rose from the ground. On the mountains, there were pages of cultivation techniques from Earth. After doing all this, Gu Hai took a step out of the immortal dome of the ancients. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients, boom! Suddenly, not far away, there was a loud bang in the void. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell opened again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the planet under his feet was dragged into the immortal dome of the ancients. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai suddenly frowned and turned to look at the largest star not far away. At this moment, a large number of stars were arranged around the star. It was a super chess game. This chess game was different. The horizontal was 34, and the vertical was 35. Gu Hai swung his sleeves. Boom! This strange chessboard suddenly exploded into pieces. It was chaos. After looking coldly at it, Gu Hai stepped into the entrance to the 17th level, the 16th level of hell. Roar! The moment the passage to the 18th level of hell opened, Kong Xian roared, and endless demonic qi filled the entire 16th level of hell. In the black qi, Kong Xian's eyes were red. He flapped his huge wings, and the surrounding magma rose into huge waves. Shangwan Hen stood in the distance and watched quietly. Chains break. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The 5 chains suddenly exploded, and the 5 mountains also trembled violently. The Dharma mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian also shook and broke free. Kong Xian roared and seemed to be about to break free from the seal of the rank 9 golden lotus. At this moment, the future Buddha led a group of monks into the entrance to the 15th level of hell. As soon as they entered, demonic qi surged toward them. The faces of the monks changed, revealing looks of horror. The future Buddha opened his eyes, and his expression changed. Kong Xian, how dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Chapter 766. The future Buddha led the monks into the lower levels of hell as soon as the 18th level of hell opened. They soon arrived at the entrance of the 16th level of hell. Buddha, it's another round. Will Kong Xian be able to take it? One of the monks asked worriedly. I saw that he was on the verge of death the last time. It's another round. It'll be 32 million years. I hope he won't go crazy. Hurry. The future Buddha said solemnly. I'm guessing that he can't wait to join the spirited mountain's sacred ground. The monk beside him laughed. Although the future Buddha did not respond, a smug smile appeared on his face. The group stepped into the 16th level of hell. Boom! The moment they entered, they were greeted by rolling black demonic aura. The demonic aura was so ferocious that all the monks shuddered. Demonic aura? How can it be so dense? It wasn't so exaggerated the last time. The 16th level of hell is covered by demonic aura. How can this be? Oh no! Buddha, the chains! The chains are broken! Roar! Kong Xian's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar. After breaking free from the chains, he tried to break free from the 5 mountains. As he roared, the surrounding magma shot up into the sky. The Fa mountain on his back trembled violently as though it was going to break free at any moment. The future Buddha opened his eyes wide, and his expression changed drastically. Kong Xian, how dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Kong Xian's current strength had completely exceeded the future Buddha's expectations. Was he going to break the seal and come out? Once he came out, it would be bad. Boom. The future Buddha took a step forward and was about to charge toward Kong Xian to stop Kong Xian. However, at that moment, an aura of a fist suddenly emerged from the magma and crashed toward the future Buddha. A golden fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. What? There's someone else? The future Buddha's expression changed. He extended his hand and threw a punch, colliding with the golden fist with a loud bang. Hung. There was a deafening sound as a powerful spatial wave rippled out from where the two fists collided. The future Buddha took a step back with a look of horror on his face. They saw a super vortex forming below the rolling magma. It revolved around a man shining with golden light. That man raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. Shangguan Hen. Suddenly, a monk exclaimed. Impossible. That was Shangguan Hen's fist. The monks exclaimed in shock. The future Buddha's expression also darkened. Shangguan Hen, you're not dead. Why do you think I will die? Shangguan Hen smiled coldly and immediately stepped into the air. He flew in front of the future Buddha and looked at him with a cold smile. That fist just now? No, aren't you even inferior to Sun Wukong? When you first entered the heavenly palace, did you remember your fist? The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. You don't need to know. Shangguan Hen sneered. Gu Hai? What about Gu Hai? Is he dead? The future Buddha suddenly thought of something. What do you think? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Roar. In the distance, Kong Xian roared again. Rumble. The 5 mountains shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain of Dharma above them. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. 1,000 Buddha hands of compassion and sorrow. The future Buddha struck out with his palm. Boom, 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 boom. In the void, thousands of golden palms appeared in an instant and struck at Shangguan Hen. Petty tricks. I'll defeat 10,000 palms with my strength. Shangguan Hen glared and shouted as he punched out again. Boom. Suddenly, one of the golden palms exploded, and the remaining 999 palms landed on Shangguan Hen's body. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was surrounded by golden light. His invincible Vajra body was activated. Nearly 1,000 palms hit Shangguan Hen, but Shangguan Hen was only pushed back slightly. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. At this moment, Shangguan Hen's fist was right in front of the future Buddha. Dong! It was as if a golden hammer had struck a bell. With a resounding boom, the future Buddha was pushed back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Shangguan Hen, how did your cultivation increase so much? What technique is that? Why is it so similar to Sun Wukong's? No, you're stronger than Sun Wukong. The future Buddha was shocked and angry. It was also at this time that Kong Xian unleashed his greatest power. Roar! With a loud roar, the demonic aura around him increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The huge Dharma mountain on top of him exploded. Below him, the 5 mountains changed shape and turned into a dazzling 9th rank golden lotus. Kong Xian broke free. Screech! A clear roar of freedom seemed to spread throughout the 18 levels of hell in an instant. Kong Xian is out of the seal. The demon has broken the seal of the 9th rank golden lotus. Buddha, save us! The group of monks screamed in fear. The future Buddha was also shocked. Kong Xian, don't be so stubborn. Roar! Kong Xian was surrounded by demonic aura. He didn't care about the future Buddha at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom! The huge 9th rank golden lotus was swallowed by Kong Xian. What? How dare you? That's the 9th rank golden lotus of the spirited mountain. Spit it out now. Otherwise, no one can save you. The future Buddha's expression changed. Screech! Kong Xian shouted. He flapped his wings. Shangguan Hen, you're too kind. Don't be soft-hearted to this bald donkey. You can't do this to me. Kong Xian shouted with a ferocious expression. With a loud shout, Kong Xian flapped his wings. Immediately, a gust of black wind rushed towards the future Buddha. Bastard! The future Buddha struck his palm towards Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian opened his mouth. As the black wind rolled over, he took a deep breath. Boom! The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. In the distance, the group of monks was scared out of their wits. Kong Xian swallowed the Buddha? My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's the future Buddha. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian? No, help! The monks screamed in fear. Not only did I swallow the future Buddha, but I also want to swallow the past Buddha and the present Buddha. I want to swallow everything in the spirited mountain. Swallow, swallow, swallow! Kong Xian roared. He flapped his wings again and released a black wind. The black wind swept the escaping monks into Kong Xian's mouth. The giant peacock swallowed all the monks in the blink of an eye. Shangguan Hen's expression froze. Was Kong Xian possessed by the devil? Why was he so fierce? That was the future Buddha. He swallowed him just like that. At this moment, Kong Xian's heart was filled with anger. Swallowing the future Buddha had eased Kong Xian's anger a little. However, the anger that had been suppressed for nearly 100 million years could not be eliminated so easily. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to rush up from the 16th level of hell and swallow everything. Just as Kong Xian's fighting spirit was soaring and his hatred was boundless, a voice suddenly sounded. You swallowed him just like that. Aren't you afraid of indigestion? A voice suddenly sounded. It could be said that it was a provocation to Kong Xian. Who is it? Kong Xian turned his head with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen's face lit up with joy. Gu Hai. Kong Xian's expression froze. Congratulations to the great Miojin for breaking free. Gu Hai suddenly walked over with a smile. Looking at Gu Hai, Kong Xian's face twitched. Although Shangguan Hen had been trapped for a long time, he was mostly opportunistic. Although Kong Xian approved of him, he did not submit to him. However, Gu Hai was different. He did not have the talent of the black tortoise, but he had been trapped for 250 million years. He had been trapped for less than half of Gu Hai's time. Boom! Kong Xian instantly turned into his human form. Gu Hai, are you really still alive? Kong Xian's expression was ugly. Yes, unfortunately, there is nothing here that I was looking forward to. Otherwise, it would be a perfect place for cultivation. Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian, Your Majesty, please don't say any more. I'm about to throw up. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Shangguan Hen, how many have you reached? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Barely. More than 7 or 9. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. 63 levels? Not bad. You are much stronger than Sun Wukong. Gu Hai smiled. 64 levels. But I am still far from 72. Shangguan Hen said immediately. Not bad. You are much stronger than you were in the past. Gu Hai smiled. Of course. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's expression was ugly. He remained silent for a while. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at him. Shangguan Hen smiled and said, Kong Xian, His Majesty saved your life. You made a bet with His Majesty. Why? Are you going back on your words? Shangguan Hen sneered. Kong Xian's face fell. Who said, I am going back on my words? That's right. Gu Hai, your willpower is stronger than mine. You are really good. I admire you. We agreed on 50 years. I will enter the Dahan for 50 years. Kong Xian greets your majesty. Kong Xian immediately bowed. Although he felt that Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace, Kong Xian didn't care about cultivation anymore. So what if Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace? He was stronger than him. There was no need to refuse. It was only 50 years. In that case, I will confer Kong Xian as the commander of the 5th Army of the Dahan Empire. You can lead an army and be conferred the title of Viscount Ming. Gu Hai said solemnly. The title of Viscount was only because he had not made any contributions to the Dahan Empire. Now, he had made an exception and was conferred as the commander of the 5th Army. Kong Xian greets your majesty. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Since his majesty was stronger than him, he could worship him. At this moment, although Kong Xian was still a little uncomfortable, he did what he said. In that case, let's go. Gu Hai said, Your Majesty, I want to seek revenge from the Buddhas of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian was still brooding. Let's go out first. Gu Hai shook his head and rejected Kong Xian's idea. The group flew towards the first layer of hell. However, Kong Xian still felt somewhat dissatisfied. You did train extremely well in hell. However, are you sure you can compare to the current Buddha? Do you think that he is the same as the future Buddha? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes. Kong Xian felt somewhat unconvinced, but did not refute. The group soon arrived at the first layer of hell. Gu Hai reached out and took out the suet jade bottle that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng gave him. Chapter 767. The entrance to the first layer of hell. Jiedong Bodhisattva, Di Ting Bodhisattva, and the ghost kings were waiting. Do you think Kong Xian is obediently waiting for the Buddha's orders now? Jiedong Bodhisattva laughed. Of course. What kind of place is the 16th layer of hell? The baleful aura. There is countless times more than the first layer. He has been imprisoned there for nearly 100 million years. It's scary just thinking about it. As long as he is not crazy, he must be crying and begging the Buddha. Di Ting Bodhisattva sneered. The 2 bodhisattvas are wise. The ghost kings flattered. Just as everyone was waiting at the entrance to the first layer. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures flew out. Are they back? So fast. A ghost king was surprised. No, it's Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and that's Kong Xian? Jiedong Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. How did they come out? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a white jade bottle in the distance. Where's the Buddha? Di Ting Bodhisattva's expression darkened. No, they must have escaped from the Buddha. Gu Hai is still alive. Kong Xian escaped. We must inform the Buddha immediately. Jiedong Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Buddha, Kong Xian has reached the first layer. Come quickly. Di Ting Bodhisattva suddenly roared. The sound formed a strange frequency that rushed to the 2nd layer of hell, and then to the 3rd layer of hell. In the distance, Kong Xian, who was suppressed by Gu Hai and was still resentful, suddenly turned around. Baldy, roar. Kong Xian roared. He waved his hand, and a black wind rushed out. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. The monks and ghost kings were suddenly swept up by the black wind. Oh no, I can't break free. Save me. Buddha, save me. Everyone screamed and tried to break free from the black wind. Your Gautama Buddha is in my stomach. If you want to find him in my stomach. Kong Xian inhaled ferociously. Huff. Everyone was sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Gu Hai was speechless. Kong Xian, why are you so resentful? You want to swallow this bunch of little monks. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. It's none of your business. Kong Xian added coldly. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Gu Hai opened the suet jade bottle. There was originally a reincarnation lotus bud inside. 250 million years. At this moment, that flower bud had completely bloomed. No, it had already bloomed, forming a lotus pod and even nurturing new lotus seeds. Then the lotus seeds grew again, growing into 5 lotus flowers. 5 flowers bloomed. It seems that growth is slower in the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai said with a smile. Only 5 flowers grew in 200 million years. However, it was enough. Your Majesty, when present Buddha opens the exit, we will rush out immediately and swallow him, Kong Xian said with resentment in his eyes. Present Buddha, Kong Xian, you'd better not provoke him, for the time being. Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Kong Xian was still unwilling to accept the result. Let's go out first. Gu Hai reached out and plucked a reincarnation lotus. Wang. The plucked flower instantly withered. At the same time, the reincarnation lotus also withered rapidly. It withered and emitted a colorful light. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of the 3 of them. This is? Kong Xian was puzzled. Let's go. We can go out through this passage, Gu Hai explained. The 3 of them stepped out of the passage. Phew! Soon, the 3 of them passed through the passage and appeared on the other side. After exiting for a while, the passage disappeared abruptly. The 3 of them stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the flat land in all directions. Sniff! The 3 of them inhaled deeply at the same time. This is the spiritual energy. This is the feeling of the divine continent. Ha ha ha! We are back. Shangguan Hen suddenly felt refreshed. It was too difficult to endure in the underworld. Kong Xian's baleful aura also dissipated somewhat. He was finally back. He felt much more comfortable. This place is... Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked around. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said that one would appear randomly in the divine continent after exiting the reincarnation lotus. This place was not marked, so Xiao Chun did not know where it was. Shangguan Hen, go and investigate, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Whoosh. Shangguan Hen immediately flew to a city in the distance. Soon he returned. Your Majesty, it is really far. This is the border of the Great Yellow Dynasty. We are already in the southwest of the divine continent, Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Let's go and meet up with Ao Shun and Chang Ming first, Gu Hai said seriously. All right, the 2 answered. Bang! The 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Hell Dao's secret realm, Yama Palace entrance, Wang. All of a sudden, an opening appeared. The present Buddha and the past Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and arhats into the first layer of hell. Huh, where are they? The past Buddha frowned. The surroundings were a mess. The Yama Palace collapsed, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals hid in all directions. Buddha, Buddha, you're finally here, you're finally here. A ghost king stumbled over from afar. Yama King, where are the others? How did you end up like this? The past Buddha asked seriously. Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, Kong Xian, they escaped. They escaped. The others were eaten by Kong Xian. Eaten? The Yama King said in horror. Eaten? What eaten? Kong Xian escaped. The past Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, I don't know. I went down to take a look. No, maybe they were eaten by Kong Xian. They escaped. The Yama King said in horror. What happened? Tell me, where is the Buddha? The past Buddha asked anxiously. The Yama King didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. After that, the past Buddha's face darkened. This Gu Hai is really a scourge. The present Buddha closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. Buddha, has the future Buddha really been eaten? It shouldn't be. He still has the closed eyes world meditation. The past Buddha said anxiously. He is still alive. He used the undying golden body technique. The present Buddha shook his head and said, with their speed, it took them more than 10 days to reach the border of the spirited mountain. Boom! The three of them landed on a mountain peak and stirred up a gust of wind. Countless bats flew out of the forest. Whoosh! Countless bats gathered and soon formed a figure in a black robe. It was Chongming. Your Majesty, you are out. That's great. Chongming was pleasantly surprised. Oh, you are alone. Gu Hai was puzzled. Ao Shun will be back soon. That day when we split up, I saw you in the distance. Ao Shun wanted to rush forward, but I stopped him. These days, Ao Shun has been leaving early and returning late at night to inquire about your Majesty. I have been waiting here, Chongming immediately said with a smile. The great Miujin? Chongming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He is now the 5th army commander of the Dahan Empire, Gu Hai explained. Oh, Chongming was startled and nodded his head. While everyone waited patiently, Gu Hai began to set up the array. In the evening, Ao Shun indeed returned. When he saw Gu Hai, he was pleasantly surprised. Shangguan Jizun, you have recovered your cultivation? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Yes, your Majesty imparted me a cultivation technique. It was tough, Shangguan Ji said bitterly. The 18 levels of hell were indeed not a place for humans. However, Ao Shun didn't know that. Tough. You call that tough? In just a dozen days, you went from having no cultivation to reaching the heavenly palace realm. You still have the cheek to call it tough? Ao Shun didn't understand. He had a strange expression, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Your Majesty, what are we going to do now? Chongming asked in a low voice. Capture Sun Wukong, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ancient Emperor, I will go this time. Ao Shun immediately requested. Your Majesty, I can turn into a bat and hide my body. I will go. Chongming requested. Your Majesty, I will go. It shouldn't be difficult to capture a monkey, Shangguan Hen said confidently. Your Majesty, I will go. Kong Xian also requested. Although Kong Xian requested, Gu Hai could see a different feeling in Kong Xian's eyes. Resentment, a towering resentment. Although he had suppressed it, it was still endless resentment. Persuade Kong Xian, lay out the facts, and reason with him? Given Kong Xian's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen. You can go, but I want to ask you, are the future Buddha and the others really still alive? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Crack! Kong Xian opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, the future Buddha was spat out. However, the future Buddha seemed to have turned into a golden statue. He didn't move, and black demonic chi surrounded him. The other monks and ghostly beings have been digested. Only his invincible golden body technique can survive, for now. However, he will be digested sooner or later. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kong Xian said in a low voice. There is still a rank, 9 golden lotus? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. I want that golden lotus. Your Majesty, you won't steal my spoils, right? Kong Xian frowned and looked at Gu Hai. If you can keep it, then keep it, Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded. Obviously, he couldn't hand over the rank, 9 golden lotus. Give the future Buddha to me. You and Shangguan Hen go to Mount Huagua and capture Sun Wukong, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at the future Buddha and nodded. Okay, be careful on the way. Try to keep it a secret. That monkey is very smart, but don't be fooled by his appearance. Guhai said, solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shangguanhen nodded. Shangguanhen knew Mount Huagua. Shangguanhen also knew Monkey. Monkey's 72 transformations might be able to fool others, but Shangguanhen also cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mystic arts. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Sun Wukong's. Naturally, he couldn't escape Shangguanhen's grasp. Whoosh! The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Ancient Emperor, Shangguanhen's cultivation level has increased by a lot. Ao Shun said in a low voice, looking at Shangguanhen's back. That's right. Crown Prince Ao Shun, what are your future plans? Guhai looked at Ao Shun and asked, My future plans? Ao Shun was silent for a while. Right now, Ao Shun is the North Sea Dragon King. If you don't mind, why don't you join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Like Shangguanhen, you will be the king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's national beast. I remember that a country can have more than one national beast. Guhai looked at Ao Shun and invited. Chapter 768. When Guhai invited Ao Shun did not reject. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, Ancient Emperor, although Ao Shun is bad, he is still my younger brother. I don't want to compete with him. You misunderstand. I didn't ask you to compete with Ao Shun. Don't feel burdened. Are there only the North Sea Dragon Tribe dragons in the world? Can't you form a new Dragon Tribe army? Just like that Sakura, Guhai said, solemnly. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Besides, I feel that although Ao Shun is much stronger now, he is not a wise ruler. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, there are many dragons who grew up with you. They fought with you and were injured for you. Can you really bear to let Ao Shun mess with them and kill them one by one? Guhai said solemnly. No, I don't think so. Ao Shun frowned and said, Whether you will or not, I'm not sure. But at the very least, when they have nowhere else to go, you can give them a place to stay, right? Isn't that so? Guhai asked. Ao Shun fell into deep thought. Of course, the sovereign of the nation's beast, if you're not willing to forcefully pull the group of dragons to become your subordinates, I won't force you either. Having you alone is enough. You've also seen it for yourself. Sakura and Ao Shun, they were eyeing your bloodline previously. This is just the beginning. Will there be more enemies in the future? You are the supreme beast of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. At the very least, we can be allies and help each other. Unless you look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In that case, just pretend I didn't say anything. Guhai said with a smile. How could that be? How would I dare to look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? It's just that I will cause a lot of trouble for the ancient emperor in the future. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You agreed? Ha 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 ha, trouble? This emperor is least afraid of trouble. Guhai laughed happily. Since your majesty doesn't mind, Ao Shun, will be thick-skinned. Ao Shun said with a smile. No, why would I? Ha ha ha, this emperor is overjoyed. Obtaining Ao Shun's help is like obtaining an arm. Guhai immediately laughed. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. You've managed to recreate the glory of Supreme Ao Tianhuang. Chongming said with a smile. Flowerfruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Get out, get out. Sun Wukong angrily drove the monkeys out of the Water Curtain Cave. My king, what happened to you? One of the monkeys mustered up the courage to ask. Scram, I get annoyed whenever I see those bald donkeys. You guys are their eyes and ears. Don't think that I don't know. Scram, scram, scram. Sun Wukong shouted gloomily. A group of monkeys immediately swarmed out. They even sent a group of demon kings to surround my flowerfruit mountain. Are they monitoring me? Humph! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No one knew who he was scolding. Just as the group of monkeys stepped out of the water curtain cave gloomily, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian quickly flew to Flower Fruit Mountain. Here. Kong Xian's expression darkened. That's right. Shangguan Hen nodded. Whoosh! Kong Xian immediately waved his hand, and billowing black gas instantly enveloped Flower Fruit Mountain. Who's there? An angry shout suddenly came from within Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Sun Wukong, who flew out of the water curtain cave. Kong Xian, you stay behind. I'll catch him. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen immediately rushed down and flew towards the water curtain cave. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Shangguan Hen suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I was wondering who it was. So, it's you, Stinky Turtle. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Guhai escaped. Where is he? Sun Wukong stared at Shangguan Hen, his eyes emitting a golden light. His Majesty is not here. Great sage, heaven's equal, please come with us. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Oh, he's not here? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Guhai was not here, Sun Wukong was not afraid of anything. Please, Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Please? Ha ha ha, Guhai is not here. You stinky turtle, you want to take me away? Eat old Sun's stick. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. He took out the Jingu Bang from his ear and enlarged it countless times. Sun Wukong's face was ferocious, and he slammed the staff towards Shangguan Hen. Humph! Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with a desire to fight. He took a step forward and met the attack with a punch. Use the 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it, so do I. Do you think you have an indestructible Vajra body? Like me? Beat me up. Sun Wukong shouted with a ferocious face. Clang! A loud sound rang out as Shangguan Hen's golden fist collided with the Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang was instantly knocked back. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The entire Flower Fruit Mountain was instantly enveloped in a storm. The rebound of the Jingu Bang made Sun Wukong's hands numb. What? How did you become so strong in such a short time? Sun Wukong's face changed. Xiao Chen's staff strike had killed countless fiendish demons. However, Shangguan Hen's fist actually blocked his staff strike. Before the golden light on the fist faded, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrank. 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it too? Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. His Majesty taught me it, just like you. Shangguan Hen sneered. Humph, just like me? No one is more powerful than me in the 8 or 9 mysteries art. Even Yang Jian was no match for me. Humph again. Sun Wukong shouted coldly. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and instantly approached Sun Wukong. Boom! With a punch, Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. It was so fast that Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Impossible! You! How many levels are you? Sun Wukong stared and shouted. 64. Shangguan Hen shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong again. Boom! Sun Wukong was instantly smashed into the ground. The entire Mount Huagua shook violently, and the surrounding sea water rose up. Kong Xian stood in the sky and looked coldly at Shangguan Hen, who was suppressing Sun Wukong. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also curious about the 8 or 9 mysteries art. However, at the next moment, Kong Xian suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding islands. Come out, old brothers, Kong Xian said coldly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky with different expressions and surrounded Kong Xian. They were the group of grand demons who had been captured by the Buddha together with Kong Xian. They had also accompanied Kong Xian to set up the cosmic stars formation. Kong Xian, you really came out. The leader of the bull demons said coldly, "Oh, in that case, old brothers, you have been waiting for me for a long time." Kong Xian squinted his eyes and said, "That's right, Kong Xian. The Buddha asked us to come here to prevent Gu Hai from catching Sun Wukong again. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Kong Xian, the Buddha favors you a lot and is even willing to confer the title of Buddha on you. Why did you—" The bull demon frowned and said, "Shut up." Kong Xian stared at him, and a murderous aura flashed around him. The surrounding demons frowned slightly. "I am the bald donkey of the holy mountain. So what? What great bright Buddha? I don't care. So what if you are loyal to the holy mountain? That little arhat, little bodhisattva? Ha 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 ha. I don't care, but you do. Our paths are different, so we can't work together. Seeing that we were brothers in the past, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to where you came from." Kong Xian suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Kong Xian, what are you talking about? In the past, you were able to command this group of monster kings because Tai favored you. You were not able to command us because you were stronger than us. Brother? Ha ha, you entered the holy mountain, so you are our brother. If you don't, you are our enemy." A leopard demon said coldly, "Leopard head, say that again." Kong Xian looked coldly at the monster king, who spoke, "Follow me back to the holy mountain to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Leopard head said coldly, "Ha, ha 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 ha. Good, good. Until today, I still want to let you go because of our brotherhood, but you have completely become the lackeys of the holy mountain just to be promoted. You want to capture me for rewards? Ha 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 ha. I, Kong Xian, am ashamed to be in the same group as you." Kong Xian glared at Leopard Head. "Bastard." The group of monster kings' faces turned cold. "Kong Xian, don't be ungrateful. Humph, you were in the top 10 of the 361 monster kings in the past, but you are not the first. You are not even comparable to me. What is there to be proud of? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Humph, you don't know what's good for you." Leopard Head immediately pounced on Kong Xian. Leopard Head's expression was ferocious. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Kong Xian in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his palm, creating a ripple in the void. He wanted to capture Kong Xian in one strike. Roar! Kong Xian glared and opened his mouth to let out a roar. In the midst of his roar, billowing black chi rushed out. Leopard Head was swept away. "What?" Leopard Head's expression changed. However, Kong Xian suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a huge suction force came from his mouth. That palm strike was instantly sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. The suction force even increased, and a black wind blew wildly. "Ah, Kong Xian, how dare you?" Leopard Head's expression changed as he screamed. "What?" The other monster kings' faces changed. Whoosh! Kong Xian closed his mouth and swallowed Leopard Head. "Kong Xian, how dare you?" The group of monster kings' faces changed. "That is Leopard Head. How did your cultivation increase so much after you swallowed Leopard Head?" "Are you Kong Xian?" The group of monster kings exclaimed in shock. After swallowing Leopard Head, Kong Xian glared at them and said, "From now on, you bunch of mystical mountains lackeys are no longer my Kong Xian's brothers. Roar!" "You." The group of monster kings' faces changed. "Surround him." The Minotaur from before ordered coldly. Boom! Below, a loud explosion sounded. Sun Wukong was caught by Shangguan Hen with disbelief. Shangguan Hen grabbed the sealed Sun Wukong in one hand and the Jingu Bang in the other, and soared into the sky. "Kong Xian, it's time to go," Shangguan Hen shouted. The group of monster kings, not far away, were shocked. This Shangguan Hen was so powerful. That Sun Wukong was a powerful character, and he was caught just like that. "You go, Shangguan Hen. I'll help you stop them." Kong Xian shook his head. "No need. They won't be able to catch up to us." Shangguan Hen frowned. I said, "You go first and bring Sun Wukong back. This group of monster kings is just the beginning. Soon, the people from Spirited Mountain will be here. The present Buddha and the past Buddha will be here soon. I'll stop them. You go first." Kong Xian said solemnly. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He saw Kong Xian's determination and nodded. Swish! In an instant, Shangguan Hen shot into the distance. "Stop right there." The Minotaur stared and wanted to stop him. "Roar!" Kong Xian opened his mouth and roared. Once again, a gust of black wind engulfed the Minotaur. He opened his mouth and sucked the Minotaur into his stomach. "What, Kong Xian, you swallowed the Minotaur? The Buddha will not let you go." Another wolf demon stared and roared. "Ha ha 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 ha, Buddha! Today, I'm not leaving because I want to wait for them to come. Not only will I devour you, but I'll also devour the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present won't be able to escape. I'll devour them all." Boom! Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Demonic qi burst out from his body and dyed the entire sky black. Chapter 769. Boom! The peacock spread its wings, and the demonic aura instantly dyed the sky black. The demonic aura carried a monstrous resentment and burst out as if there were thousands of demons howling inside. The Monster King's expressions changed instantly. "Kong Xian, how did your strength change? Why do I feel like I'm looking at the Eastern Emperor, Tai? Let's attack together. The holy grounds of the spiritual mountain will know soon. Quick, take him down." The Monster Kings immediately transformed into their monster forms. The aura around them surged, and huge waves suddenly rose around the Flower Fruit Mountain. "Ha ha ha! What a dog of the spiritual mountain! You're courting death. You can't blame anyone." Kong Xian stared. He flapped his wings, and a black storm formed around him. It swept towards the Monster Kings. "Let's attack together." One of the toads shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue towards Kong Xian. Swoosh! Kong Xian spread his wings and shot out a ray of 5-colored divine light. As the divine light brushed past, the toad's tongue disappeared. "Ah!" the toad exclaimed. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Swoosh! The toad was swallowed by Kong Xian. All the Monster Kings attacked almost at the same time. Their beast claws and bird claws turned into divine weapons and charged towards Kong Xian, as if they were going to tear Kong Xian apart. Swoosh! Kong Xian flapped his wings again. As the 5-colored divine light passed, all the beast claws and bird claws disappeared. "Ah, my leg!" the Monster Kings exclaimed. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 3 more Monster Kings were swallowed into his stomach. The demon monarchs lost a leg and were inexplicably terrified. Kong Xian really has the strength of Tai. "Run, run!" the Monster Kings exclaimed. No one would have thought that Kong Xian's strength would be tyrannical to this extent. Tai's strength? All the Monster Kings trembled. They turned around and fled in all directions. Escape? It's too late to escape now. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. They flapped their wings and chased after the most demon kings. Among the demon kings, the slowest one was sucked into Kong Xian's stomach in the blink of an eye. Up ahead were some bird-type demon kings. Quick! Over there, that's Tianning Temple, a subsidiary temple of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Tianning Bodhisattva is inside. Hurry, Tianning Bodhisattva, help! A few bird-type demon kings pounced over in surprise. In Tianning Temple, a white-robed monk was instructing his disciples when he suddenly heard a loud shout in the sky. Moreover, an enormous wave of vicious qi rushed towards him. The white-robed monk's expression changed. Quick, activate the formation. Buzz! Tianning Temple was immediately enveloped in a great array of golden light. Boom! The group of demon monarchs in front were immediately stopped. Let us in, Tianning Bodhisattva, let us in! The demon kings cried out in alarm. Go, go! Tianning Bodhisattva ignored him. Behind them, Kong Xian didn't fly fast, neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Bah, Tianning, old bald donkey, I didn't say a word when you asked me to help you find the spiritual treasure last time. Now that we're in trouble, you're ignoring us? The leader of the demon monarchs roared in grief and indignation. Bastard, scram! Don't cause trouble for me. Tianning Bodhisattva glared at him. The demon monarchs flew into the sky, resentfully. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was right in front of them. The entire sky was instantly dyed black. Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Then he saw Kong Xian flapping his wings. Swoosh! Tianning Temple's great array exploded with a bang. What? Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Roar! He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind swept up all the monks of Tianning Temple and instantly entered Kong Xian's stomach. No, Tianning Bodhisattva had nowhere to run and was instantly swallowed by Kong Xian. Tianning Temple was empty. The fleeing demons in front suddenly changed their expressions. This is only the beginning. As long as it's related to the holy mountain, I'll eat it all. Kong Xian flapped his wings with a ferocious expression. The demons in front fled, while Kong Xian ate at the back. Tianning Temple, Ninghui Temple, Daming Temple. Kong Xian's stomach was like a bottomless hole that kept swallowing. The demon monarchs in front were terrified. 500 Arhut formation. Quick, stop Kong Xian. The 500 Arhut formation was eaten by Kong Xian too. Demons are rampant. Bodhisattva, save us. Bodhisattva was eaten by Kong Xian too. For a moment, the holy mountain seemed to have encountered an unprecedented calamity. The demons were ferocious, and Kong Xian swallowed the heavens and the earth. The entire holy mountain was alarmed. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, and vajras looked from afar and felt a chill in their hearts. This was an unprecedented calamity. Kong Xian was too strong. He was so strong that as long as the monks rushed over, they would all be swallowed into his stomach. Formation? They couldn't resist Kong Xian's 5-colored holy light. All the magic treasures disappeared in the 5-colored holy light. The black wind blew wildly, and Kong Xian's mouth was like the 18th level of hell. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus flew to the holy mountain and the entrance of the Mahavira Hall in horror. Ancestral Buddha, the demons are too arrogant. Ancestral Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, the demons are attacking and destroying our holy mountain. Buddha. More and more monks gathered. At the entrance of the holy mountain, the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Dragon Maiden, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all looking into the distance. Amateus Buddha. This Kong Xian's heart is full of resentment. The past Buddha frowned. The present Buddha also frowned at Kong Xian in the distance. Buddha, Kong Xian has completely turned into a demon. Buddha, please don't be lenient. The past Buddha smiled bitterly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The present Buddha put his palms together. But the past Buddha was worried. I can only enlighten him personally. The present Buddha's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Yes, the group of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats said respectfully. The present Buddha took a step and disappeared. The past Buddha led all the bodhisattvas and arhats to stand on the square, watching how the present Buddha subdued Kong Xian. Huagua Mountain. Shangguan Hen saw that persuading Kong Xian was ineffective, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Kong Xian wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, His Majesty was most concerned about Sun Wukong. He had to send Sun Wukong to His Majesty as soon as possible. Therefore, Shangguan Hen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he took Sun Wukong and instantly shot into the distance. Kong Xian had a falling out with the group of demon kings. His ferocious aura was spreading everywhere, and his demonic aura was overflowing. However, there was another person watching from afar. It was the head of the demigods and semi-devils, Di Shurtian. Di Shurtian squinted his eyes. Kong Xian? He came out this time with such a ruthless aura. His strength actually soared so much. Could it be that the 18 levels of hell have such benefits? It seems that I have to enter the 18 levels of hell to train myself. Di Shurtian didn't stop Kong Xian because he understood that Kong Xian was at his peak now. He might not be able to stop him. Moreover, Kong Xian was so arrogant. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and the rest must be watching from afar. Di Shurtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction where Shangguan Hen left. Shangguan Hen? His cultivation was already crippled the last time, but now he's so powerful. Even Sun Wukong isn't his opponent. What happened to them in the 18 levels of hell? Humph, I'll catch them and interrogate them properly. Di Shurtian's eyes turned cold. Xiao. Di Shurtian instantly chased after Shangguan Hen. After half a day, Shangguan Hen finally returned to the previous place with Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shangguan Hen smiled. Where's Kong Xian? Chang Ming asked curiously. A group of monster kings set up an ambush at Huagua Mountain. Kong Xian asked me to leave first, so he stopped them. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. I knew that Kong Xian wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get rid of this resentment. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Gu Hai, ha ha, you really don't give up. You insist on sending me back. Sun Wukong was restrained by Shangguan Hen and said with grief and indignation. At this moment, Gu Hai waved his hand. The void trembled slightly, and the array reappeared, forming a huge black hole behind Gu Hai. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. When I was a child, I heard of your deeds of causing havoc in the heavenly palace and worshipped you. If it was another time, I would be very willing to be friends with you. However, I'm no longer a child, so I can only offend you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha, 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 worship? Ha, ha, put away your hypocrisy. Humph. Sun Wukong said coldly. You can go back and find Ancestor Bodhi. He will tell you everything. I have no choice but to send you back. At the same time, you don't have to be too angry. This may not be a farewell forever. Perhaps you will be back soon. Gu Hai shook his head. You're lying to me. Do you think I will believe you? Sun Wukong glared and roared. Sorry, Gu Hai said solemnly. At the same time, he gave Shangguan Hen a look. Shangguan Hen immediately flew over and wanted to throw Sun Wukong into the void. Ka 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 ka, let me go, stinky turtle. Sun Wukong was still unwilling. However, the cruel fact was that he was really powerless. He thought that he was the strongest in the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Who would have thought that this stinky turtle would be better than him in just a few days? Just when Shangguan Hen was about to send Sun Wukong into the 2 passages, boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over, and a figure instantly appeared on top of a mountain peak, not far away. Who is it? Chang Ming and Ao Shun immediately stared and became alert. Sakura? Gu Hai's face darkened. Sakura, quick, save me! Sun Wukong was suddenly happy. Oh, this passage again. Where did Sun Wukong come from? Where are you going to send him? Sakura stared and asked, Your Majesty, sorry, I didn't notice that Sakura was following me. Shangguan Hen frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract Sakura. No need to apologize. Leave Sun Wukong to me. You go and stop him. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. After handing Sun Wukong and the Jingu Bang to Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen immediately rushed towards Sakura. At this moment, Sakura also rushed over and met Shangguan Hen head-on. Oh, you want to stop me too? Sakura revealed a cold smile. My mistake. Naturally, I will solve it. Shangguan Hen stared. The 2 of them faced each other and raised their fists. Hung. Chapter 770. When Shangguan Hen punched over, Sakura revealed a trace of malevolence. Although Shangguan Hen's cultivation wasn't obvious in the past, Sakura saw it clearly when he defeated Sun Wukong previously. Hence, he was extremely careful with Shangguan Hen and punched with almost all his strength. Boom! Both of their fists collided in the void. A huge air wave rushed in all directions, and even the void was distorted. Both of them didn't take a step back when they clashed head-on. A strong wind blew from all directions. Ao Shun and Chang Ming immediately flattened the void to prevent Gu Hai's formation from being destroyed. Bang! Shangguan Hen and Sakura each took a step back. Sakura's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Increased by so much? Sakura looked at Shangguan Hen in surprise. Sakura? Good ability. Shangguan Hen said with a gloomy face. After the tempering in hell, Shangguan Hen thought that he was already very powerful when he came out. However, when he met Sakura, he was actually on par with him in one punch. Ha! Ha 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 ha! It seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the 18 levels of hell. After this time, I will definitely go in and have a look. Humph! Sakura snorted with a malevolent face. Sakura rushed over again. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wanted to know how strong this Shangguan Hen was. Come on! Shangguan Hen also rushed up. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 peerless experts made their moves. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Shangguan Hen deliberately led Sakura away from Gu Hai, allowing Gu Hai to continue setting up the formation. The 2 of them fought towards the distant sea. The entire sea was surging with huge waves. The sea was overturned, and the surrounding islands were constantly exploding. The loud sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. Sun Wukong looked at Shangguan Hen's method, and despair flashed in his eyes. 8, 9 mysterious art. He really reached 64? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. When he learned this technique in the past, he was high-spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as though this technique was tailor-made for him, and no one could compare to him. He couldn't cultivate anymore because of the flaws in the technique. He had cultivated to the limit. No one could surpass him in this technique. Sun Wukong never faced his laziness. But at this moment, Sun Wukong hated himself. Why didn't he cultivate diligently? But now, Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. As for the Jingu Bang, only you are worthy of it. Here, take it. Gu Hai grabbed Sun Wukong and threw him into the tunnel. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with regret. It wasn't because he was caught, but because he was too playful in the past. How did you guys do it? How did he cultivate to such a high level? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai, eager to know. Shangguan Hen's talent isn't as good as yours. You cultivated for 7 years. However, Shangguan Hen cultivated for close to 100 million years in the 18 levels of hell. You were cowardly and avoided him, but he endured for 100 million years. Can you do it? Gu Hai said solemnly. 18 levels of hell, close to 100 million years? Sun Wukong was shocked, looking at Shangguan Hen, who was showing off his prowess in the distance. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with humiliation. 18 levels of hell? I'll go there too. I'll definitely get back what I lost today. Sun Wukong said with a ferocious expression. Phew! Sun Wukong entered the tunnel and disappeared from Gu Hai's sight. Knowing shame and courage, I hope you can do it. In the future, I hope to be able to fight side by side with you. Great sage equal to heaven, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Huff! The entrance to the formation suddenly shrank and disappeared. Wang! Gu Hai waved his hand and removed the ritual array. Then various enchanted treasures emerged from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, all of them entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Ao Shun and Chong Ming were stunned. Over 100 million years? What did that mean? Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the battle between Sakura and Shangguan Hen in the distance. The battle between the two was getting fiercer and fiercer, but no one could do anything to the other. Your Majesty, do we need to help? Chong Ming asked solemnly. We still need to save Kong Xian, but we can't do anything else. Gu Hai frowned. What happened to Kong Xian? Chong Ming was puzzled. According to my analysis, he must have gone to the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain to cause trouble. Sai, Ao Shun, you stay behind and support Shangguan Hen. Chong Ming, follow me to find Kong Xian. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes. Chong Ming and Ao Shun answered. Phew! Ao Shun immediately flew towards Shangguan Hen in the distance. Gu Hai took another look and flew away with Chong Ming. In the distance, Sakura also saw Gu Hai leaving while fighting. Stop! Sakura's expression changed and shouted angrily. Boom! Shangguan Hen punched Sakura and made him retreat. Focus, Sakura. Your opponent is me now. Phew! Ao Shun suddenly came forward. Shangguan Jizun, let me help you. No need, just watch. Shangguan Hen said confidently. In the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, wherever Demon King Kong Xian went, the demonic aura would soar to the sky. He devoured countless monks, and countless monks died in the mouth of Kong Xian. The 8,860 temples of the Soul Mountain suffered a calamity at this moment, and countless were in panic. As he devoured, the demonic aura around Kong Xian grew stronger and stronger. Ha 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 ha, Buddha now, these monks died because of your greed. If you didn't imprison me for 100 million years, how would there be today's calamity? Roar. Kong Xian roared. The demonic sound soared to the sky, and thousands of monks trembled in fear. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the demonic aura. Buddha? Help! Suddenly, countless monks shrouded in demonic aura revealed a look of ecstasy. Buddha now is finally here. That's the voice of Buddha now. That's right. Every time Buddha now gave a lecture in the Hall of Great Strength, his voice would spread everywhere. Kong Xian lowered his head and immediately saw a mountain peak not far away. Buddha now was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Buddha now, you're finally here? Kong Xian stared and sneered. Buddha now looked up at the sky, a peacock that was 3,000 feet long, like a demon that could destroy the world, turned its head and rushed towards him with a monstrous aura. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? Buddha Now's body resounded with a monstrous aura. Boom! The loud sound seemed to condense a myriad of golden light. The golden light instantly dyed the heaven and earth golden, and was particularly dazzling in the demonic aura. Buddha? Ha 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 ha, so what? Today, I will destroy Buddha, destroy the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, and devour everything in the Soul Mountain. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Almost all the demonic aura was suddenly swept up by Kong Xian's wings and rushed towards Buddha Now. The demonic aura that filled the sky condensed and reached Buddha Now in an instant. Buddha, now that he's here, this big demon is finished. Buddha, now he's talking about Buddhist principles. There's no need to deal with such a big demon. Buddha, now, he'll definitely be able to capture this demon. The surrounding monks were waiting for Buddha now to make his move. However, they saw the demonic aura turning into a black wind and sweeping Buddha Now up. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth, and a strong suction force rushed out. This suction force seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. All the monks' expressions changed. The monstrous demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Kong Xian's mouth. Buddha Now! The monks in the four directions were shocked. Boom! In one gulp, Kong Xian swallowed Buddha Now into his stomach. What? Impossible! How could Buddha Now be swallowed by this demon? The demonic aura is overflowing. Is this the end of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Buddha is 1 foot tall. The demon is 10 feet tall. Countless monks exclaimed. In the distance, at the entrance of the great thunderclap temple, all the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats were shocked. Buddha Now! Buddha Now! Sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Ha 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 ha! Now that Buddha Now is in my stomach, it's your turn. Roar! Kong Xian roared again. Boom! The demonic aura around him exploded again and dyed the entire sky of Spirited Mountain black. No! A great sense of despair shrouded the entire sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Even Buddha Now is not a match for this big demon. Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew towards the Mahavira Hall because there were the most Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats there. Wherever Kong Xian went, it was like the end of the world. Past Buddha, what should we do now? The monks asked anxiously. The past Buddha's expression was also terrible, just as everyone was at a loss. Boom! A loud sound rang out, but Kong Xian's abdomen exploded with a loud bang. A golden light flew out from the inside. The golden light flew out and landed on Kong Xian's back. Boom! With a loud sound, the 3,000 feet long peacock shook violently. Screech! The peacock cried out in pain. On the peacock's back, there was a huge 9th-rank golden lotus that was emitting a dazzling golden light. On the golden lotus sat the present Buddha, who was just swallowed. Now, with a swing of his sleeves, countless monks were thrown out. Buddha Now! Is that Buddha Now? Buddha Now is still alive. That's great. He came out of Kong Xian's stomach. Those are the bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus who were just swallowed. At the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, countless monks were pleasantly surprised. Amateus Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha Now is merciful. In order to save the living beings swallowed by Kong Xian, I purposely allowed myself to be swallowed by Kong Xian. From the world inside Kong Xian's stomach, I saved the living beings who were swallowed. Good, good. The past Buddha put his palms together. Buddha Now is merciful. All the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus put their palms together. They were in awe of the present Buddha's bravery. Screech, present Buddha, did you purposely steal the 9th-rank golden lotus to enter my stomach? The peacock roared ferociously. It flapped its wings and tried to break free from the present Buddha. Boom! Under the present Buddha's control. The ninth rank golden lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and suppressed Kong Xian, making him unable to resist. Amateus Buddha, evil creature, are you still not awake? The present Buddha put his palms together and looked at Kong Xian coldly. Don't even think about it. Roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and you will be saved. Kong Xian, you have committed an unpardonable crime in the Calamity Spiritual Mountain and should be killed. However, I came out of your stomach and have the virtue of giving birth. I will spare your life and confer you the title of Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. I hope you will behave yourself. The present Buddha sat on the ninth-ranked golden lotus and said coldly, Buddha Mother? Buddha Mother? Ha 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 ha. Present Buddha, are you crazy? Dream on. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Humph. The present Buddha snorted coldly. The ninth-ranked golden lotus suddenly suppressed. Boom. Puff. Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Under the suppression of the ninth-ranked golden lotus, Kong Xian's body seemed to be out of his control and flew towards the Mahavira Hall. Greetings, Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Buddha Mother, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, you dare to insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared with grief and indignation. Boom. Pooh. Another mouthful of blood was forced out by the ninth-rank golden lotus. Chapter 771. Greetings, Mother Buddha, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Mother Buddha, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, how dare you insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared in grief and indignation. Boom. Uffed. Another mouthful of blood was spat out by the ninth-grade golden lotus. Kong Xian's ruckus at the holy mountain had also angered the present Buddha. Initially, he was prepared to subdue Kong Xian. However, this Kong Xian was too insensible, so he could only use force. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Demon? You think you're a demon? You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Do you know how I got the title of Tathagata's heavenly demon? The ninth-grade golden lotus under the present Buddha suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian tried to twist his body, but he couldn't break free. Roar. Let me go, bald donkey. Roar. Kong Xian roared as the demonic aura around him filled the sky. However, it was instantly melted by the ninth-grade golden lotus golden light, and the demonic aura turned into Buddha's light. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? The present Buddha said coldly. Boom. Uffed. The ninth-grade golden lotus became heavier, and a strong pressure suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian immediately spat out blood. When the Buddha's light entered his body, it was unbearable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. This was even more painful than the 16 levels of hell. This was an indescribable despair. Living was worse than death, but he couldn't die. Amidst the pain, Kong Xian felt as though golden lotuses were beginning to grow in his body. Golden lotuses were taking root and sprouting in his body. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The present Buddha chanted again. Kong Xian screamed in pain. In the distance, the past Buddha said, Buddha, this demon Kong Xian is so stubborn. Why don't you convert him? Convert? How dare you? Kong Xian's expression changed as he shouted in shock. Convert? This was the most horrible torture in the holy mountain. It was brainwashing, turning one into a puppet, forsaken one's past, and only devotion to the Buddha. How could Kong Xian tolerate becoming a dog of the present Buddha? Let me go! Roar! Kong Xian struggled with all his might. However, at this moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that this Buddha was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, he couldn't do anything about it now. His body gradually turned numb, as though he was at the mercy of the Buddha. Do you want to be the Mother Buddha of the spirited mountain, Mahamayuri, or do you want me to convert you? The Buddha's voice, Buddha's voice, the present Xian of the resentment and unwillingness of the past turned into a sorrowful howl. In all directions, countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus were chanting scriptures, as if they wanted to help the current Buddha enlighten Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Just as Kong Xian was at his wit's end, a voice sounded from afar. Holy Mountain, are you going to submit to the Dahan imperial dynasty? The Dahan imperial dynasty is very picky when it comes to accepting people. A cold voice sounded. All the monks in the Holy Mountain raised their eyebrows and turned to look. He saw a black-robed man standing on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Guhai! The past Buddha's face darkened. The Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats were stunned. Everyone had heard of Guhai before. Some of the higher-ups even knew that the Buddhist ancestor had been searching for Guhai during this period. He wasn't afraid of death. Why did he come here? Even the Buddha was slightly surprised as he looked at Guhai, who was at the peak of a mountain not far away. Ancient Emperor, long time no see. The present Buddha said in a deep voice. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why, Your Majesty? Kong Xian's face changed. Kong Xian might have submitted to Guhai for 50 years because of the bet, but he still felt conflicted. However, Guhai's sudden appearance gave Kong Xian a strange feeling. Is he here to save me? Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Guhai. Greetings, present Buddha, past Buddha. Guhai said, solemnly. Guhai didn't seem to care about the others. Guhai, what are you doing here? The past Buddha shouted coldly. I'm here. I also want to ask the present Buddha, why are you a man sitting on the Dahan army commander? He's a man. You're a man too. You're riding on him and forcing him to admit that he's a woman? Ha, 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 what a joke. Guhai didn't hold back at all. Insolence. The group of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats shouted. Was Guhai insulting the Buddha, Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander? You mean Kong Xian? The present Buddha looked at Kong Xian with a dark expression. The present Buddha knew how prideful Kong Xian was. He had tried all sorts of persuasion, but Kong Xian wasn't willing to submit. Now, he wanted to be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander. That was ridiculous. That's right. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Am I right? Guhai looked at Kong Xian in the distance. Kong Xian's face stiffened. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian's greeting caused an uproar among the monks. Kong Xian had really submitted to Guhai? That didn't make sense. In front of everyone, Kong Xian had admitted to submitting to Guhai. On one hand, it was the truth. On the other hand, he was touched that Guhai had come to save him. This was the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He didn't know his place and had barged in. And now Guhai was going to go against the entire sacred ground of Mount Numinous in order to save him? Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous today. How can you leave just because you say so? At this moment, Kong Xian is the Mother Buddha of Mount Numinous, the Mahamayuri. The present Buddha replied coldly. Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in Mount Numinous today and caused damage. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty will compensate him accordingly. Kong Xian, I must take him away today. Guhai said in a deep voice. Ha! Ha! Guhai, what courage do you have to be so confident? The past Buddha said coldly. The present Buddha also revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand, and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. It was the reincarnation pool. Whoosh! With a swing of the reincarnation pool, a strong suction force rushed towards Guhai. Just like the previous time in the West Sea, Guhai was going to be sucked into the reincarnation pool. Your Majesty, please leave now. I'm a burden to you. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept towards Guhai. The mountain below Guhai's feet trembled and was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind and into the reincarnation pool. However, Guhai was still standing in the wind, motionless. The gust of wind didn't move Guhai at all. What? The bodhisattvas and arhats in the distance were shocked. Even the present Buddha squinted his eyes. You're there, but not there? The present Buddha looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai smiled faintly. It's just a small trick. Don't think much of it. In the distance, the past Buddha's expression darkened. He didn't know how Guhai did it. How about this? I'll use this as compensation for the damage Kong Xian caused. What do you think? Guhai reached out his hand. Buzz! A golden statue instantly floated in the air. Future Buddha? The past Buddha's expression changed. The present Buddha's expression darkened. Whoosh! The past Buddha moved very quickly. He appeared in front of the future Buddha in an instant and reached out his hand. Whoosh! He grabbed at empty air. What? The past Buddha's expression darkened. How is this possible? The future Buddha is clearly in front of me. Why can't I touch him? Don't touch him. The future Buddha is not in this space-time. The present Buddha said to the past Buddha. At the same time, he looked coldly at Guhai. Well. Guhai, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve after a trip to hell? The present Buddha's expression darkened. Where is the future Buddha? The past Buddha stared at Guhai. Give me Kong Xian. I'll give you the future Buddha. Guhai said firmly. How dare you? Guhai, do you know who you're negotiating with? The past Buddha said coldly. I know. The Ling Mountain sacred ground. I'm not blind. Guhai laughed. Ha! Do you know the consequences of going against the Ling Mountain sacred ground? A small imperial dynasty like yours dares to act presumptuously in the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Believe it or not, as long as we give the order, your Dahan imperial dynasty will be annihilated. The past Buddha said coldly. Ha, past Buddha, do you think I'm afraid? Guhai suddenly glared. The past Buddha's expression darkened. I'm talking to you nicely and even humbling myself. But you don't know what's good for you and keep threatening me? Humph! Do you really think the Ling Mountain sacred ground is invincible? Go to the sect. So what? I established the imperial dynasty. If I don't have the courage to create a new world, how can I dare to call myself an emperor? If you have the guts, you can come to my Dahan imperial dynasty and give it a try. Do you think you can make me kneel in front of you with just a few threats? Guhai said coldly. You, the past Buddha, glared. Indeed, the lords of imperial dynasties were usually lawless. In the past, Shiyu the Great dared to challenge the Tongtian sect master, Entai. Why? Because in an imperial dynasty, the emperor could still mobilize the power of the country. He wouldn't fear anyone. However, that was only possible in mature imperial dynasties and powerful emperors. Guhai's Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to have just started, right? Future Buddha, compensate for all the losses of Ling Mountain. Now Buddha, past Buddha, Ling Mountain won't lose out. Guhai said again. Humph, Shangruo, what if I'm not willing? The present Buddha's cold voice came from the sky. The present Buddha was also observing the surroundings, trying to find Gu Hai's weakness. However, Gu Hai's state was too strange. He just stood there, but couldn't be touched or touched. It was a little like standing in a small immortal dome. However, how could Gu Hai have an immortal dome? You will be willing, future Buddha, one of the 3 pillars of Ling Mountain. Today, I can't bring Kong Xian away, so I'll learn the future Buddha's great mercy from the other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus. Gu Hai said with a smile, "Great mercy." The past Buddha frowned, slightly. "I have a group of eagles here. They have been hungry for a long time. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Future Buddha, you are so merciful. You feel that all living beings are not easy. I'm sure you don't mind the little bit of flesh on you. Feeding the eagles with flesh is great mercy. Amateus," Gu Hai said lightly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, a large number of eagles flew over and circled above Gu Hai's head, as if they were really hungry. The past Buddha waved his hand, but didn't touch them. Were these eagles also in another time and space? However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a blood-red long knife. The Life Slayer knife. It's best to use this knife to cut meat. Gu Hai looked at the countless monks in the distance and sneered. Chapter 772. It's perfect to use this knife to cut the flesh. Gu Hai sneered as he looked at the countless monks in the distance. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were glaring at Meng Qi. Gu Hai held a bloody knife in his hand and used it to cut the future Buddha's body as if he was going to feed it to the eagles. No, he was dismembering one of the 3 Buddhas of the spiritual mountain in front of them. This was an insult to the spiritual mountain. Who wouldn't be angry at this moment? The present Buddha sat on Kong Xian's body and looked at Gu Hai coldly, but he didn't say anything. The past Buddha sneered. Can you cut it? Even the demonic aura in Kong Xian's abdomen couldn't hurt the future Buddha, let alone your little knife. Indestructible golden body technique. If I remember correctly, the indestructible golden body technique can make the body indestructible and indestructible. However, there's a weak point, right? The weak point seems to be the inner mouth of the right ear. Let me try. Gu Hai smiled. As he spoke, the Life Slayer knife suddenly pointed at the inner side of the future Buddha's right ear. Buzz. The future Buddha's body suddenly surged with a golden light. The future Buddha quivered and seemed to wake up. The golden skin on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be alive. He couldn't see, but he could hear. He could even see with his eyes. Where am I? Gu Hai, my body is sealed. How is this possible? Is this the Maha Kassyapa's difficult heart seal? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened. That seal was the one that he had used to seal Gu Hai not long ago. How did Gu Hai know it? Gu Hai didn't say much. He reached out and cut a piece of flesh from the future Buddha's right arm. Blood and flesh flew into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A group of hungry eagles immediately swooped down and happily ate the piece of flesh that was cut off. The future Buddha suddenly cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of having his flesh cut off, but the Life Slayer blade. The Life Slayer blade seemed to be sucking blood. When the blade had cut him, it had sucked away nearly half of his blood. If Gu Hai hadn't suppressed it, his blood would have been sucked dry. Stop! The past Buddha glared at him. How dare you? Instantly, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats surrounded them angrily. Killing Buddha Ling Qi in front of the spirit mountain was even crazier than the great devil Kong Xian. This was not only harming the future Buddha, but also shaking the foundation of Spirited Mountain. The three reincarnations Buddhas were not only three individuals, but also the foundation of Spirited Mountain. They represented perfection and were the spiritual pillars of all Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats. Now, the future Buddha was about to be dismembered by Gu Hai. It was as if doomsday had descended upon Spirited Mountain, causing despair to appear on everyone's faces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Buddha had just subdued the great devil Kong Xian, and now there was another great devil, Gu Hai. Was this Spirited Mountain's calamity? Gu Hai, are you really not afraid of death? You want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Spirited Mountain and fight to the death. The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu Hai. Fight to the death? Ha! Ha 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 ha. If I don't target Spirited Mountain, will you not target my Dahan? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What do you mean? The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu Hai. Nothing. Since Kong Xian has entered the Dahan Empire, as the ruler of the Dahan Empire, I have the obligation to ensure his safety. Today, if I allow you to humiliate him, how can I lead the Dahan Empire? How can I convince the Dahan Empire? Spirited Mountain is a sacred land with a lot of assets. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Return me the army commander, and I will set the future Buddha free. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha! Ha ha ha! Gu Hai, you are just seeking momentary gratification. Do you know the consequences of this? The past Buddha said coldly. Consequences? Ha ha ha. The consequences are that in the future, if you find trouble with my officials again, I will continuously look for the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats of Spirited Mountain and feed them to the eagles. If you can't find a way to counter me, I will fight to the death. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. However, Gu Hai was in another time and space, so the past Buddha couldn't attack Gu Hai, but it was hard to fill the depression. Longzhang was Warring State's Immortal Dome. The present Buddha suddenly said in a loud voice. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the present Buddha. The present Buddha didn't say anything, but he discovered Gu Hai's weakness in a short time. Immortal Dome. Warring State's Immortal Dome. A hint of envy flashed in the present Buddha's eyes. Gu Hai's face fell. The present Buddha had good eyesight. He found out that he was hiding in the immortal dome of the ancients. No, I can't waste any more time. Gu Hai understood that at this level, the most powerful means were those that the other party didn't know. Once the other party knew, there would be a way to counter it. For example, if the present Buddha didn't find out about the immortal dome of the ancients, he could keep using it. However, once it was found, he would try to find a way to counter it. Once he found it, it would be time for him to destroy himself. It seems that Spirited Mountain really doesn't care about the future Buddha. If that's the case, then forget it. The future Buddha's mercy will continue. For the sake of feeding the hungry eagles, you give up your life. Gu Hai glared and was about to slash. How dare you? The future Buddha's face changed, and he said angrily, future Buddha, you don't have to be angry. I know that you have the closed eyes world purification Zen. You didn't use that suicidal technique, even after being swallowed by Kong Xian. Now, you want to die together? It's useless. I'm not standing directly opposite you. You're facing the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the thousands of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats of Spirited Mountain. You want to use it? Gu Hai said coldly. You despicable. The future Buddha said angrily. I'm not despicable. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the present Buddha doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you die than capture the Dahan. As long as you let go of my people, you'll be free. He's not willing. Sorry, Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he was about to slash. No, the bodhisattvas and arhats shouted. Enough! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the present Buddha. The loud sound went straight to where Gu-hai was. The void around Gu-hai trembled slightly. Present Buddha, even now, you're still testing me? Gu-hai's face was gloomy. The trembling of the void, just now, wasn't just the present Buddha's anger. It was the present Buddha testing the immortal dome of the ancients and trying to crack it. How could Gu-hai not be angry? Kong-shen is yours. The future Buddha is mine. The present Buddha said in a low voice, "Thank you, present Buddha." Gu-hai smiled slightly. However, Gu-hai was still cautious. The present Buddha wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boom! The 9th grade golden lotus left Kong-shen. Screech! Kong-shen spread his wings and flew towards Gu-hai in the distance. Kong-shen turned into his human form. However, his body was contorted as if he was in great pain. Kong-shen has troubled your majesty. Although Kong-shen was in great pain, his face was full of gratitude. At this moment, Kong-shen finally acknowledged Gu-hai from the bottom of his heart. There was no longer any resistance. In order to save him, Gu-hai was going against the entire holy ground of Mount Numinous. Kong-shen has been released. Where is the future Buddha? The present Buddha said coldly, "I'm not joking. Future Buddha, I'll return you." Gu-hai patted the future Buddha's back. A ray of golden light entered the future Buddha's body. Puff! The future Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu-hai shot it towards the present Buddha. Boom! The present Buddha caught it immediately. "Kong-shen, come here." Gu-hai waved. Kong-shen flew towards Gu-hai immediately. "Your Majesty?" Kong-shen was still in great pain. Kong-shen arrived in front of Gu-hai and entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Woo, 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 woo. Within Kong-shen's body, countless strands of black qi suddenly rushed out. The black qi was transparent, as if it had a life of its own, as it drilled out in all directions. "Your Majesty, this is what the present Buddha injected into my body. Oh no, he's evil. He's trying to break apart your secret technique." Kong-shen's expression changed. This was to find the flaw in the immortal dome and restrain Gu-hai. Kong-shen was anxious. This was a disaster for his majesty. Kong-shen grabbed it and opened his mouth to suck it in. Boom! Billows of black wind swept towards the black, transparent life form. However, it could not touch it at all. What is this? How can it be? Rainbow holy light. Swoosh! The rainbow holy light swept across, but it still could not touch it. Kong-shen was extremely anxious. In the distance, the past Buddha's eyes lit up. He was about to be overjoyed. However, Gu-hai extended his hand and formed a hand seal. "Heavenly demons, present Buddha, you're using the heavenly demons to test my strength?" "Ha ha!" Gu-hai laughed coldly. However, Gu-hai formed a spell. Suddenly, the heavenly demons flying in all directions gathered at Gu-hai's fingertips as if they were attracted by something. Heavenly demon traction spell? This is a spell that I personally created. How can you know it? The present Buddha's eyes widened in shock. Only he knew this. How could Gu-hai know it? This is the secret technique that the Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha. Gu-hai laughed. However, they saw the group of heavenly demons gathering at Gu-hai's fingertips. They saw Gu-hai gently pinch his fingers. Suddenly, the group of heavenly demons turned into ashes and disappeared. Countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats were already at a loss for words. How could Gu-hai do this? Even Kong-shen was at a loss. How could he not see through his majesty? Present Buddha, past Buddha, I'm in the limitless celestial capital. If the two of you are not convinced, you can come to the limitless celestial capital to find me. See you next time. Guhai sneered. With Kong Xian in tow, he stepped forward and was about to fly into the distance. Stop! The past Buddha glared. Oh, stop me? You'd better care about the future Buddha first. If you don't save him, I can't guarantee how long he can live. Guhai said coldly. Huh. The past Buddha turned his head. However, he saw the past Buddha's face turn purple. He was convulsing in the present Buddha's hand. Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal? That's my secret technique. How did you know it? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened as he looked at Guhai in the distance. I said that it's the secret technique that Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha. Present Buddha, since you know that it's the Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal, you should also know that if you don't expel the heavenly demon in his heart, his temperament will change greatly, and he will completely turn into a demon. You schemed against me. I only want to leave safely. Same to you. Guhai sneered and shot into the distance. Gautama Buddha. The present Buddha's face darkened. He thought that Guhai was talking about the good Gautama Buddha. However, he didn't know that Guhai was talking about Earth's Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha, what should we do now? The past Buddha turned his head and looked at the present Buddha worriedly. No need to chase. Past Buddha, follow me into seclusion and expel the heavenly demon. For the future Buddha, the present Buddha looked deeply at Guhai, who disappeared into the horizon, and said coldly, Yes. Chapter 773. Guhai took Kong Xian and quickly left the holy mountain. Along the way, Kong Xian still had a lot of injuries and seals on his body. He didn't need Guhai's help as Kong Xian could shatter the seals and heal his injuries himself. The two of them stopped in a forest. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Kong Xian has caused trouble for the Dahan imperial dynasty. Kong Xian said bitterly. At this point, Kong Xian was no longer convinced by Guhai. This was the second time that Guhai had saved him. He didn't even hesitate to fall out with the holy mountain. In this way, the Dahan imperial dynasty was in danger. Don't worry. I dared to save you today, because I'm prepared for the holy mountain's revenge. Guhai said with a smile, but the holy mountain is in the west, while the Dahan imperial dynasty is in the northeast. They are separated by an endless distance. Only the Buddha of 3 lives would dare to cause trouble for the Dahan imperial dynasty, Guhai said with a smile. After the chaos caused by Kong Xian, ordinary Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats wouldn't dare to act alone. Even if the Buddha of 3 lives comes, it won't matter. I have the power of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Nothing will happen, Guhai said with a smile. Kong Xian frowned slightly. The Buddhas were too powerful now. Even if Guhai mobilized the power of the country, perhaps. However, since Guhai had said so, Kong Xian had no reason to discredit himself. Your Majesty, don't worry. If the Buddha of 3 lives comes to the Dahan imperial dynasty, I will definitely go to the holy mountain. Unless the Buddha of 3 lives guards every day, I will destroy the holy mountain as soon as I leave, Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Guhai nodded with a smile. Whoosh! A bat flew over from afar. It instantly turned into Chongming's appearance. Your Majesty, I've succeeded, Chongming said with a smile. Chongming flicked his hand and took out a pile of mountain-shaped books. Is this a Buddhist scripture? Kong Xian frowned. That's right. When His Majesty was confronting the present Buddha, I sneaked into the holy land of Spirited Mountain and collected it, Chongming said with a smile. But what's the use of these Buddhist scriptures? Kong Xian was puzzled. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Guhai shook his head and put away the books. Although he had been taught some secret methods by the Earth's Tathagata Buddha, It was impossible for the present Buddha and the Earth's Tathagata Buddha to be similar in every aspect. There must be many differences. These Buddhist scriptures might not have recorded any profound cultivation methods, but they would have recorded the history of some of the magical means of the three Buddhas. He would have to fight with them sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance. "How's the arrangement of the Qin figurines going?" Guhai asked in a deep voice. "This is of the utmost importance, so I will not let my guard down. I have buried them deep in some of the important halls. I hope they won't be discovered by the people of Spirited Mountain," solemnly Chang Ming said. Guhai nodded. "What Qin figurines?" Kong Xian asked curiously. "It's something that can eavesdrop on information. It's convenient to monitor Spirited Mountain," Chang Ming explained. "Oh," Kong Xian was slightly stunned. "Your Majesty, I'm worried that those Qin figurines will be discovered sooner or later," Chang Ming said worriedly. "If we can monitor them for a while, then let's do it for a while. Let's go and see how Shangguan Hen is doing." Guhai smiled. Whoosh! The three of them suddenly turned into 3 streams of light and shot into the distance. Half a day later, the place where Sun Wukong was teleported. At this moment, the battle had ended, and it was a mess. "Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun flew over." "Where's Di Shi Tian?" Guhai asked. "I fought with Di Shi Tian for half a day, but it was a draw. Di Shi Tian left by himself." Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. "I couldn't stop him." Ao Shun said with a wry smile. "Forget it, that Di Shi Tian is also a formidable person. He naturally knows how to make a choice. Let's return to limitless celestial capital immediately." Guhai said solemnly. "Yes." Whoosh! The 5 of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, Spirited Mountain's Holy Land, Great Strength Hall. Buzz! Under the present Buddha's spell, the future Buddha's body suddenly emitted a black aura. The future Buddha's body shook. His whole body suddenly relaxed. "Thank you, Buddha. I'm much better now," the future Buddha said with a wry smile. Beside him stood the past Buddha, Di Shi Tian, Nan Longnu, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. "Future Buddha, can you explain to us what happened to you in hell?" the present Buddha said solemnly. The future Buddha nodded and recounted everything that happened before. Guhai stayed in the 18th layer of hell for 2 rounds of time. That's 250 million years. The past Buddha's face suddenly changed. "It can't be 2 rounds?" everyone said in surprise. "Guhai, what a strong willpower." A trace of surprise flashed across the present Buddha's face. "Buddha," Di Shi Tian suddenly said. Buddha, I want to enter the 18th layer of hell for a period of time." Di Shi Tian suddenly said. "Oh." The present Buddha's expression changed slightly as he looked at Di Shi Tian. "Let's not talk about Guhai for now. That Shangguan Hen from a cripple, in a short period of time, his cultivation soared to the sky. It can be seen that there was a lot of tempering in there. Kong Xian also tempered his cultivation to such a strong level in the 16th layer of hell. I also want to give it a try," Di Shi Tian said solemnly. "Kong Xian is special. Sai, have you forgotten? How serious is the baleful aura in the 18th layer of hell?" The past Buddha smiled bitterly. "If he can do it, I can do it too. Not long later, it will be the revival convention. I want to give it a try," Di Shi Tian said solemnly. "Di Shi Tian, it's great that you have such thoughts. As for the specific time, you have to grasp it yourself." The present Buddha said solemnly. "Buddha, I also want to enter the 18th layer of hell." Nan Longnu said, "Buddha, I also want to enter." "Buddha, this disciple also wants to enter." The present Buddha looked at the disciples of Mystical Mountain, who were brimming with fighting spirit, and nodded. All right, since all of you have such determination, then Mystical Mountain's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shall enter the 18th layer of hell to temper themselves. Yes, all the disciples answered. Everyone knew that hell was hard to endure. But now, Kong Xian's success, Shangguan Hen's success, and even Gu Hai's strength that had yet to be displayed had inspired everyone. Such a good place, why not go? After arranging for the disciples to make their preparations, the 3 lifetimes Buddha began to talk alone. Buddha, how did they leave the 18th layer of hell? This disciple can't figure it out. The future Buddha said bitterly, it's Lien Sheng. He presided over Nalanda Temple. It seems that he didn't tell me anything about Nalanda Temple. The present Buddha's face darkened. Buddha, what about Gu Hai and his group? Are we just going to let them leave? The past Buddha frowned. This person is too cunning. With Kong Xian by his side, it's hard to do anything to him unless the past Buddha or I personally take action. Moreover, he became extremely mysterious during his 5 years of disappearance. It's strange that he even knows my secret technique. The present Buddha said solemnly, yeah, and that's Sun Wukong. Why did he have to capture him? Di Shi Tian said that he sent Sun Wukong into a hole. Where did he send Sun Wukong? The past Buddha said solemnly, I have a guess. The present Buddha said solemnly, oh. The two looked at the present Buddha. Gu Hai came from the future. The present Buddha said solemnly, future? Buddha, you're saying? Perhaps. Besides your secret technique, there's also my secret technique. How would Gu Hai know about it? We've never passed it on to anyone. That's only possible in the future world. Moreover, that Sun Wukong seems to know us, but not us. The Gautama Buddha, he speaks of might be you in the future. Or perhaps. The future Buddha said. Halfway through, the future Buddha's face froze. He suddenly thought of the good Rulai. The 3 fell silent. Gu Hai predicted the enemy's moves. Perhaps it's because he knows everything in the future world. So, the past Buddha guessed. Time law, a law that even the immortal of the 6 paths didn't grasp. The present Buddha suddenly fell into deep thought. Time law, I think I've heard of it before. That battle 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha suddenly fell silent. Time law was destroyed by the previous heaven. Could it be? The present Buddha also fell into deep thought. Then, do we still need to investigate Gu Hai? The future Buddha frowned. Wait. The present Buddha shook his head. Why? Jiang Lianshan sent news that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will make a big move. Gu Hai is good at chess, so we need to use Gu Hai's chess skills to confront him. The present Buddha said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan, the past Buddha and the present Buddha's expressions turned solemn. Others might not know, but the two did. The present Buddha's real name was Jiang Rulai, but he was Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Lianshan said that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will come with a vengeance. He might scheme against the entire world. It's best to be careful. The present Buddha said solemnly. Old man Guanxi? What a monster. The past Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha nodded. The calamity at Mystical Mountain was over, but this day's darkness had spread to all parts of the world. Gu Hai. This name also entered the ears of all the major powers in the world. He had caused a great commotion at Mystical Mountain and rendered the 3 Buddhas helpless. What kind of person was he? All the sects and countries listed Gu Hai as a key target for investigation. As for Mystical Mountain, they did not announce anything to the outside world. Only some Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats disappeared one after another and suddenly reappeared after a period of time. the strength of the returning Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats seemed to have suddenly increased greatly. Seeing this, countless powers were stunned, not knowing what had happened at Mystical Mountain. Before Guhai and the rest arrived at the Dahan Empire, the Qin terracotta warriors had already sent news. Your Majesty, the Qin terracotta warriors have sent news that Mystical Mountain has collectively entered the 18 levels of hell to undergo the tempering of time. Their cultivation has increased tremendously. Chongming looked at Guhai worriedly. Increased tremendously? Not necessarily. Only a few people will experience an increase in their cultivation. For most people, the gains are not worth the losses. The infernal energy can even change their nature. Kong Xian said coldly, "This Jiang Rulai is not an ordinary person. In the future, we must be careful." Guhai said, solemnly, "Yes." Everyone nodded. Also, the boundless heavenly capital's Qin terracotta warriors have sent news that Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu has brought a group of Xuanwu to capture Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan. Chongming said worriedly, "Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu? Ha!" When he broke the black tortoise formation last time and saw that it was empty, he must have been mad. Shangguan Hen suddenly laughed. With the mosquito Daoran guarding, nothing will happen. Guhai shook his head. Chapter 774. Guhai flew all the way, and soon arrived at the border of the Dahan imperial dynasty. "Your Majesty, my Qin figurines have moved again. Something has happened in the boundless celestial capital again." Chongming smiled bitterly. "The third batch." Guhai looked at Chongming. "The first batch is Supreme Feng Yu. She seems to have improved her cultivation in the Thousand Islands Sea and came to the boundless celestial capital in high spirits to capture Supreme Shangguan. Fortunately, Your Majesty left Mosquito Daoran to protect her. Even though Supreme Feng Yu's cultivation has improved tremendously, she can't do anything to Mosquito Daoran. She's temporarily stationed outside the boundless celestial capital, waiting for us to return and walk right into the trap. The second batch is Ao Shum. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, they opened the West Sea Dragon Tomb. I don't know how they split it with Ao Shun. Anyway, Ao Shun's strength has improved tremendously. Since they couldn't find us, they came to the boundless celestial capital to wait for Supreme Ao Shun's return. Unfortunately, they also encountered Mosquito Daoran. They're also stationed outside the boundless celestial capital. I wonder if Mosquito Daoran can stop the third batch." Chongming smiled bitterly. "Who is it this time?" Shangguan Hen frowned. "Supreme Phoenix, Fire Emperor." Chongming smiled bitterly. "Fire Emperor? The supreme beast of the Dayan dynasty? I've never met him before, and there's no conflict of interest?" Guhai raised his eyebrows. "This Fire Emperor's arrival is strange. Mosquito Daoran seems to have started fighting with him. I don't know the details." Chongming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Guhai frowned deeply. "Fire Emperor? He seems to have been hiding in the East Sea for thousands of years. He never showed up. He didn't come when the Long Zhangguo fought in the heavenly battle realm. This time, why?" Kong Xian was also puzzled. The Fire Emperor came here because of Jiang Lianshan. Shangguan Hen asked curiously, "Go, hurry up and return to the limitless celestial capital immediately." Guhai said solemnly, "Yes." Boom. The five of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot straight for the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital. In the outside world, on a mountain peak, a large number of dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were wandering around. At the peak of the mountain, two figures were standing. The black-robed supremacy Feng Yu was currently looking at the infinite celestial capital with a sinister gaze. Beside her stood the white-robed Ao Shum. However, at this moment, the purplish-black aura on Ao Sheng's face was even more pronounced. It was as if there were veins growing on his face. It was quite frightening. Supremacy Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How did your cultivation increase so much? Ao Sheng sneered. The same goes for you. I've regained my former power. Unlike you, your cultivation isn't your own, is it? Paragon Feng Yue sneered. It's fine as long as it's mine now. Ao Sheng said coldly. I only want Shangguan Hen. Supremacy Feng, you looked at Ao Sheng. That's great. I only want Ao Sheng. Let's rely on our own abilities. Ao Sheng said indifferently. That's right. I just don't know when they'll return. Supremacy Feng, you frowned. His Majesty said that Gu Hai definitely can't bear to leave the Dahan Imperial Empire and will definitely return. If Gu Hai returns, Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen will definitely return. Also, look at that Fire Emperor. Didn't he receive more accurate news? He said that Gu Hai will return soon. Ao Sheng looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. That's right. This Gu Hai really has enemies all over the world. Fire Emperor? He hasn't left the East Sea for close to 1,000 years. Supremacy Feng, you looked at the battle in the infinite celestial capital. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the void trembled slightly. The periphery of the infinite celestial capital was currently surrounded by rolling flames. It was like a world of fire that wanted to burn the entire infinite celestial capital. Inside, wong 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 wong, countless mosquitoes formed a black mosquito sea that protected the infinite celestial capital. The loud sound just now came from the center, where a black shadow and a flaming shadow collided. Under the violent collision, the void trembled slightly, and the two shadows also stopped. One was Mosquito Dauren, who stood in the sea of mosquitoes with a gloomy expression. The other was an extremely tall and sturdy man. He wore a fiery red robe, and his hair and beard were all fiery red in color. His face was gloomy, and he looked like a fiend. Mosquito Dauren, you dare to go against me? The fiery red man said with a sinister expression. I've been entrusted with the task. Sorry, Fire Emperor, you better wait a little longer. Mosquito Dauren said with a bitter smile. Mosquito Dauren agreed to help Gu Hai look after the infinite celestial capital while Gu Hai was away. He originally thought that it was a simple matter. After all, after Gu Hai displayed his invincible might previously, who would dare to find trouble for no reason? However, how long had it been? Wave after wave. The first two waves were still manageable, but this third wave was the most terrifying. Why did he agree to it back then? Mosquito Dauren really wanted to slap himself. Entrusted with the task, loyal to the task. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Mosquito Dauren, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But you, are you even worthy? The Fire Emperor was also angered by Mosquito Dauren. The Fire Emperor had a certain understanding of Mosquito Dauren. This Mosquito Dauren was definitely someone who was afraid of trouble. He never liked to face his enemies head-on, and only liked to launch sneak attacks. Even though he was extremely strong, he never dared to make a move casually. Furthermore, he had no moral principles. For the sake of their own interests, they would do anything. Now that he was acting so righteous, who was he trying to scare? Mosquito Dauren didn't take the Fire Emperor's taunts seriously. Today, Mosquito Dauren's skin was already so thick that it was unparalleled. Why would he be afraid of such a taunts? I'm just a coward. So what? If it weren't for the Chaos Pearl, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Fire Emperor, where did you get this news? Gu Hai is coming back. Since you said he's coming back, then just wait. Whatever grudges you have, wait for him to come back. You can find trouble with him. Why make things difficult for me? Mosquito Darren laughed bitterly. Humph, I'm going to take over the limitless celestial capital now. I have a bad temper. Guhai took my things. So what if I took his capital? What's wrong with that? Mosquito Darren, if you don't move aside, I'm going to be serious. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Don't. What did Guhai take from you? Just tell me. Don't make a move. Mosquito Darren laughed bitterly. Pooey, who do you think you are to know? The Fire Emperor glared at him. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the raging flames surged towards the sea of mosquitoes. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. You haven't changed after so many years. Sigh. Mosquito Darren was depressed. Boom. The sea of mosquitoes could only surge forward and fight against the flames. Mosquito Darren could only block the Fire Emperor's attack. In the distance, apart from Ao Shang and Autark Fengyue, there was another group of people watching from another part of the mountain forest. A group of people dressed in white robes. Their chests were embroidered with a taiji, symbol of yin and yang. The one leading them was the eldest senior brother of the Taishang sect, Xian Du. Xian Du watched the battle coldly and frowned. This Guhai really has countless enemies. He hasn't been out for long, and there are already 3 groups of powerful cultivators blocking his path. How many years has he been cultivating? Could it be that every time he goes out, he causes trouble everywhere and draws hatred everywhere? Eldest senior brother, at least our information is correct. A disciple of the Taishang sect behind him laughed. Xuandu nodded. That's right. Guhai and Zhang Yulian disappeared for 5 years. I spent so much effort, but I couldn't find their whereabouts. Now, they suddenly appeared again. It's just that Zhang Yulian hasn't shown up yet. A person behind him said, worriedly, It doesn't matter. If we find Guhai, we can find Zhang Yulian. It's been 6 years. I don't know if this Guhai is lucky or unlucky, Xiandu said coldly. Eldest senior brother, that girl Lin Wan Er. A person behind him frowned. Call her Taishang, Xiandu said coldly. Won't Taishang be the eldest senior brother sooner or later? The person behind him said, fawningly. As long as she is Taishang, she must be called Taishang. This is the rule. Xiandu said coldly. Yes, Taishang. Eldest senior brother. Will Taishang know that we are here? It seems that the relationship between Taishang and Guhai is unclear. The person behind him said worriedly. The Sky Chess Pavilion has sent out invitations to the revival meeting. The 3 branches of Wanshou Taoism have sent out invitations. The Yuanshe branch doesn't care about worldly affairs and has been in seclusion. Naturally, they won't be coming. The Tongtian sect master has already left. Now, he must be near the Thousand Islands Sea, right? As for the Taishang branch, Taishang knows that he is not strong enough and has stayed in Wanshou Taoism for seclusion. Since he is unwilling to go, I will do it for him. Xiandu smiled and took out an invitation. Oh, in that case, Taishang definitely won't be coming? Humph, it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. When we find Zhang Yulian, we will head to the Thousand Islands Sea. The revival meeting is near. Even the Tongtian sect master is so cautious. This revival meeting won't be that simple. Xiandu said solemnly. Yes, everyone waited patiently. In the distance, the Mosquito Darren and the Fire Emperor were still fighting. Within the boundless celestial capital, Chun Tianshan suppressed everyone and prevented them from attacking. After all, the Fire Emperor was too strong. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, Dugu Chobai, and Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It's a pity that we are restricted by this formation. Our cultivation can only hover around the middle sky palaces. If we have a real body, we can also reach the upper sky palaces. Zhang Sanfeng sighed, helplessly. The ancient emperor will definitely have a way, Dongfang Bubi said, solemnly. Everyone nodded, while waiting. Boom! 5 figures rushed over from the horizon. Guhai and the rest had finally returned. Your Majesty, it's in front. The battle between the Fire Emperor and the Mosquito Daoran. Shangguanhen's face fell. What a Fire Emperor! The entire boundless celestial capital is engulfed in flames like a sun. Ao Shun's face fell. Kong Xian frowned, slightly. His face was gloomy, but he did not say a word. Chang Ming, retreat. Guhai said, solemnly, yes. Chang Ming turned into a ray of light and flew down to the ground. Chang Ming had followed Guhai to the west this time. It was a special situation. The blood-robed guards had to stay in the dark and did not need to reveal themselves. Seeing Chang Ming leave, Guhai said solemnly, let's go into the sea of flames, to the boundless celestial capital. Yes, boom. The 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed over from the horizon, creating a sonic boom. It's them. Ao Sheng's face turned cold as he looked into the distance. Ao Sheng, didn't you say that Shangguanhen's cultivation was crippled? Feng Yu glanced coldly at Ao Sheng. In the forest, Xiandu narrowed his eyes and stared at Guhai. The Fire Emperor, who was in the middle of battle, suddenly turned his head. Guhai, why did you guys only come back now? I'm so tired. Mosquito Daoran was overjoyed. In his joy, he immediately withdrew countless mosquitoes, unwilling to be in the front anymore. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the rolling flames rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Guhai, Kong Xian, Shangguanhen, and Ao Shun landed on the plaza of the boundless celestial capital. A powerful aura rushed out in all directions, forming a storm and forcing the flames back.